The August 11, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak to is called on. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Do we have any in-person speakers?
No.
Do we have any
No, we don't
remote
have any
speakers?
in-person speakers. And no, we don't have any raised hands or participants on Zoom.
Okay, we will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 5:30 to begin our regular session and hear the closed session report.
Okay, good.
All right.
Just give us a few seconds. There you go.
All right. Okay. The August 11th, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you would like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Stewart?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
Present.
Mayor Riggins?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Norm, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise, face the flag, state your pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we please have a closed session report?
Yes, at 4:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session, the recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on August 1st, 2025, with the amended agenda posted on August 8th, 2025.
Before I ask for approval of the agenda, staff is considering continuing item 1B20, which is disposal of surplus skate park equipment, to the August 25th regular meeting. May I have a approval of the agenda considering the rescheduling of that item?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Items passed. Consent calendar. Do we have any in-person? Okay, both of these are for 1A1. Do we have any online?
There's one raised hand from Ryan.
Okay, so I've got the 2 in-person and the 1 online. Let's close any additional. Beth Gordy, followed by Brian Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins and council members. I'm Beth Gordy with Paul Hastings on behalf of our client, Cross Creek Ranch. We appreciate the city's ongoing efforts to support Malibu businesses following the Franklin and Palisades fires. And we support ordinance number 526 with standards and procedures for temporary use permits to stimulate economic recovery. We submitted a letter this afternoon requesting 2 modifications to changes made to the ordinance at the council's July 14th meeting. In response to concerns that the ordinance would be used to rent out space for private events such as weddings, the council added subsection B1H requiring that events must be open to the general public. This provision may have the unintended consequence of restricting events that would promote the goods and services the business provides. During deliberations on the 14th, council members emphasized the importance of events that bring in business so that patrons will come back again and again to support the local businesses. Our letter includes a requested modification to B1H so that this requirement would not impede tenant opening events, friends and family nights, or other similar events hosted by the business or shopping center owner to promote the goods and services the business provides. The council also modified section B2 to allow 4 events per month for a total of 48 events at a shopping center. We fully support the 48 events with 100 to 250 persons. However, we request that the council increase the number allowed per month from 4 to 8 to account for certain months, like the critically important holiday shopping season or summer months, where more events may be desired and appropriate. This would not increase the total from 48. What it means is that some months may have 0 events, and others, where it makes sense for these local businesses, could have up to 8. We thank you for your consideration and are available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian?
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, council members. Brian Gordon for Cross Creek Ranch. Just really going to reiterate what Beth said already. We fully support the aims and the intention of this ordinance, and we thank you for your assistance in helping for the promotion of businesses in Malibu. This is critically important. As Beth said, as the wording as currently written has the unintended consequence of precluding a very important element of these business promotions. By requiring that all of these events be open to the public, then tenant opening parties, friends and family events, new drops for valued customers, etc., would all be precluded. These promotional events are precisely what is needed for the tenants to be able to promote their businesses. It could also preclude something like someone holding a bridal shower in Frankie's Bikinis, where the idea is precisely for those people to be purchasing the merchandise. The intent of precluding the venue was so that it wouldn't be rented out to an unrelated third party for something like a wedding that has nothing to do with the underlying company's business. And that's fine, but don't preclude the genuinely promotional events. We've provided some suggested wording to clarify that this request does not apply to these promotional events. Secondly, although we agree with the aggregate limitation on the number of events, some flexibility is needed to arrange these events throughout the year. So if the average is 4 per month and the total is 40 in 10 months or 48 in 12 months, that's totally fine. But just to be able to have up to 8 events in 1 month preceded by less than another month to maintain the flexibility as long as the total aggregate is observed. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. That concludes our in-person and our online speaker.
Ryan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I need to object to the aggregating of consent items now that you have 23 of them on there, or 22, that there is less than 8 seconds to comment on any one item. If you impose your new interpretation of a 3-minute rule for the aggregate total, which I think probably violates the Brown Act because you can't comment in 8 seconds on some of these meaningful items. These are new items. They shouldn't be on consent in the first place, half of them. So that said, the city has an investment policy with the local area, the state's investment fund, and having multiple signers to make withdrawals from that fund is not a good idea. And you're not listing the treasurer of this city as one of the signers. Who is the treasurer of this city? Because the last time I looked, it was Ruth Quinto, and she was hired by the city of Fresno 3 years ago to be their assistant city manager, and they pay her $218,000 a year. And I don't know that living in Fresno, how you can possibly be in a meeting and be meaningful and review the documents of this city. I would like you to check into this. This is not the first time I've brought it up. And do we have a vacancy on our city treasurer position? Because you have $7 million worth of warrants here, most of which are extremely overpriced. I've never seen anything like this in my 40 years of watching this city, or living in Malibu and watching expenditures. You have $454,000 going out the door to the drive around security patrol for the burn areas. That's an outrageous amount of cost for the amount of work involved. That needs to be rebid. You're paying Kimley Horn $36,000 to ponder the reopening of Pacific Coast Highway in May. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's a state highway. You know, are you paying over $100 to wash each city vehicle to Malibu Auto Care? Because there were 12 entries and the amount was $3,800. And we paid $30,000 to the Santa Monica School District for some odd reason for library set-aside funds. When we don't touch the money from the library set-aside funds, that comes from the county. They hold the money. So the worst is try Pepe Smith, which you're paid $46,990. And is this some shadow form of strategic government assistance to the city staff? Because you should direct the city staff, and we have a lobbyist. So these are unconscionable rates of, I think it's close to $800.
Thank you, Ryan.
1 hour.
That'll conclude our public comment on the consent calendar. Do any members of the council want to pull any items on the consent calendar?
I do. I'd like to pull 1A1, 1B5, and 1B17.
1, 1B5, and
1B17.
1B17. Okay. Anyone else?
I'll pull 1B10, 1B15.
Okay. Anyone else?
Let's see, I just want clarification on 1B8.
1B8. Bruce?
I'm fine.
Okay. So do we have an approval on the balance of the consent calendar minus 1A1, 1B5, 1B17, 1B10, 1B15, and 1B8?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, do you want to clarifying questions?
No, just 1A1. I believe that when we voted on that, we agreed that for the shopping centers, that the request for a temporary use permit was going to be submitted by the owner of the shopping center. I thought that was the decision that we made, and I didn't see that in the resolution. It probably should be. Right? I mean, I think that was, we had agreed to that. And then secondly, you know, one of the things we talked about in the session was we want to make sure compliance is available to deal with anytime we have one of these sessions going on. So, you know, if I had my druthers, I'd like to see something in the resolution that just said compliance will be provided to support any of these events when they're taking place. Those are the only two comments I've got.
Okay, anyone else? Haley?
Sure. I wanted to respond to the public that spoke, because I would like to get clarity to make sure that we've done the right, like, meaning weddings and private events are very different things. I think having an invite list is actually very good, and I would like to get clarity on that, as well as 48. I would like to make sure that these stores have the ability to do, let's say, 4 events in January and none in March, so that they're interchangeable. Those are my 2 questions.
Okay. Bruce?
Okay, so first of all, I have the same recollection as Steve about the shopping center owner making the applications. It might be a wrong recollection, but I share that recollection. So I think that if that recollection is accurate, this needs to be amended to fix that. The 2 proposals on behalf of the ranch, or whatever the name is that we're calling it, I agree in principle. I spoke with their counsel. I agree in principle that those changes are appropriate. They're not what we intended, as I understand it, to rule out. I have a problem, though, amending the legislation on the fly without having fly spec the language. We adopted this as an urgency ordinance. I had noted I didn't think it was an urgency, but since we did adopt it as an urgency ordinance, I'd rather see us go forward with the urgency ordinance tonight as written. Perhaps we have to make that one change that we actually did make last time that's not in here, but then very promptly look at whether to amend it. Trevor, can we do an urgency amendment to an urgency ordinance?
I believe the urgency ordinance was already adopted, right, Tyler? So
yeah,
that's already in place. And so this is the follow-up ordinance, the second reading. If you want to make changes to this, we can do that. That just makes this the first reading, and then we have to do a second reading.
And the other one's already in place?
Other ones are already in place.
Okay, well, I don't like the idea of trying to hammer out that language tonight because I think there's a lot of ways we could say it. I agree in principle with the concepts. I'd rather see us just approve this and then amend it or pass it tonight, have the staff look at the right language, have us have a week to consider it and talk about it. That would be my proposal.
Doug?
I'd like to see us get this in for the retailers or the store owners. I think it's a good catch and a good amendment. But I agree with Bruce. We're doing this on a super speed. I don't think we need to delay it, but we just need to get it done. And I'd be inclined to get it back on the agenda next time around if we can. And honestly, I think the language that was proposed is the right language, but we need to make sure that we read it together. I just got this afternoon, and it's a good. I think you found a good reason to change it. We just need to make sure we don't screw it up. Okay.
But I also agree with Halen, and we might want to talk about whether the number per month could be swapped around, whether you get a credit for not doing it and get more another month rather than simply enlarging the number. So I think that's a substantive decision we need to make with a discussion.
But don't we have that happen already because it's a limit of 48 for the year, and.
But I think we also put the limit of 4 per month.
Yeah, we changed it to 8 per month. So if you've got 48 max, you can't have.
12 months times 4.
Say again?
12 times 4 is 48. So.
Yeah, so you still got 48, but you can do 8 in 1 month. You just can't do. You're spreading it out. Some months will be 9. Some months will be 8.
8 seems a lot, like plenty. I just need to get clarity because what happens here is that we talk, it goes to you guys work on it, it comes back, and it goes to planning, and then the next thing we know, sometimes like Trancas Market doesn't have a permit. So I want to make sure that we're doing this in the best timely manner because, like Doug said, these businesses are relying on this, and it's almost Labor Day, and I don't know what the right process is, but I think the sooner the better so that they can move on with their businesses.
Well, we do have the urgency order in place, so they can be taking advantage of the bulk of what was written in that. But there are certain things. They can't rent it out for a private showing or an initial private opening to select customers or things like that. So that limitation isn't allowed at this time, but that's something we can't change. I agree that I think we do need to have a discussion on this. My recollection was the owner of the shopping center, if there were going to be 2 or more businesses wanting to have those smaller events on the same day, then the owner was going to do it. But Tyler's going to correct me on what we're doing here.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to point out it is in there. So it's page 4 of the ordinance 526. It is it would be MMC 1768090 B1A, and the last sentence says applications for events held at a shopping center must be applied for by the owner of the shopping center.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
One other point for when we have this come back, if we can get consensus, I want to see some concept built into the friends and family and openers about so long as the facility is not receiving compensation directly or indirectly to have the event. That'd be my proposal. So that would make clear that it's being done for the benefit of the tenant, not for the benefit of someone else.
Is that clear?
Well, I just want to make sure we have the direction correct. So we're not accepting verbatim what the shopping center representative presented, right? The direction is for staff to come back with some language that kind of suits what, would appease that, and then bring it back at the next available meeting.
Right, that prevents a private event that's not tied to the business of the particular tenant.
Okay.
That they can still have their private event to showcase their goods and wares that they are trying to promote, but not something that is completely off of what the intent of the use of that space is.
Okay.
And I think that was a good catch that they brought to our attention, because that wasn't intended to be foreclosed.
And so the direction is to continue this item to the next meeting with staff to bring back an amended ordinance for the first reading that would include the changes proposed by the shopping center, modified by staff based on the direction of council here today.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That's everybody in for truth? Okay, yes.
Yeah. And if I could real quick, to Councilmember Conrad's point, the urgency ordinance is in effect, and so they can take advantage of that now. Right now, it's only 4 per month, as was approved by the council, and without that language about that Beth mentioned. But everything else is in effect that you read here tonight.
Okay. Madam, if we could get a motion for that direction to continue the item.
I'll move for that direction that was just described.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay, 1B5, do you want a staff report?
No, that's mine.
Yes.
First, let me congratulate the Administrative and Finance Committee, but that was not an easy task. And, no good deed goes unpunished, so I've been getting phone calls about how come I didn't get mine, all right? Just 2 comments. One on, let me just pull it up so I got it here. There was a rule that said entities with common ownership shall only be eligible for 1 grant award, right? And I think, and I could be wrong, but when I read it, I've got the Farm Cafe and the Malibu Farm Restaurant at the pier, which are 2 different look.
We divided the award in half, and they each got half of what one would have been.
Okay, cool. And as I said, you guys are smart. This is a tough job. Second one is, and it was just a comment I've heard from a bunch of people. We gave the real impact on these businesses occurred on the east side of the city. I think that's where the roads were shut down. And yet when they went through, some people looked at it and said, I got the Sunset Restaurant getting 15 grand. Well, they were never really cut off. They had access through Canaan to get, so, I don't think we want to change it, but it would have been, I think, better if we had sort of taken some of that money and given it to some of the guys on the east side. So that's my comment.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll make a comment, and I appreciate the shout out for the A&F committee, but actually it's our deputy city manager and Cynthia Alba at the back over there. They did all the hard sorting out. We had a book that was probably this thick. It was huge. And trying to sort that out, to be fair, was impossible. What we were hoping to do was to have a second round to be able to do this, because we put $300,000 in it, in the bucket. But financially, the city's just not in a position to do that.
Right.
Supervisor Horvath has heard our plea and has put $250,000 in for Topanga and Malibu, and we encourage the people that didn't get it this time around to come back to that and see what they could do. We just have too many mouths to feed right now, and I wish we could have done more. If we'd had another $100,000, we could have done a better job at covering everybody. But the bucket was empty, and I think we had 163 applicants, and we got 46 checks out. So that's the best we could spread it around.
Yeah, and I'll say also, so first of all, the easy part of the job was actually assigning money to go to some people. The hard part of the job was saying no. First of all, everyone was affected. Didn't matter whether, some businesses had to actually shut down because the road was closed, but everybody was impacted. Malibu was suffering. There were very few people coming into Malibu, and even people who live here were not out and enjoying themselves all that much. So everybody was impacted. But we actually did give serious consideration, especially to the shops in the east that were closed. The ones that did not get an award, it was because they didn't satisfy the criteria that were identified that the council approved of. Had they satisfied the criteria, we would have gone out of our way to make sure that they got an award. And there were some in the east that barely satisfied the criteria, and we did make sure that they got an award. So if it wasn't awarded, it was because in our judgment, the criteria were not satisfied.
So I don't envy you guys. That was Herculean and probably heartbreaking to give out some things to some people. I thought, it was a job well done by everybody. Of course, there's going to be people left out. And that's why I'd like to share that Steadfast is also doing a grant for businesses, and they would love for you guys to reach out. I guess to me, I could share all the information with you guys as well as the county. And I believe that the county, we have some flyers in the back for any small businesses or businesses that feel left out from the Malibu grants. That's all available. So I appreciate Malibu stepping up and giving back to the businesses as best as we can in this time. Thank you to the staff as well.
I too want to say thank you to the Administrative and Finance Committee. This was probably the hardest thing that you guys will have to tackle in your time on council. And to staff for wading through. I did see the booklet. It was huge. And I know that it was gone through very thoughtfully and very carefully. So appreciate your just caring and thoughtfulness for that whole thing. I would also say stay around for item, the presentation 2B. I think there might be some information in there about other things in addition to the steadfast and things like that. So do we have a motion for 1B5?
I'll make a motion to approve 1B5.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We can also receive.
1B17? Steve,
I think
you
you
pulled
had
that one.
1B10.
No, that was you.
I'll do, okay, I'm 17. This is the $180,000 increase in fees for the Rayland School Business Consulting for separation. What are we getting for that money?
Staff, do you want to take that, or do you want me to dive in?
And the only reason I ask is because when I looked at the staff report, there was language in there about going back to LACO, and we're past all that. And if this money is really geared to go into our next step, going to the state, I don't know what our plan is. I don't know what our strategy is to do that. If we're going to do the same thing we did with LACO, I'm not sure how we're going to end up with that one. So I'm just saying if there's a process going on that says we're going to do some work and we're going to pay $180,000 for it, I'd sure like to know what the strategy is that's going to give us the best chance of winning when it gets to the state.
So yes, we did get an unfavorable decision from LACO. Doesn't mean it's done. We are continuing to pursue, so people who don't know, school district separation, trying to form a Malibu Unified School District. And these are some of the fees that are associated with that. So it's still ongoing. There's still analysis that's going to be done, and we're hoping to be able to talk to the council about some of the work that Councilmember Conrad and I have been working on with the team. And so this is to continue on that.
Does this continue to go to LACO, or is this process to go to the state? Yes. I'm just trying to, which one is it?
Yes. We are formulating our plans with the team, and we hope to be updating the council and the community as soon as possible.
Mayor, if I could elaborate just a little bit. The agreement before you is for the financial consultant. We have numerous consultants that we're utilizing for this ongoing request. SCLR Corporation is the financial consultant, so our current agreement with them has expired. In order to retain their services that will be essential for the ongoing conversations with the state, we need to extend the agreement. It is for their services to be available on an as-needed basis. And one of the things that they're really critical for is as property tax assessments change, they can help us understand the different formulas that we can propose to the state to ensure that the Santa Monica schools remain as whole as possible, as well as the Malibu schools. So they're solely focused on financial analysis.
And one additional thing is we haven't completely taken mediation off the table. And there is additional discussions that we are currently still in mediation with Santa Monica. and we hope to be continuing in those conversations. And so the financial aspects are important.
Yeah,
Do you
look,
have the information?
You know, I'm all in favor of the school separation. Right now, I don't know what we're doing, all right? And to approve money without knowing what we're doing is something that I have a problem with. But if you guys can get back to us reasonably quickly with some information that says, here's what our strategy is moving forward, here's what we think we're going to do, and here's what we got these people doing for us for $180,000, I'll be happy with that.
Noted. Thank you. As the member of the ad hoc, I have learned that there is a team, and we're all in process with strategy really on how to tackle this hornet's nest. And Terry Ryland is a part of this team. And Mr. Rojas, you summed that up really well, very well, because I couldn't have done that. But Steve, I think that you're right. And I think the ad hoc should come back with more information and also more strategy. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Bruce?
So first of all, as a technical matter, or maybe a little more than technical, procedural, the amendments here, but not the agreement that's being amended. So I really don't know precisely what I'm amending. I can hear it explained, but it's not here. In the future, it would be good to have the agreement that's being amended as part of the package when we're being asked to approve an amendment. The one thing that I don't see, and I think you said it, but I just want to make sure, they're paid by the hour. When you say that as needed, we're not being asked to pay a certain lump sum to acquire the ability to use their services. The amendment would then have us pay for them by the hour as they do the work?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, if we're going to continue this process wherever it's being pursued and in whatever manner it's being pursued, we need consultants that have expertise. So this is one of those consultants that has expertise, and we're going to be paying them ongoing, whereas the agreement was just previously up to a certain point. So I don't see any issue as to why we would do this, why we wouldn't do this. I'll move that we approve this item if we're done the discussion.
Are we done with discussion? Do we have a second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, we're going back to 1B10. And Halen, you pulled that one?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so it's speed safety use policy impact. I did have this is kind of a odd question. I came across a Wall Street Journal article about Newport using noise cameras to ticket excessively loud vehicles, and it sounds like they're having success with it. Since Malibu is already moving forward with our speed cameras, which is this, would we be able to explore the same equipment to also measure vehicle noise?
I think I would have to do some research on that and get back to you. I don't know off the top of my head what that involves.
I can send you the information. And that's it, really, for that.
I was going to pull this too, but I try to always give a heads up when I'm going to ask something. I have two questions. First off, is this going to make it compliant with the state law? I just want to get the affirmation if that's the case. And secondly, can you give us a quick update on the speed camera progress? Because we promised to try and have those in fourth quarter.
Yeah, I can assure you that these reports are in compliance with SB 1297 and everything that was in that law. As for where we are with the implementation of the cameras, after these are approved tonight, we can move forward with acquiring cameras. I know that Public Works has been working with Kimley Horn on putting together the plans for the encroachment permits, and Caltrans is reviewing those right now. As to the status of the actual cameras, I would need to see if Rob has, I don't have any updates on that, but Rob may. Nope. Yes.
And by the way, while he's coming up to the microphone, we were very careful to make sure we said speed camera systems, so they can be on both sides of the road.
So good evening, Council. On the actual cameras, after this item is completed, we'll proceed forward with our proposals, looking for vendors to deploy this. We have a couple different options, and actually I was been reached out from City of LA. They're also looking into this, doing the same kind of thing. And so we're going to collaborate together to see how we can quickly get some vendors out here. And they have some good resources. They have some good ideas. I'm going to be exploring that in the next couple of months.
How's our timing? When are we gonna have the first speed cameras up to run?
So the cameras are going to be like the one thing, but it's also the poles that are going to put in there. So we're trying to get that secured because I think that's going to be our critical path, getting those ordered, getting those installed. And so right now we're in the process of getting all that funding together and ordering the poles. So once that comes in, then that's going to be the critical path.
Can somebody get back to us and let us know what our timetable is? As
Absolutely.
I said, when we were talking to the state legislature, we were talking about having this done by fourth quarter.
I think that's still doable.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Look forward to the report.
Do we have a motion or any other questions? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second? Anyone?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Okay, now we're going to go to 1B8. Yeah, I got them all in different order, so.
Was that me?
That was you.
Okay. So the hazard mitigation grant program, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering if we could make developers pay for some of this, like a developing fee or some sort of.
So some of the city's match will be coming from an analysis of the fee waiver program that the council adopted. And we'll be using that to offset the general fund.
So in addition to the fee waiver, those that are not eligible for the fee waiver do still pay fees, and will that be counted as part of our match also?
No, they working with the state representatives, they asked us if we had a fee waiver program in place. Then they have some guidance for the staff on how to calculate that information, and then that will go against our general fund. So we won't actually be pulling from the general fund. We're going to offset it with that analysis from the fee waivers. And we just started those talks this morning, so I don't have a whole lot of data on it, but Patricia Salazar in the Community Development Department is providing those analytics to the state. And they'll help guide us through that information, the tracking of how many parcels we will be waiving fees from, what percentages that looks like, and how that will impact the city's match.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a quick question. I know on the FEMA allocation, President Biden gave 100% reimbursement. And I see here we've got 75%, 25%. Can you explain to me why the 100% doesn't apply?
Yes, it's two different programs. So what the federal declaration covers is the city's application to FEMA public assistance. This is the hazardous mitigation grant program, and it is separate from the FEMA public assistance.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Anyone going to second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? 1B15.
Me again. It'll be really quick. We have a lot of emergency declarations. I think we have 3 currently. I'm wondering what we get for that. Do we get any special, we're just in an emergency declaration like indefinitely, or how does this, do we get perks for being in a city with 3 emergencies?
We don't get extra perks for each emergency. It doesn't stack up that way. But the declarations do grant certain powers to the city manager, and it can affect eligibility for different programs. The reason to have 3 different ones is that the actions need to be related to the emergency. Just because we're in an emergency doesn't mean everything, all the city business can go under those expedited rules. But each of those, it has a different sort of subject matter that the emergency powers would apply to for the council's actions and the actions of the city manager.
We also have statutory immunity for certain things we do pursuant to the emergency declaration, and we arguably have greater flexibility as a council to do things under the emergency declaration that we don't have without it, although we've not flexed that muscle up till now.
And I was hoping to hear that. I don't know what muscle that would be, but I wonder if we should start using it.
Oh, there's a debate about how much muscles we have. I've advocated for using them to the greatest extent, and we haven't done it yet.
Okay, well, thank you for that explanation.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion on this item? You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Anybody second?
Second.
And
All
staff's
in favor?
recommendation.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, so I think that takes the balance of the consent calendar. Yay. Hey, we got through that really fast. Good job. We're only an hour and a half behind, but no big deal. Okay, so we're going to go to item 2A. I believe that is Chief Drew Smith from Los Angeles County Fire Department, Assistant Chief, excuse me. And he will be presenting us a fire season update.
I will. Well, thank you,
Thank
City
you.
of Malibu, and appreciate your partnership. And we love being your fire department, so thank you for all the support. So I've been told I only have 10 minutes, and Drew don't do 10 minutes, so I'm going to give it the best thing because I really have a passion for this, as you know. So we're going to go through the risk assessment of what we're looking at. So it's educational, plus we're going to give you the outlook. So Susan's got the magic numbers here. So we used the Geographic Area Coordination Center in combination National Weather Service, LA County Fire, and Fire Behavior Analysis to come up with what the risk looks like through Southern California. I work on a larger piece for all of the United States, but this is catered to us. So precipitation will be likely well below normal through November, which is actually what normal is. We usually have absence of 2 inches of rain until we get into our Halloween-ish, and then we start measuring. So we're looking for 2 inches of rain to really put a suppression in what our fire season looks like for the probability of large fire growth. Below normal near the coastlines and slightly above normal inland areas through September, and above normal inland through the region in October through November. And Santa Ana winds will likely remain normal to above normal October through November. And we usually, on average, have 8 Santa Ana events. And I know that we hear about PDS, particularly dangerous situations, that has a different element of weather based upon wind speeds. And that is still a red flag, a PDS, but when we have a red flag or we have a PDS, fire marches across the landscape at the same rate of spread. Well, what does the PDS mean? It challenges some of our aerial assets of use rather than a red flag that does have hot, dry, windy, but there's a tipping point on aerial assets. And when we get into a PDS where we have 35 or greater sustained and we get up to that 60, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, we can't fly our aircraft. So that's all red flags are bad, regardless if it's PDS or not, but tactfully, a PDS really challenges us operationally on the fire suppression side of the house. So what will cause large fire growth for the area in the absence of Santa Ana winds? Everybody knows when we have Santa Ana winds. We all know when we're going to get into a red flag so that large fire growth is there. But what causes this on a routine day and what is our risk? So you can go to the next one there. So it's annual grass. And when it's abundant, it is the #1 promoter of fire start and spread across the landscape. So what do we look at? We look at how much sunlight's on it and relative humidity is below 30%. Next. And we look at measurement of tools of our wildland fuels. There's dead fuels that's been on the open lands that's there, that's receptive. It's Mother Nature's sponge, how much relative humidity or precip it receives. This is the fuel size and that age class of fuels that are out there in our wildland areas. And currently we're right on target where that is. Next, please. So this shows the sampling of our dead fuels that are 3 inches or greater in diameter. And it shows that it's right within average of where we're at. And it's going to, next one, Susan, please. And this is also energy release components, which I'll nerd out a little bit. It's all the accumulation of all those dead fuels out there, how much moisture are they taking in or giving away over the course of time. And right now we're going to start trending down because we're going to get into cooler temperatures and higher relative humidity. So those dead fuels absorb that, so it reduces our wildfire threat. Next, please. So one thing is that we really look at, next please, Susan, is our live fuels. So for 50 years, your Los Angeles County Fire Department goes and samples fuels in the area so we can check the trends and how much moisture is in those live fuels that make it lush and green during the spring, and how it dries out and it looks very rusty brown now as we get into that. So yeah, the combination of the fine fuels is the #1 promoter for fire start and spread. And if you have no water weight in those beautiful fuels that are native, it plays a role because you don't have the water weight or that heat sink, as we call it. So it goes very challenging when we have those live fuels that are 80% or less. And right now we're at 66%. And when we get to 60% is when it's treated as a dead fuel, because it relatively has no water weight in it. It doesn't change over the course of a day. It changes over the course of a season. So there's no water weight in that fuel. So it's very receptive to support fires to grow. Next, please. And so what's the potential? What we look at on routine days is that initial attack when we have 3 days that's hot and dry, and we're under our southwesterly wind type of days. So what does that look like? We're also in our defensible space people doing that. We know now, and we've always known, that it's a year-round endeavor. Okay, next please. And we'll go and we'll just go to our, how do we transition to that red flag? So there's normal, which is our routine weather that we've experienced today. Well, what does that look like compared to when we have a red flag? And those are the abnormal days. It's not routine. That's not when we target into a red flag day. And one thing we have to remember with our fire frequencies in the Santa Monica Mountains, it's a human element of some sort that causes that. We don't get lightning fires here. Next, please. So what does it look like? So if anybody remembers the Sweetwater fire, routine day, August 30th. This is the outside air temperatures. Nothing abnormal about it. It's a routine day. These are the type of fires that we have on days like today that are routine days. So I want to show you a picture of what that looks like. And one thing that you have to understand as well is you can't mimic a Santa Ana wind and the fire dynamics associated with this type of weather. The fire dynamics, it can't happen. It just doesn't happen. So even though it's hot, we have an onshore flow out of the southwest. We have topography dominated fires. Next, please. However, the offset is when we know we're in those high risk days, we have a red flag, we have a PDS. These are the weather envelopes that causes what happens. And what's unique about the Franklin fire is its proximity to the coast. So I want you to think about what we inherit from the 101 corridor, the Simi Hills, that has no breaking in the transition of the head of the fire to where the Franklin fire is proximal to the coast. You break the head fire transition. It gives us different set of tactical opportunities to engage that. So that's why a 4,000 acre fire happens, because it's proximity to the coast. So I wanted to show you this, and I'm glad that you have this. So if you wanted to do a little fire research, you can click on this site. And this just shows fire frequency in the Santa Monica Mountains over the course of time. And we're somewhere between 4 to 6 and sometimes greater than 7 since 1950. If you go to this website, there's some interactive tools. You can actually see the ellipse over the course of times from 1900 and how much fire frequency has gone over through the Santa Monica Mountains. So this is nothing new to us in the Santa Monica Mountains. History repeats itself. Next, please. So what does your Los Angeles County Fire Department do? We target the Santa Monica Mountains, and we have remote automated weather stations that are associated so we can look at the daily climatology. Next, please. We can get it, so if anybody has the Google, if you put in Fire 1 and National Weather Service, this will come up. Next, please. You can go to Fire Weather Snooper, and this is today's data actually, and as every remote automated weather station that's coordinated through the National Weather Service Los Angeles, and you'll see ours that are there, and you can click on it and tell you what the climatology is and what's going on with the weather. And if it's in yellow, that means it's getting close to having red flag criteria. So we look at this every day on our risk analysis. Next, please. And so this is still that Fire 1 site that you can click on there. With 5 clicks of the mouse, you can get any piece you want. So how do we use it? Next, please. We go to our pocket cards. Next, please. And so we have a daily risk analysis, in our 6 forecast zones for Los Angeles County. We focus on the Santa Monica Mountains, and with this, it takes in all the RAWS data, and which is the climatology or weather, and it puts it through the Whopper computer, let's just say, and gives us a burning index. Next, please. And so with this burning index, the burning index is 70 today for Malibu. Well, what does that mean? We have an interpretive. We go through 100 years worth of fire history. We take historical climatology, and it shows us what it looks like, so we know what average is, what a high-risk day is, or what a low-risk day is. Well, how do we know what that means? We have an interpretive card that tells us with a burning index of 70, it gives the associated fire behavior, that low fire behavior intensity, routine weather for the area, and spottings routinely up to a half mile. And this marches out because we've used all the historical fire data. We know what the weather was with the day that the fire started, so it gives us a measuring tool to what the anticipation is what does a burning index of 70 mean for today? So that helps with our operational readiness. And this is all available for you to look if you just go to that fire one site. You can see it. Next, please. And so this is just some of that interpretive tool as well. Next, please. So fire size, in the absence of Santa Ana winds for the area, 10 to 150 acres are highly probable within the first hour. And if you think back of the Sweetwater fire I just showed you, that's what it looks like. And large fire development does increase with the westerly wind. So if we have steep slopes with those full alignment features, which is the next slide, I believe is coming up. Next slide, this is what it looks like, is when you have that hot sun with the slope alignment and fire energy pushing up canyon upslope with that wind alignment pushing it, this is how you get a 40-acre fire. We routinely don't have stuff in the Santa Monica Mountains that start along the PCH and go to the north. They get over 250 acres. Hard to find for that to happen, and if it does, we usually have significant opportunities of success because we lose the sunlight, we lose those alignment features, we get a routine down canyon, down slope, and we catch it at the ridge lines. Next, please. And so for initial attack, this is what this looks like on routine days. So we need to target our routine days because everybody knows what Franklin fire looks like. We know what the Woolsey fire looks like. We know what the Palisade fire looks like. Those are the targeted times that we know going into it. But what is our relative risk on everybody's day that just went somewhere? This is what it looks like. Next, please. So your firefighters identify the intensity differences and take advantage of control opportunities. And so when you have the head of the fire that has the greatest intensity and rate of spread, as it moves 90 degrees from the slope, you lose intensity, and there's no fire suppression that's taken place on this fire. So we look at where the heel of the fire is and the flanks where the intensity is greatest. That's where we start to our control lines. This is where we push our hand crews, our engine companies, and our dozers and our aircraft to move that fire to get control and containment. So in closing, initial attack is highly likely, 5 to 50 acres, highly probable along the coast. Initial attack, 10, 250 within the first hour as we get inland. And I use that inland because not everybody stays in Malibu. You do maybe drive to Agora Hills, Westlake Village, Calabasas, 101. It's, as you know, you gain 20 degrees in temperatures as soon as you get past the tunnel. And so this is what it looks like for that area. And just knowing that we're in the area now from the city of Malibu that has had fire frequencies since the Woolsey Fire 2018, now the Palisades Fire, and you can have the same rate of spread, but you can't have the same fire intensity because you have younger fuels. It hasn't developed those 10-hour dead fuels to 100-hour dead fuels. That happens when we get age class of 25 years or greater, when the intensity that comes out of that fuel bed is something that is truly very challenging to stop. But when you have light fuels, hot, dry, windy, our control opportunities are significantly different because the heat energy that comes out of the fuel bed is different than it is at 10 tons per acre compared to 25 to 30. And so with that, next please. One thing I just want to focus on is our ready, set, go. Is be ready with a family plan in place, be informed for trending fire weather and watches and warnings, do not delay, implement your go strategies and follow the directions of sheriffs, fire, OEM, reliable resources that are giving you the right direction, not TikTok, not any of that stuff. Credible stuff is what we need. And don't delay. And just remember, in many of our evacuations, the time is the most valuable component and consistent that you need. Whether we're in an order, a warning, or a shelter in place, time is the only commonality there, is time. I know I'm over my 10 minutes, Susan. I'm not even going to make eye contact with her.
You did a great job. You hit 12 minutes. I'm very proud of you. Anyone have any questions? Halen.
I have many. Thank you so much for all of this. I really appreciate it. Okay, I'll try to do 5. Oh, now the pressure's on. So I've heard that we're in danger, basically. And that is historic. We know this. We live here. We live it. We know it. And I saw a lot of statistics. I'm curious, what has the fire department done, like, to date? Goats in the hills, brush clearing. What have we done for the Franklin burn scar to keep down new growth? Is there any, like, physical actions that you guys have taken to share?
So we have had our crews out in different areas. I know that MRCA has been working different properties as well in the area. I can't say specific within the city limits, but we are using our hand crews in coordination with MRCA and the Park Service on those. Do we have any big, robust fuels projects that you'll see that we just went through and did? No, we haven't, but we do those routinely all the time. Right now, we have goats working up at 69 Bravo, so we have goats working up there.
Yeah.
So as far as me to say, hey, look what we did, I do not have that for you.
Gotcha. Tomorrow I'll be with Doug over at Puerco Canyon, where we'll be seeing MRCA doing some brush clearing. So I do know that there is activity.
Correct.
It just would be nice to like have a list of action items of our land, which I'm going to try to get at some point. I was also wondering, we have alerts on our agenda tonight, and I was just wondering if you had experience with any of like FM alert or sirens, outdoor sirens, which I know Beverly Hills has. You know, I spoke to Dr. Neil Driscoll today from University of San Diego, and he has the watch duty cameras program, and he says that he's got 5 to 10 that he can install in the Santa Monica Mountains or in our area, because currently we have 3. So I was thinking maybe it would be a good time to put together a meeting with him, and maybe you and we can talk about targeted areas and add some of these watch duty cameras to get early intervention. And you could also put those cameras into the Lost Hills Sheriff's Crime Center. Is that something that you've worked on before?
I have. I'm your guy.
Oh, awesome.
So,
okay, great.
Yeah, so just easing back off of that, I can tell you that if a fire's reported, it gets reported and goes through the 911 system within 15 minutes, whether you have a camera or not, in the Santa Monica Mountains or in Southern California or LA County. We have a very robust, and it's done through Alert California, that they're all networked together. Some have more advanced technologies than others. The newest one that we just put in the area is up in Crummer Canyon, off the 101 above Las Virgenes. In our Fire Station 125's area, it's on MRCA property. That's the newest one that we had installed, so we can see out towards the Simi Hills. So that closes a gap. We have very good coverage, I can say, in the Santa Monica Mountains facing the south for those cameras. Can we have more cameras? The answer is absolutely yes, we can. And we can get them linked into the Alert California system.
Exciting.
And that's what we need. And we monitor those. Lost Hills Sheriff's monitors those all the time. We have, it's like NORAD at our dispatch center. We have it going on up there with the cameras.
Okay, that's great. Maybe I'll work on that and make some connections, because I also know some private property owners that would put cameras on their property that are up at the ridgeline. And I'm also, because I sit with Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, we can maybe work together on implementing some of those cameras, and also Topanga, you know, helping out our neighbors. I have our after action review of the Woolsey incident, and anybody this is very interesting stuff. I learned a lot from this, and I know that we have an evacuation plan which is coming back to us, I believe. I was wondering if you know anything about our zones, because I think the county maybe switched them up on us, and I just wanted to make sure that we're clear. Because I know I'm M113.
Yeah, we still own 11 through 14.
11 through 14.
Or 111.
Yeah, that is correct. However, during the Palisades fire, they did create some subzones that were under review. They were supposed to have removed them from the Genesis app, but as you noticed, they're still there. I mean, there is some value in having some subzones, and we're trying to looking at how we can best incorporate that concept. But the standard 4 zones remain the same.
Right. And on an incident, we had the ability to carve out certain areas that have a certain specific need. So one of those is like for Pepperdine. Pepperdine is a shelter in place, keep all the students there. We want nobody leaving. They are going to be fine at Pepperdine. We also have to have a plan for people evacuating to come to Pepperdine because it is that lifeboat, as I'd like to say, in that zone. So when we evacuate a zone and people assume that Pepperdine's in that zone, so now they go, oh my gosh, we're evacuating Pepperdine, and we're not. So Pepperdine stays in place.
Its own. And this just gets back to the alerts. Do you have any experience in communities that have implemented outdoor sirens and or FM? Yeah, you have. Yes.
That's a whole different deep dive because sirens are good, but if we don't train on everybody on what they mean, is it, okay, the siren goes out, does that mean we have a fire? Does that mean that we evacuate? But do we evacuate? Or what if we're in a shelter in place and we have people that leave? It can get really gummy, especially with wildfire. So for other type of things, for tsunamis, hurricanes, that has a certain meaning. You know that this is coming. You know what's going to happen. But with a wildfire, the sirens, we're going to have if we entertain it, have a very robust education component of who pushes the button and what does it mean? What does it mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any newer technology that you've experienced for residents that you've seen successful? In alerts,
anything can be successful if we train to it and people understand what ready, set, go is. And if we train to what the expectation is, it all can be very beneficial and is beneficial to everybody. But there's not one magic thing that's going to say a siren is not going to solve this problem.
Yeah, I think it's a multi-prong. It's like multiple tools in a toolkit because it's too big for
Be informed, listen to the weather, watch the news, and have a family plan in place on those high-risk days.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Chris?
Well, first of all, it's very inspiring to see somebody who's got such expertise and be able to explain it as well as you do. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Got a lot out of your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, from the time someone spots a wildfire or a fire breaking out in the mountains to the time that a water drop can be done, what is that? What's the delta?
Well, it just depends. You're saying if a fire starts, what's the delivery and how long does it take? I can tell you that we have at our West County at Camp 8 up Rambla, we have the camp, so proximity to the city of Malibu, depending on where it starts, is very close. From Barton Heliport, where our 10 aircraft are, air time as it spools up and gets here is less than 12 minutes. And then we also have a partnership with Ventura County coming out of Camarillo to get here, which is also within 12 minutes. But it's all dependent upon, we fly at night. Is there aircraft in the air already? Are they working another fire? Are they sitting at Camp 8? But all of our aircraft are equipped to snorkel on their own, grab water, and distribute it to a fire.
Do they get dispatched immediately upon
a
sighting?
They get dispatched immediately. On any wildland response, our aircraft, 3 of them get dispatched. And then if we have, as we get to September, you're also going to get the 2 super scoopers and the contract air, which is 55.
Okay. And the other, it's question and observation. The evacuation zones, the numbers are really more administrative for you guys than they are for population, is my understanding. During the Palisades fire, I was encouraging our staff, and they did it, and it was great, to give geographical descriptions in addition to the numbers, like saying, west of Encinal or east of such and such. I'd like to see that done going forward. I mean, I think that the community knows the areas of Malibu much better than they know numbers.
And that's been our standard practice since we've been doing this since I've been here. But we're even thinking of renaming the C111, because no one relates to that, right? So we can call it Big Rock Zone or something like that people can relate to a little better. So that's part of what we're looking at, to make it easier for people to right away know what that area is.
Let's get that done. I think that would be much more helpful.
And we use that Genesis Connect for that. It used to be called Zone Haven, now it's Genesis Connect. So with the zoning, we have to work with them on making sure that but Susan and I have had quite a bit of discussion on this, because we want it to be as simple as possible so people recognize but on how that looks. The zone, I can say I feel 100% confident on the 4 zones and how they look. And I know that if we have an incident that we can isolate those different zones for a specific need. It's not just for wildfire. It's an all-risk tool. So that's why we're able to compartmentize it, to put a polygon in something for a different messaging or a specific need. Great question. Thank you.
Chief, we're going to let you go eventually.
I'm in it to win it, sir.
It's always a pleasure to have you here. I learn something every time you come in. And and I say this every time he comes up. For those of you who don't know, nationally, he's known as the fire whisperer.
Oh, gosh.
Because he knows where fires go, and you get called out for things all over Southern California and the state. So we're lucky to have you here. I'm going to give you a softball toss-up so that you can tell everybody, tout what you guys are doing. A few months ago, City of Malibu and MRCA said, we'll give you some money for Firewise. And we said, we don't need the money for Firewise. We need money to stop the fires before they get to Malibu. And from that came a joint effort with the state of California, state parks, MRCA, Santa Monica Mountain Conservancy. And when they said, well, we need to hire a consultant, we said, we don't need to hire a consultant. We need to hire Drew Smith. And you guys already had your packages of things to do in the mountains. And I know right now Supervisor Horvath has been very supportive of this. Can you talk for just a moment about what we're referring to as the 6 critical tasks that you want to undertake in the Santa Monica Mountains and where this goes to going forward?
Right. So working with our landowners, who you just mentioned, I was looking at, we know at the historic fire corridors, we have a blank canvas in the Santa Monica Mountains with the Franklin, the Woolsey, and now the Palisades. How do we want it to look? How do we maintain that mosaic landscape? How do we look at those targeted fuel beds that we want to keep nice and the beauty here, but how do we manage that land? And I've talked to the term land management plan. So we look at certain areas so we can come up with a fuels reduction project. And I don't want people to think that we're going to make it look like the moon. It looks like the moon after a fire comes through here. So how do we preserve that? And that is through land management practices, whether it be through grazing with land mammals, the goats, whether we do mechanical modification or we use prescribed fire. Those are the 3 ways we do it. And we look at what the right application is for the right area, come up with that scope of work, and then manage the landscape is what our intent is. And we've been trying to do that for years and years and years. And so I appreciate, your fire department appreciates the cooperative relationships now that are people having buy-in saying, we need to do something about this. How do you do it? Because we can't just wait for the next fire for it to be the moon again. We need to manage it responsibly. So totally to answer your question and make it even longer, we're going to keep looking at those areas. And there's more than 6. We have more that are here. So we have some here in Malibu. We have some as we go inland. We have some as we go up all the way up to the 118 freeway with LA City and Ventura County. We have all those targeted areas looked at and how we want this managed landscape to look. And we want it to look pretty. We want it to look like we're very environmentally sound in what we're doing, but we know where our vulnerabilities are, and we have to all work together to come up with that land management plan on how it looks for the right application over the course of time. And it's got to be a broken mosaic landscape. Continuous chamise fuel beds from the 118 freeway all the way to the coast creates destruction. How do we break up the landscape, make it good for the land mammals? How do we make it good for people to live here? And how do we have the best possible outcome for when a wildfire starts? That's a tough balance, and that's what we're working on.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Steve?
You did good. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to thank you. I mean, we're very lucky to have you here and the team that you've assembled and all the hard work with everything. So thank you for coming and informing us. And I just want to remind the residents, please, please, please get your plan in place. We know fire is a reality. The best thing you can do is to help all the agencies be ready when the call comes, because it will come, and we know that. So get your plan in place, talk to your neighbors, have a contact outside the zone to make phone calls to, and be that person in case you guys are, your family is separated. So take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, the next group we have up, Malibu Long-Term Recovery Group presentation. And this is a new group that's forming within Malibu. I'm really happy. I've been a part of their meetings, and I'm excited to have them introduce themselves to the community, and I think they're going to bring a lot of really good support to our community members. So Gus, would you please join us at the podium? And we've asked everybody to try and do 10 minutes, so.
Oh, I'll keep it to 10 minutes.
Or less.
Or less. Good, good, good. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I'm deeply grateful. My name is Gus Peterson. My wife, Gretchen, and I moved here about 15 years ago. Our kids were born here and are growing up attending Malibu schools. They play soccer, baseball, softball, and other stuff up at Bluffs Park. We live here, we work here, we play here, we sleep here. We do pretty much everything here. And we are now deeply not just bonded to this place, but uniquely trauma bonded to this place that we get to call home. And I'm honored here tonight, and I'm honored to serve as director of something that has grown out of our deep love for this shared community, as well as the necessity of what happened in the fires in December and January. I'm the director of what's called the Malibu Community Long-Term Recovery Group, or you can call it by our very chewy acronym, MCLTRG. This group was formed in response to the fires, but more than that, this group seeks to provide a hope that now that the headlines have moved on, and they have, and the emergency response has packed up, and it has, we as a community, we will still be here for each other, not just in the short term, but in the long haul. It's in our name. We're here for the long term. So what is a long-term recovery group? Some of you might not be familiar with this. A long-term recovery group, or LTRG, is a collaborative partnership that is formed in response to a disaster. It brings together local nonprofits, faith-based organizations, community leaders, and government agencies. On the next slide, you'll see our current and growing list on the screen, if we could pull that up. And we have one mission: to walk with disaster survivors through the long process of recovery. And it is a long process, especially those who don't have the resources to do it alone. This is about more than disaster response. It's about helping the Malibu community rebuild our lives, regain our stability, and restore our sense of hope and belonging. It's about bringing our community home. It's in our mission statement. There's a QR code, if we can go back to the last slide. I'm just going to bounce back and forth between two slides. There will be a QR code up on this slide. You can scan that. It has our full mission statement on it. The last line in our mission statement says that our goal is community wholeness. So, who is the Malibu Community Long-Term Recovery Group? We have an executive board. I think 2 of the 3 executive board members are here today. Joel Dunn is the board chair from Malibu Pacific Church. Hi, Joel. Casey Ernest is the treasurer with the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. Hi, Casey. And Heidi Bernard is not here tonight. She's from Pepperdine University, and she is our secretary. I'll also ask Kevin Cox to wave. He is the representative of a key national partner, the Hope Crisis Recovery Network, and he has been a mentor to me and to our executive board as we've formed our long-term recovery group, and I'm deeply grateful for his wisdom. I see Chris Frost here. Hi, Chris. Chris with the Malibu Community Fire Brigade is also part of our group, so thank you, Chris, and thank you for your participation and support, Mayor Riggins. So what do we do? What do we do with our long-term recovery group? There's 4 things I'll mention briefly. The first thing we do is listen and assess. The second thing we do is we gather and secure resources. The third thing we do is we coordinate and connect. And the fourth thing we do is plan for the future. A lot of the language that I'm about to share under those 4 points is aspirational. We're forming. We have an executive board, and our committees are growing to be able to support what we're doing. So what I'm sharing with you is the hope that we're reaching towards alongside you, our community, as we pursue community wholeness. So we listen and assess. One of our main partner organizations, the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu, has received a sizable grant to provide care coordination in response to these fires. And they have been doing that in a first-rate way since January, and also have been providing these services since Woolsey, because the Woolsey rebuild, as we all know, isn't complete. As a trusted community partner, the care coordinators who are being trained as we speak and active as we speak, the care coordinators will listen and assess the unmet needs of our community. Our first responsibility is to listen, and to listen thoroughly. And so we meet with the survivors, the homeowners, the renters, the individuals, the families, and any other community members impacted by the fires, and identify their unmet needs. After the FEMA aid, after their insurance aid, after any other aid or grants that they receive, there's still a sizable gap. So what are those unmet needs, and how can we connect these people to resources? Number 2, we gather and secure resources with the hope of being a one-stop hub so that fire survivors can be connected to the resources that meet unique needs. We're actively building partnerships across the city, county, and even nationally. Our goal is to bring in financial support, skilled labor, donated goods, and professional services, and anything else we might not be thinking about right now to meet the unmet needs that the care coordinators can identify. We know that the gaps are wide. Many are still displaced. Others are waiting for repairs, documentation, or clarity about policies or their future. We're here to help close those gaps strategically, collaboratively, and efficiently. Number 3, we coordinate and connect. One of the most important things we do is connect people to the right help at the right time. This isn't a handoff with a phone number and a pat on the back saying good luck. It's a coordinated effort. It's neighbors serving neighbors. This community has done this before. And as a community, I think it's safe to say that we're learning, and we're all committed to trying to grow and do it better. And we want to be a part of that. We help navigate complex systems, advocate on behalf of survivors, prevent duplication of services, and make sure nobody falls through the cracks. We are committed to doing this work in a way that is equally compassionate and effective. And number 4, we plan for the future. Recovery is not just about what was lost, it's about what we can build moving forward. Our work includes strengthening community resilience, improving disaster preparedness, and investing in systems that make us stronger and more connected. And by planning ahead, we can reduce the harm of future disasters and ensure that we can recover faster, smarter, and more equitably. So these are our aspirations. So why does this matter? When a disaster hits, there's an initial wave of support, and that's essential. I got a front row seat and a front row look at this when I started volunteering with the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu in January. And I became the default forklift driver. Even though I hadn't driven one in 20 years, I offloaded pallets of donated goods. I got to interact with a lot of people impacted by these fires, deeply passionate and compassionate people who are serving our community and who need help from our community. And then I heard about the need for the long-term recovery group to form, and it was a no-brainer to me. So it's been an honor to volunteer through the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. It's even more of an honor to continue in this role and to experience both the initial wave of support and to anticipate moving forward and discovering all the ways to support the long term. And real recovery takes time, it takes organization, it takes follow through, and it takes community. You all know this deeply. And that's what the MCLTRG is here to provide, the staying power, the support, the long-term support that extends months, even years beyond the day of the fire. So our goal is simple but not easy, to walk with every person who needs help until that help is no longer needed. It's not going to happen overnight, but we believe wholeheartedly in community wholeness as a group. We are committed within our group to seeking wholeness during our meetings and interactions. Because if we don't have a good sense of wholeness within our group, hard conversations with one another, and if we don't commit to getting to the other side of those hard conversations with one another, then I really think we have no business seeking wholeness in this community. So it's one of my goals as the director to have a group that pursues wholeness itself so that we can serve the community and as we reach for wholeness. So how can I be involved? How can we get involved? As I said, our language is aspirational, so it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse, but I do appreciate the question. I want to say that we're committed to being here for a very long time, and I'm happy to answer that when the time is right. There are two main ways right now you can engage. Through this QR code, you can go to our website and there's a little info form you can fill out. If you've been affected by the fire or in need of support, we encourage you to reach out through the link. We are here to help, and our process is built around respect, confidentiality, and partnership. If you're in a position to offer help, whether that's through your time, your skills, your professional services, or a financial donation, we welcome your involvement. Please reach out. Let's go to the next slide. I want to point out one thing as I start to wrap up. You'll notice on the lower right corner of this slide, it says as of July 9th, 2025. This is our list of partners as of July 9th. It's not a closed book, and I don't mean to communicate that this is a closed book. This group can and should grow, and I look forward to hearing from you and you as this group grows and in the months and years to come. We will need the help. So the best way to get started, as I said, back to the first slide, the QR code, our website, MalibuCommunityLTRG.org. You can register for support there. If you've been impacted by the fire and are already on radar in the system with Boys and Girls Club of Malibu, then you're already on radar. Boys and Girls Club of Malibu is our care coordinating partner. If you're already in the system, I don't know, reach out anyways. I'd love to respond via email and connect. And the second thing you can offer is your help. If you're in a position to give, and many people have, and I'm deeply grateful and humbled by all of the assistance, please reach out. Plug in. It's a very simple form, and I look forward to hearing from you. Let me close by saying this, and I hope I've kept it below 10 minutes. We've been through a lot, individually and collectively, a lot, an unreasonable amount. My family was evacuated during Franklin. The fire came right up to our neighborhood. And we watched fire come down the hill towards where we evacuated to. And thankfully, our neighborhood was spared. But there's a little bit of survivor's guilt that goes along with that. As I carry that, every story that I hear is so precious and hard. And this group of earnest and compassionate people who so far make up the Malibu Community Long-Term Recovery Group is a good group. They're good people. I hope, City Council, that you'll trust us over the next several years, that you'll partner with us as we seek to restore community wholeness, because it really is a beautiful thing when neighbors show up for neighbors. Fires leave lasting marks on lives, families, and communities, but even in the midst of the loss, the power of neighbors showing up for neighbors is gorgeous. And that's what this group is about. It's not just a response, it's a movement towards healing, wholeness, and preparedness. Thank you for your time. I'm grateful to be with you tonight.
Thank you, Gus. Any questions or comments from the dais?
I just wanted to say thank you for coming, and it was very inspiring. Hello, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Look forward to everybody continuing to work with you and seeing the great work that's going to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation, Los Angeles County Beaches and Harbor presentation on Zuma Shoreline Restoration. And Coastal Resiliency Planner, Emiko Ines?
Ines, yes.
Thank you. Will present. Thank you.
All right. So I have a PowerPoint. Yes. Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Emiko Ines. I'm a Coastal Resilience Project Manager from LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors. With me here is Russ Woodrow. He's a very able coastal engineer from Coastal Frontiers, and his company takes care of all of our coastal resilience needs. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share the county's coastal resilience efforts and projects that is located in your city. Next slide. In 2023, our Board of Supervisors made coastal resilience a priority, recognizing our sandy beaches and public access are threatened by erosion, and these beaches need to be nourished with sand as soon as possible. There are three major efforts under the Coastal Resilience Initiative. Living Shoreline Demonstration Project implement nature-based solutions to coastal erosion. I will be presenting one of the projects today. SCOOP, the Sand Compatibility and Opportunistic Use Program, establishes 5 pre-approved beach sites for relatively small beach nourishment projects whenever beach quality sand becomes available from land development projects or flood control maintenance activities. We are currently applying for various permits, and the program will be up and running around mid-2026 for 10 years. Zuma Beach is one of the pre-approved receiver sites. And we're talking to California State Parks about range dam removal project and potentially using the sand from the dam to replenish Zuma Beach in the future. State parks will have to obtain their own permit as a sand provider. The LA County Regional Coastal Strategic Adaptation Plan, or RCSAP, develops a regional coalition of stakeholders and prepare a strategic plan to facilitate implementation of regional shoreline management activities for the coastal LA County coast from Rio Corio Beach to the north to the Torrance Beach to the south. We had the first workshop in May with coastal jurisdictions to discuss preferred coalition structure. City of Malibu staff participated in the workshop, so thank you very much. The next stakeholder meeting, which will be open to the public, is tentatively scheduled for October 20th. We're planning to share this information widely, and if City of Malibu can help us spread the word, that'd be great. Next slide, please. The Coastal Resilience Study in 2023 identified 3 beach locations to demonstrate the nature-based solution to increase resilience to present and future coastal hazards and preserve and enhance equitable public access to county beaches. As you can see on the map, Zuma Beach was one of 3 locations selected through the study. Next slide. Living shorelines, in this case made up of dunes, make the coast more resilient using natural processes. When you have a healthy dune habitat, it's not only ecologically beneficial, but also acts as a buffer zone during large storms and retains sand on the beach longer. The photo shows a living shoreline project in Cardiff State Beach. Next slide, please. So this is the project location for the Zuma Living Shoreline Project. Through this project, we would like to expand public access to the beach and recreational opportunities on the beach. We would also like to protect the critical public infrastructures such as parking lots, restrooms, lifeguard stations, and Westport Beach access road to Point Dune Beach. We also like to increase sandy beach and dune habitat. And all these things contribute to local and regional economic benefits. Our project area is located just south of Broad Beach in red dashed line. These Broad Beach and Zuma Beach and Point Dune Beach belong to the Zuma littoral cell, where sand moves back and forth between these three beaches. Sand in this area moves towards northwest in summer with the south swell, and towards southeast in winter with the northwest swell. And generally, winter swells tend to be stronger than summer swells, so the net sediment transport direction tends to be towards southeast or towards Point Dune Beach. And eventually some sediment ends up in Dune Submarine Canyon or go around the point and keep going towards Santa Monica. Researchers found that the sand that used to come down from Mugu Canyon up north to this area has been trapped by Mugu Submarine Canyon for the last 30 to 50 years. This means that we lost a large sand supply to the Zuma littoral cell, adding more reasons for a need to artificially bring sand from elsewhere to nourish the beaches in this area. And one more important point, the vertical dashed line separates two different marine protection designations. The Point Dune side is designated as a state marine reserve, meaning any constructions under the mean high tide line are prohibited. And that includes beach nourishment or placing sand directly on the beach. So beach nourishment is only done on Zuma Beach as part of this project. And we'll take advantage of the natural sediment transport to move the sand toward Point Dune Beach over time. Next slide. This is the selected conceptual design after conducting alternative analysis in the feasibility study. Approximately 500,000 cubic yards of sand will be dredged from Santa Monica Bay and placed on the yellow area on Zuma Beach. The actual borough site will be determined in the next planning phase. After widening the beach, a series of dune habitat areas will be installed, which are purple squares on the map. The green existing dune habitat areas at Zuma Creek and Point Dune Beach will be improved and enhanced. Detailed dune designs will be determined in the next phase. Next slide. So here's the next steps. Right now, we are just finishing up the feasibility study this month. In phase 2, will include preliminary engineering and design, environmental review and permitting, and also graphic design and education signage for public education and outreach. And the right photo is the existing dune habitat at Zuma Beach, and the photo at the bottom is the bike path and a winter sand berm that we build each year for winter. This is what we currently do to prevent coastal flooding to our inland infrastructure. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. The photo shows the winter berm looking from the beach side. As you can see, the high tide line comes right up to the foot of the berm. And if high surf condition happens during high tide, this berm can withstand this with the wave impact and keep infrastructure behind it dry. But if the beach gets narrower, we won't be able to build this winter berm to protect the structures. So this is my contact information. You can sign up to receive email updates on our Coastal Resilience webpage. You can also send any questions or comments to the Coastal Resilience email address. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm going to let others ask questions because I think you have the most.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes.
So Doug, do you have any questions? Okay, Bruce?
I'm good.
Steve?
There's been a project going on at Zuma Beach to replenish the plants on the dunes. Are you aware of that? I mean, I think it used to be Heal the Bay, but I can't remember who exactly.
Oh, the Bay Foundation.
Bay Foundation, yeah. I mean, we're pulling out all the non-native plants and putting in other plants for the purpose of which is to prevent the sand from getting taken away. And I mean, are you guys working with them at all, or is that part of the program you're going to do?
We are working with the Bay Foundation, but I'm not sure what is being done right now.
You got to coordinate with them. They're doing they're trying to do the same thing you're doing, just with a different model, but they've got kids working there helping them out. I mean, they sort of made it an educational project as well as an environmental one. They got to just somehow make contact with them and see what they're doing, because I think it could help you out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would concur with that because I think we've got Broad Beach where the homeowners are trying to do something, but they can't get approval to do anything. They want to work on sand nourishment. Now the county doing this project, the Bay Foundation doing the dune repair, and I think actually the one on Westward Beach, between the restroom and the road, there was kind of a bit of destruction because of some of the winter storms and things. So it'd be nice if everybody coordinated and got together to have one comprehensive project. That would be my suggestion. Now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Conrad, who I know has a lot of questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm a surfer.
Me too.
Awesome. How is this going to affect the surf? Because I heard 10 years starting in 2026. Did I hear that right? Like the
that's
project?
a SCOOP program?
Yeah, I was just taking notes and I heard 10 years starting 2026.
Oh, so that's a permitting term for 10 years for
Okay.
SCOOP program. So for 10 years from 2026, the county will be able to receive sand from the sand provider, whoever has beach quality sand. So that's all there is.
So the project could go on for 10 years if it needed to, which we kind
if
of.
sand is available.
So it's dependent on sand, which is coming from the Ringe Dam?
Potentially. But the project that I was talking about is the Living Shoreline Project, which includes a large-scale beach nourishment project, which is a separate thing from SCOOP. SCOOP is a small-scale beach nourishment.
Because Zuma has really nice, large beaches, probably the biggest that we have here. I would say put the money into fixing the bathrooms and also the buildings that you're hoping to protect because they're outdated and nobody can use them. So, I mean, I understand that the environment is important, but I think we could fix like the Zoomer Beach underpass first so that Malibu residents
Different grant bucket.
Okay. I'm just hoping that we're using the funds and then also thinking about the Malibu residents and the visitors that it serves, because we have lots of visitors that come here to surf and to use the beach and to enjoy the recreation. And I hope that that doesn't. Can't use the bathrooms. Thank you, Steve. But also, like, what does this mean? If we're talking about the Ringe Dam, that's Las Virgenes. That's our in-way out canyon. I really would like to hear more about all of this.
Okay. I can come back with more details. But the Zuma Beach, as wide as you think it is narrowing. We lost a large sand supply, like I said, from Mugu Canyon. All the sand up there is trapped. It's not coming down anymore. And if we don't start planning now, it's going to be too late. There'll be no beach where people want to come visit. So we're starting to plan this now because this is a large scale beach nourishment where we are we're going to have to hire a dredging contractor.
Oh my!
And we're learning that these dredging contractors usually are placed in the East Coast. They have to come around the Panama Canal to come to the West Coast. Demobilization cost is like $10 million. These are very, very large projects. But the neighboring beaches in Orange County, San Diego County, Ventura County, they're all thinking the same thing. So we're working together to have these hopper dredgers come to the West Coast and share a cost so that these beach nourishment projects can be done in a reasonable cost so that we can all keep enjoying these sandy beaches, right?
I know. Thanks, Drew. Sorry. Well, I would like to get to the bottom of.
Okay,
we'll
from the audience.
Maybe
we'll
I
set
can
up another
contact
time.
you and we can do a workshop because our residents, or at least myself, I see that you have a workshop coming on October 20th. And I would love to work with you to help support getting the communication out so that we are fully engaged and aware of what you guys are proposing. Because it sounds like this is going to happen to us regardless of what we say. Is that right? Sometimes I ask this of Caltrans and they say, this is just happening whether you're on board or not. Is this true, or can we have larger discussions about it?
Yes.
It's very important to me to understand it really more thoroughly.
Right. Russ can probably add something on surfing.
Maybe just an overview. So as Emika was talking about, our beaches, and you're aware of this, are gradually narrowing, and so this is trying to be a little bit proactive. And so as beaches narrow, we don't have a sandy beach, then the waves will break on existing infrastructure, seawalls, something like that. When you talk about concerns about surfing, I think the better response would be surfing on a sandy beach where you don't have the reflected waves coming in and out. A sandy beach would be better in that situation. And plus just the sand beach, in addition to being an economic engine by bringing for the locals and tourists to come, it provides natural shore protection instead of more armoring to the shoreline. And one example is just what Emiko said at Westward Beach. You almost lost a restroom. You lost part of the road. So, these erosion factors are happening. And so instead of armoring something, let's plan ahead and do beach nourishment. And what we're talking about primarily for this larger scale would be to take offshore sand sources and mine sand from deep water offshore where they're not in the system. You're not robbing from Peter to Paul. They're out of the system, dredge that sand and placing it on the beach. We've got a lot of experience, with that type of technology up and down the coast. And that seems to be the most straightforward way to place these types of sand volumes.
I would recommend that you reach out to our local surf community because you have decades of experience on how those waves have changed and their input on their expertise. And I think they could be a lot of knowledge base to help inform this.
And it is sand placement. We're not placing structures out there. It's just restoring the sand because there's less sand coming in than is going out, and so we're in a deficit. So it's just trying to restore that.
Good.
To what the beaches used to be.
I hear you, but I can tell you, especially the lady in the audience who spoke up, she's been out here for, I'm not going to age her, but many decades, and she has probably been on the beach almost every single day of her life. And so she could be a wealth of knowledge just from a historical perspective for you. And she represents one of many. So, okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, great. We'll expect a good attendance on October 20th. And yeah, just let our staff know. We'll be happy to help publicize that and help with social media and everything else. We have a great team for that.
Do you have a card?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right. We're moving along. So now we're on to commission or committee updates. Do we have any commission or committee members? Mr. Shankman. Hello, Kevin.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, council members. I'm speaking to you this evening as chair of the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Commission. I'll note that Ms. Jacobson attempted to give me her time, so I'll try to be brief, but I hope that you'll give me some leeway here. The commission held its first meeting on June 30th, the first meeting in 17 years. There were approximately 40 attendees, council member Conrad included among them. I know that the commission appreciates her attendance in particular. The first thing we did is reviewed the minutes from the last meeting in 2008, which is kind of interesting. I don't think any of us were there. Paul Grisanti said he was, so maybe. At that meeting, though, we learned several residents described how their rent had been increased well beyond the amount allowed by the rent stabilization ordinance, even quadrupled over the course of just a few years. But nothing was done about that at the time, and no further meeting was ever held to address the issue. We were informed by Ms. Pettijohn that the city has records of the rents charged, and the committee was eager to see those records to get to the bottom of the issue. We discussed how there was no readily available form or other information about how a resident would complete a rent reduction application for the committee's consideration. We discussed how the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance needs to be amended to, among other things, address concerns raised by Assembly Bill 768, so the state does not eliminate rent control for many Malibu mobile homes. Then we discussed scheduling of the next meeting. Every commissioner promised the residents that we would not allow what happened in 2008 to happen again. We promised that the next meeting would be within 30 days and that staff would coordinate with the chair and vice chair to schedule the next meeting. We have already broken that promise. Having not heard from staff, I took it upon myself to coordinate the scheduling of that next meeting, confirmed that a quorum was available August 6th, 7th, or 8th, but staff then told us that, quote, at the direction of the city manager and city council, mobile home residents just aren't a priority. So before coming here this evening, I checked to see what was a priority. I saw since the reconstituting of the Mobile Home Commission, the Planning Commission has met 13 times, Public Safety 7, Public Works 5, Parks and Rec 5, and the Arts Commission 5. Yet we can't manage to meet for the mobile home residents more than once in that time. I don't think this council ever directed that mobile home residents are not a priority. So we are now faced with a conundrum. We can wait even longer for staff to come around. Maybe if you tell the city manager and staff this evening to get it done, it might. That's what it took to even get a first meeting. Or maybe we as commissioners should agendize our own meetings, post the agenda outside City Hall and have the meetings without staff support. It's not ideal, but if we have to do that, I'm confident that my colleagues on the commission will do that. So my ask here today is to avoid that, instruct city staff as required by the statute to schedule the next meeting for this month. Thank you.
I'm going to allow staff to respond to that because contrary to words said, I find that highly improbable, but I'll let Kelsey handle it.
If you'd like me to address the quote, I believe the statement the commissioner was referring to was my statement that we are prioritizing disaster recovery and balancing those needs with the other work and day-to-day operations of the city at the direction of the city manager and city council.
Thank you for that clarification.
We are working on scheduling an upcoming meeting, but we do have other obligations as well that we have to accommodate in our schedules.
Trevor, do you want to add anything? Is there any? I mean, I think that the council, I'll speak for all of us, but we do find this as a priority, and I believe that staff does find this a priority also, and they will work with the calendar to find a date that this can meet.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Kelsey's been working on setting that up. It's coordination of staff and the available space, and I know they've been working on also on other items for the agenda on it.
Bruce?
It's a question of Trevor. It's not ideal, but are they legally allowed to meet through their own posting an agenda and finding space to do it?
I don't believe so.
We can.
Yeah, the power hasn't been delegated
Well, a
to
lot
them
of
to do
people
that.
do
That's
other things in other
responsibility of the
cities we
clerk
don't.
in our city to post the agendas. So,
Follow-up?
Well, is the only thing the clerk has to do is post the agenda?
Who's going to take minutes?
I mean, if the council wants to set up a commission to go and set that up for itself, there would be a number of different logistical issues we want to do to go through if that's something that the council wants to do. But the commission doesn't have the schedule for what space is available. We do need staff to attend the meetings. I'm not sure what we're proposing here.
All right. Kevin seems to think otherwise. He's an attorney also. Maybe the two of you can talk it over at some other time and see if there's any leeway.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I was just going to say that I'm sure, Kelsey, I'm sure that there's a lot of meetings, and there's a lot of backlog, and there's a lot of issues that we're dealing with. But has council never directed staff to find the meeting time? Have we never said, I would like to get council consensus to direct staff to find a meeting time for mobile home commission next meeting?
The council did discuss before their initial meeting. I don't remember if you gave formal direction or if we just understood the concern and were able to schedule the meeting. You're not required to give direction for us to schedule further meetings, but we are doing that in our normal day-to-day operations under the direction of the city manager. If the council has specific desires for the commission or its frequency, we would need that direction from the body.
Okay, yeah. Originally, I was saying to you guys to just do your thing, because it's a lot to do here. I don't know how the law works, but I would be, if you set up a camera and did a lot, like a recording and a live Zoom and agendized it and publicized it, there's a problem with that. Because I sometimes want to do that. Here.
My recommendation to the council is to have the city clerk post this to make sure we comply with the Brown Act and all the requirements of it, and also to make sure we have space and staff available, and that the meeting is published fairly and for everyone to be able to attend.
So they can't do it in the Point Doom Club?
Councilmember, if I could comment on some of the logistical issues. For instance, one of the requirements of the Brown Act is for the agenda to not just be physically posted at the meeting location, it's also required to be posted on the city's website in compliance with the act and the legal posting deadlines. That's not something volunteers typically have access to. The commission also does need materials prepared by staff, or at least compiled by staff, to meet, which is part of the work of preparing for a meeting so that they can have a productive conversation.
I'd be happy to share
We're going to leave this in the staff's hands for now.
Let's just get a little meeting put together, please.
Drew, unfortunately, if you keep interrupting, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. So I appreciate your passion on this, and I don't want to do that, so please. Would it be helpful if we assigned a specific day and time for this meeting to meet? Would that help staff so that we have some regularity on that and there is a routine to that, so everybody would know that once a month this meeting's going to meet and such? Is that a compromise?
The primary purpose of the body is to respond to applications. I know there's some kind of research and education going on right now. I think long-term having a regular monthly meeting, it probably wouldn't be necessary. So I don't know if you want to commit to that, but if the council would like to discuss the regular meeting interval for this body, we could bring an item back for you.
I would love to find a date like today. I know it's so much pressure, and I'm so sorry, and I don't even know if you can, but I don't want to leave and have this happen again.
I will not be able to have a meeting date for you by the end of this meeting.
Okay.
It is something we're working on, something we will work more on.
I understand.
Since this isn't on the agenda, I'm not sure we can take any action, but perhaps we could, at our very next meeting, discuss giving the staff direction to what I would propose would be for the next 6 months to schedule a regular monthly meeting, and then after 6 months evaluate what the need for doing so thereafter, or whether it could be less frequent or whether it might need to be more frequent. Perhaps we could put that on the agenda for next meeting. It could be a quick conversation. It doesn't need to have a staff report.
I would join in on that. Doug?
Yeah, I agree with what just was posed by Councilman Silverstein. But one of the things I think that we may have missed on this is it seems like every commission has a department that is the mothership for it. And it shouldn't fall on Kelsey to be the mothership for this. Do we have someone assigned, some department assigned to work with Mobile Home Park?
It's a parks, maybe it's a Parks and Recs.
In the rules and procedures of the body, the city manager's office is tasked with staffing the meeting and providing support. At this time, I've been fulfilling the recording secretary role.
Okay, so it's not like the Public Safety Commission has a mothership with the Public Safety Department. Parks and Rec is part of community development.
No, historically, it's been the city manager's office.
Okay, all right.
We'll happily take responsibility for that.
We have consensus to have this as an item 2 weeks from now so that we can set a formal schedule.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
I'm not opposed, but I do have another question. On the agenda tonight, we have meetings and additional meetings and possible schedule of meetings. Is that something that we can talk about in that element of the meeting? Can we bring that up? Maybe they have, if we're scheduling and I don't know.
That's not the discussion.
We can look at the notice of that with the city attorney. I don't think it's broad enough to include that topic, and it wasn't specific to the Mobile Home Park Commission, so I'd be concerned that people interested in that topic may not have known to attend this meeting.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay. There's no other additional. We're going to go to the city manager update, and then I'm going to propose a break after the city manager update. But that will include public safety chalks from the sheriff and MRCA.
I will be brief since I stand between you and the bathroom. Good evening, Malibu. We've had some very busy weeks since our last council meeting. We've had some beautiful days, but we've had some gnarly events. We made it through a tsunami threat and a boil water mandate, all in the span of 1 week, and I'd like to personally thank each and every resident for their patience and resilience through it all. For some good news, earlier this month, we launched a staff recognition program highlighting the notable achievements of 12 of our outstanding staff members, and we will keep this program going on a monthly basis. Other good news is that Westward Beach has earned its second Blue Flag Award, which is a prestigious international recognition for clean, safe, and environmentally responsible beaches. We also won in 2023. Now news from the Community Development Department. On August the 6th, the City of Malibu hosted a community recovery workshop at City Hall, bringing together local residents and key recovery partners. The event featured a panel of speakers from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Small Business Administration, the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu, Malibu Community Long-Term Recovery Group, Community Brigade, and local families impacted by the Woolsey fire, who gave some very poignant testimonials. I encourage everyone to watch that workshop. More than 70 people participated, both in person and via YouTube live stream. Following the presentation, many attendees stayed to connect with the panelists and fellow community members, fostering continued dialogue and support for our rebuild and recovery efforts. The city also hosted an outreach table at Malibu Farmers Market on Sunday, August the 2nd, which was highly successful. The staff engaged approximately 40 to 50 members of the public, including 3 families directly impacted by the Palisades fire, who have since relocated to Malibu. Residents expressed their appreciation. Both residents and non-residents were impressed by the resources and information shared. Representatives from public safety and community development departments were on site to connect with community. Public safety's home inspection services received strong interest, and staff also heard several comments related to the city's permitting process. We are grateful to Council Member Euring, who stopped by to show support during the day. The market was well attended with a balanced mix of residents and visitors, and the city thanks the Cornucopia Foundation for the opportunity to collaborate at our hometown farmers market. This week, construction began on the first beachfront property rebuild following the Woolsey fire, which is a major milestone in Malibu's ongoing recovery. And a separate meeting has been scheduled for August 27th to discuss policy changes to improve the rebuild process for residents. From Public Works, construction continues to advance on the city's permanent skate park. Clover Heights storm drain improvements continue. The PCH Trancas Bridge is now complete. Caltrans will continue to perform some work related to the bridge through February 26th. From Public Safety, make sure you save the date of September 6th for the city's Safety and Preparedness Fair taking place here at City Hall. The annual fair will offer valuable resources and information on preparing for wildfires, earthquakes, storms, tsunamis, and other disasters as we come to know them. The LA Homeless Services Authority has confirmed yet another decline in the city's homeless population from 33 people experiencing homelessness to 21, demonstrating the effectiveness of our partnership with the Homeless Outreach Team, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the community at large. Fire season, as Captain Drews told us, is approaching, and there are things you can do. First, learn how your neighborhood can become a recognized FireWise community. Malibu currently has 13 recognized FireWise communities, and we need more. So please email Fire Safety Liaison Bradley Yoakum at byoakum@malibucity.org. Second, get a free home wildfire assessment. Our fire liaisons offer free home assessments. Please email firesafety@malibucity.org. Mind brush clearance around your home. And if there are any questions about vacant properties, please call LA County Agricultural Commissioner of Weights and Measures. The phone number is 626-575-5484. MRCA is also doing its part with brush clearance in the creation of fire breaks in high-risk corridors. So please check out the city manager newsletter for video links so you can see MRCA's work. From Community Services, Nature Walk and Story Time is this Wednesday, August 13th at 10:30 a.m. Meet at the Malibu Library and tour Legacy Park. Complimentary, but registration is required, so sign up on the city website. The Manifestation Meditation Workshop is this Thursday, August the 14th from 4:40 to 6 p.m. at Malibu Bluffs Park. Michael Landon Center for ages 16 and up. Please register on the city website. Come meet our new Poet Laureate, Charlotte Ward, this Thursday, August the 14th at 4 p.m. here at Malibu City Hall in the multipurpose room. Tuesday, August the 19th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. is a senior center excursion to the La Brea Tar Pits, The bus pickup and drop off will be at Malibu Bluffs Park. Pre-register by August the 12th for that. And that concludes my update for now, unless the locusts come next week.
Thank you for that thorough but rapid response.
Yes.
And now we hear from Sergeant Soderland.
Good evening. We're going to jump right into it. So as of yesterday, Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station has a brand new captain. And you all get first crack at him. So I can tell you the personnel are very, very excited to have him. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce to you Captain Dustin Carr.
Welcome, Captain. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mayor Riggins and members, council members. When I got to Malibu Lost Hills Station, this was the first city council I ever addressed in my career. And it's very fitting that you are the first city council that I address as your new captain. I've been your acting captain for the last 3 months, and it has been a very busy 3 months. As your interim city manager Bond knows, we've been working closely together, and every official in the city has been really first class, and I appreciate it. I look forward into the years to come, and I look forward to Malibu's recovery. It's really exciting. I'm very humbled that I was chosen, and I look forward to working very hard for you for the next upcoming years. So thank you very much. I'll be brief. I know you guys want your break, so thank you again.
All right. Now, I have the month of July crime statistics for the city of Malibu. So in July, there was 27 Part 1 crimes reported, and that brings our total for 2025 to 149. This compares with the same time last year to 260. So that is a minus 42.7% decrease year over year, which is good to see. Parker, if you can bring up the clip. So on July 19th, Malibu patrol deputies were utilizing the new license plate readers that Malibu installed when they located a stolen vehicle near Carbon Canyon. The deputies went into pursuit of that vehicle because he did not pull over. He was chased for a short while when CHP took over the pursuit in Pacific Palisades. CHP chased that truck to downtown Los Angeles, where they canceled the pursuit, and an LAPD unit who did not know that the car was stolen saw the truck riding on rims down the street, and they went into pursuit of it. So they were able to take that suspect into custody, and it all started here in Malibu. So that's the new license plate reader camera.
What part of the pursuit was done on foot?
Sergeant, just real quick,
Yes.
which one of the cameras, was it all the way through Malibu that you guys tracked him?
He came in off Topanga Canyon, but we found it near Carbon Canyon. So, moving on. So we heard some complaints about Surfrider Beach. So I had the beach team deputies do targeted enforcement at Surfrider Beach for the past several weeks. So that has resulted in 2 arrests, multiple citations for alcohol on the beach, dogs on the beach, and smoking on the beach. So the lifeguards and some of the locals there have talked to us and told us how much of a change they've seen in the behavior of the individuals at Surfrider Beach. So they're happy to see us there. We had a tsunami watch, as Candace pointed out earlier. That ended up being a non-issue, but we were deployed out with the fire department and the lifeguards throughout the night. We swept the beaches, make sure they were clear, and thankfully it was a non-issue. This past Saturday on the 9th, there was a road rage arrest, and that started at the 101 in Canaan. The suspect stopped his car at the traffic light at Canaan and Agora Road and exited his vehicle and pulled a gun out of his waistband to the victim. They were able to locate that vehicle, the suspect vehicle, at PCH in Canaan, where they did a traffic stop and were able to take him into custody. And inside the car, besides the unregistered firearm, which was commonly known as a ghost gun, they also found marijuana, LSD, psilocybin, ecstasy, a loaded extended magazine, Xanax, approximately 250 empty pill capsules, cash, and 80 clear small baggies, 2 cell phones, and a scale. So he was arrested for all those charges. Yesterday, there was a mountain lion attack, which I'm sure everyone has probably heard. So this happened at approximately 5:42 in the afternoon in the 32,500 block of Pacific Coast Highway near Encinal Canyon. An 11-year-old child was attacked by an adult mountain lion, which was uncolored. That child was in the backyard of a residence there. The child was treated on scene by the Los Angeles County Fire Department and transported by her family to a hospital where she was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Deputies immediately responded and kept an observation on the mountain lion. We also deployed a drone to make sure it didn't attack anybody else or leave the area. The California Department of Fish and Game responded, and they euthanized that mountain lion. And the investigation into the attack is being handled by the Fish and Game. So, finally, Malibu has a new school resource deputy, and he is here with us tonight. So I want to introduce Deputy Carlos Vindel. He will be Malibu's new school resource deputy. So he's going to introduce himself here. And The mic is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name's Carlos Vendel. I'm the newly assigned school resource deputy. I've been a deputy for 17 years. During my career, I've had various assignments. I've been assigned to this station for about 6 years. My last 2 years, I was ATO, relinquished that position to take on this new assignment. I believe that it's one of the most important positions that I've worked in my career because I've been tasked with pretty much ensuring the safety and security of every parent's prized possession, their children, right? Obviously, the goal is going to be to provide safety and security, but also to be a resource for students, staff, and the parents. I encourage them to ask me any questions while I'm on school campus, and then my lines of communication are open to them when I'm on duty. All right.
Great. We have one of our school leaders in the audience, so I will encourage them to. I thought, oh, maybe I'm confused. Never mind. Welcome to our community, and we thank you. And you're joining a great team, so I'm sure you'll fit right in.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Nice to meet you. I hope my teenagers, when they attend school, don't have to run into you, or they'll come and talk to you. So I'm excited to have you in the community. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, guys. So I do have 2 kids of my own, so I'm who are school age, so I'm familiar with kids and how they are, and it's easy to interact with them. So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Sergeant, would you clarify? Did you say the cat was not collared?
Correct, uncollared.
Okay, so it was just a new one to the area that they didn't have. Okay.
That's all I have. So
yeah, it's too sad.
What was the date of that truck that was followed?
that was on July 19th.
So I watched it.
Yeah.
I thought you guys were escorting it. I wasn't sure.
Was that the first time the automatic license plate readers have had a hit like this? Or you've had
one that's turned into something like this?
Yeah, but you've had other hits.
Yes.
Steve?
Sergeant, one quick question, and I've got a couple of phone calls last week, primarily from the Public Safety Commission regarding towing of cars. And I was told that the Sheriff's Department will not tow cars that are illegally parked. Is that a...
Can you repeat that one more time?
I was told that the sheriffs will not tow cars that are illegally parked. They gave me some examples of people that had parked their mobile homes, had tickets out the wazoo, and nobody would tow them away. Is that?
So we do tow cars that are illegally parked, yes. There's multiple criteria that they have to meet in terms of citations. There used to be a section in the vehicle code where if it had 5 or more unpaid parking citations, we were allowed to tow it. However, the Court of Appeals in California has decided that that is no longer valid, and so that prohibits us from towing cars with outstanding parking citations.
They didn't tell me that. So that's, okay, I think that was the example they were giving me. Some guy had a couple $1,000 worth of tickets.
Last year it changed. We used to be able to tow for outstanding parking citations. It's no longer valid.
So we have to find something new to do with these guys that are illegally parking their vans. Okay, that gives me something to work on. Thank you.
I had a, you done?
Yeah.
All right. So the license plate reader, it needs a front plate to do its job. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing and understanding?
It helps, yes.
It helps.
It reads rear license plates as well, but it's 50% there, so we need the front license plate too.
And it's state law to have a front plate.
Yes.
Okay, and it's really great to hear that crime is down. That's huge, even with the fires and in the fire areas, that we're not seeing an uptick in crime. That's great. And I really want to tell you how much I appreciate you going to Surf Rider. And I heard that one of the arrests might have been kind of violent, or he had a weapon.
Correct. One suspect was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon.
That's wild. Welcome to Malibu, Sergeant Wax. I am glad. That's all my questions. All right. Glad to have you all here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to request a very quick, hard 10-minute break.
MRC.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ranger Tim. Thank you.
Save the best for last.
You were
Good
so
evening.
quiet over there, and I didn't see you in the audience, so thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, well, good evening, Mayor and respectful City Council members. Nice to see everybody. And I have the Coastal Ranger MRCA report for the last month. In the last month, a total of 151 citations were issued involving parking and various park violations, such as smoking and alcohol. Currently, brushing clearance projects are active in mitigating fire suppression and prevention in all of our coastal area parks, such as Malibu Bluffs, Puerco Canyon, Corral Canyon, Upper Las Virgenes, and Tuna Canyon. And those are currently going on as we speak. Increased ranger and public officer patrols have been implemented at Escondido Canyon, Corral Canyon, and Lechuza Beach for enhanced public safety. Continuous park maintenance occurs throughout the coastal area parks and beach access ways. A total of 1,027 pounds of trash has been collected between June 29th to July 27th. No service calls were generated for this month in Malibu and or any new encampment developments. And this concludes my MRCA Ranger report. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ranger Tim?
Yes, I do.
Please, Councilmember Conway.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ranger Tim.
You're welcome.
I was just wanting to, I wanted to let you know that I think we need more ranger visibility on Winding Way for the Escondido hike. Usually there's people there, rangers, but recently there hasn't been, and the hikers are all walking back onto the road. And it's just such a dangerous situation that I worry somebody might get hit. So that was just my feedback.
Absolutely. I'll look into that, get some more ranger staffing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to comment, it is a welcome change to see MRCA taking active brush clearance. And I hope that continues, that it's the start of years of that activity, because it's good that they're being a partner in our fire protection in our area. So
nice to hear.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, now 10-minute break. Be back here at 8:42. Thanks.
Good night.
Turn to the dais, please, council members.
Get the hammer.
Doug, Halen. Where's Bruce? Trevor? I know I hear Doug's talking. I don't see Bruce. Halen. Kelsey. Bruce is the last one. We don't know where he is.
Hot potatoes.
We're going to be ready as soon as Kelsey says yes. Can we start with public comment before Bruce and Trevor come back? I'd like to, if that's possible. Okay, so we're going to resume. We're going to start with item 4A, communication from the public. Thank you. Oh, boy. Okay, we have 22 speakers. Let no more in-person speakers and halt our Zoom additional speakers. First person, we have Candace Bowen Ferguson, followed by Brian Bayshore, followed by Rick Casola. All right, easy. Hi, Candace, come on up.
Hi. Good evening, council members, city attorney, city manager, and city staff. At the June 30 meeting of the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Commission, the first meeting in 17 years, the commission promised to hold their next meeting within 30 days to protect our rent control. But here we are, more than 30 days later, and city staff has refused to schedule that next meeting. We're being told directly or indirectly that the residents of the Point Doom Club and the Paradise Cove just aren't a priority. Now, you know what? I don't believe that. We need this commission to be functional. We need transparency, and we need our rent control protected. I am here tonight to make my voice heard. Please do your part to ensure the commission reconvenes without delay. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Candace. Okay, Brian, and then Rick, and then Marty.
Good evening, Mayor Riggins, Council. I'm also here to voice my concerns about the meeting and getting this done. I've lived in the Point Doom Club my entire life, 33 years, and the mobile home community is a huge part of the heart of Malibu, and having this action get taken is more important than it has been given due. So just voicing more support for that. And thank you guys.
Thank you. Rick, Marty, and then Ann Kay.
Yeah, hi. How you doing? I feel the same way that Candace does. This is where we live, and it's really important. And I know you've had other meetings with, the beach regurgitation and the sand going in and out and whatever. I know it's all important. But this is where we live, And I think it's something that really needs to be dealt with. We need to be protected. And I count on you to do the right thing, okay? Just do the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Marty, followed by Ann Kay, followed by Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Marty Vignatas Casola. I also live at the Point Doom Club. I've lived there for 33 years. And it's an amazing community that we all need protected. And there's a lot of seniors that live there and a lot of people that are on, we're not the wealthy, Malibu residents. A lot of us are on fixed incomes, Social Security, and we would like you to move forward with having a meeting for us and helping us. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Anne?
So my name's Ann Komarask. I actually had a discussion with Halen the other day, and one of them was about which one of us is running for governor. She said she was not. So I'm running for governor. And so I am not a Democrat or Republican. I don't have any party affiliation. Hopefully I can make things happen, including the school district, taking care of trucks, trains, energy. And much how my little trip to Washington went, nobody knew. Same goes again. But this time I did tell my mother and my fiance and stuff. So people know this time you got the heads up. So technically you guys are the for 6 people, the Red Cross. I let the Red Cross guy know. So you guys are the 6th because it's a corporation, you're an entity. And so the city of Malibu Incorporated has given birth to a campaign. And so hopefully I can get your support, not just you, but everybody, because we have to make friends with President Trump. He is their elected official, and so is Governor Newsom. They both deserve respect, and that's the way it should be. And if we want to get FEMA aid, we need to make peace with President Trump. And I think he will be a friend of Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Mullen? Thank you. Followed, is Andy still here? Andy Lyon? No? Okay. And David Harris is after that. Hi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Mullen, and I have the honor of representing Southern California Edison on behalf of the City of Malibu and the Los Verdes Malibu communities. I recently coming from LA Metro, and I've had the pleasure of serving this community under the Senate and serving Fran Pavley. I've had some really robust discussions with your city manager and staff on critical issues with Malibu, and I just want to state that it's really important for me to be here and be an empathetic face and learning from your stakeholders their critical needs, and to be a support for the staff and the city when you have questions in regards to Southern California Edison. So please utilize me, and I look forward to building strong relationships with each of you. Thank you.
Great. I would just like to say that hopefully maybe we can have a more robust presentation by Edison, especially as we're getting with the PSPSs. So that would be nice for our community to understand what's coming towards us.
I know this isn't a back and forth, but with I still having time, we are looking to have a town hall coming up before the end of September hosted here in Malibu.
That will be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, David Harris, followed by Katarina Feingard, followed by Joe Drummond, and I'll check your speakers.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is David Harris. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Community Development Center USA. That's one hat I'm talking about tonight. And my second hat is the American Red Cross. So first I'd like to say in your presentations today, the fire chief nailed it. Great presentation. Second, I heard Boys and Girls Club of Malibu. And I got to tell you, during the fire response, that organization really stepped up and partnered with the Red Cross. And what a great team you have here in Malibu with that organization. I'm here tonight to talk about Tesla and our partnership, Community Development Center USA during the wildfires set up a partnership with Tesla to provide the wireless service, free Wi-Fi to the communities of Palisades and Malibu. And for folks that are out in the community that have been using that service that agreement ended in July. And I'm here to publicly thank Tesla for stepping up and coming into our two communities here, Malibu and Palisades, and providing that service for the last 6 months, since January. So thank you to Tesla. That's my CDC USA hat. And now for my Red Cross hat, I also am the distribution of emergency supplies coordinator for LA County with the American Red Cross. And I have to give big shout out to your staff during the response in the coordination and the ability to be present, physically present at the scenes, and to offer carte blanche, what do we need to distribute. The re-entry point here in Malibu at the pier was key. And so thank you for providing that leadership and guidance and the space. Also, Whole Foods stepped up, and also the county at the library stepped up. So it really shows when government and non-governmental agencies can work together to distribute. Our largest day was about 1,500 families touched here at your Malibu reentry point. And that's pretty impressive on a daily basis for almost 2 months daily. So, yeah. And then lastly, I happen to notice possibly an appointment of a city manager, Rhonda Perez, and I can tell you firsthand, I've worked with her in the past on multiple activities, and she is present.
Sorry, David.
That's okay. That's all I
Appreciate
needed to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Katarina Weingard.
Hello, everyone. My name's Katerina Vinograd. I live in the Point Doom Club, and I am once again begging and pleading with you guys to allow us to have a meeting, whatever needs to happen. We are a rare species in Malibu. We are part of the old dying Malibu. We are as iconic as the birds and the mountain lions and everything else. And as you're all aware, we've been taken over by Hometown America. That is definitely not our friend, and we don't trust them, and we really need to protect ourselves. So please, please, please don't leave us like the mountain lions that are still dying of the roadside poisoning. I think that's still hanging on. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, I see Kevin and Oliver, so you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager Bond. This week we read about a foreign investor spending $65 million to buy 9 properties destroyed by wildfire. These weren't just parcels. They were homes where kids learned to surf, where neighbors looked out for each other, and where we watched the sunset together. Every time a displaced family sells to an investor, we lose more than a piece of land. We lose part of Malibu's heart. 7 months after the fire in January, it's taken to issue just 1 rebuild permit. Have we learned nothing from Woolsey? Families can't wait years while their lives are in limbo. Every month we stall, another family leaves, and they don't come back. I appreciate that this council has made rebuilding a priority. and that several of you have personally supported fire victims. But at last week's recovery workshop, the Q&A for fire victims was skipped, sending a message that we are not important as a priority. And now the next policy workshop is over a month after the first, where only one of 15 proposed changes was partially approved. This pace cannot continue. We need votes and policy changes now, not next year. We must rally now. That means cutting red tape in geology reviews, adopting all like-for-like rebuild policies from the Rebuild Ambassador and Task Force immediately, and following Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-9-25-3 to allow ADUs before the main house rebuild. These should be fast-tracked, approved in weeks, not months, so families can stay on their land while they rebuild. And when an ADU is added during a rebuild, existing rules and codes already allow avoiding a costly advanced septic upgrade if low-flow fixtures are installed. This is the kind of common sense flexibility that should be clearly implemented so fire victims aren't blindsided with expenses and delays. Our Malibu Rebuild Task Force is also working with Captain Drew Smith, LA City, our own city, county, and state officials to ensure our borders are not constantly threatened by wildfire. Residents know home hardening is essential, but if our borders aren't safe, our fire safety efforts inside Malibu are undermined. Protecting Malibu from fire outside is only half the fight. Protecting Malibu from being hollowed out inside is just as urgent. That's why we must enforce real timelines on investor-purchased fire lots, like for like plus or minus 10% permits within 12 months, construction starting within 18, and restrict short-term rentals for 2 to 3 years with immediate long-term occupancy so these homes return to the community and not speculation. For Colin and our own families, like for like plus 10% rebuild, we are ready to rebuild. We just traded in my Range Rover for a new huge red pickup truck parked outside that will help our Big Rock community during fires and help get supplies while rebuilding. We applied for a rebuild permit in mid-May and were approved in planning in just over 2 weeks. We then just had to reapply because of an error caught on our on TDSF, an error AI could have flagged instantly. When will AI planning review be in place? We now hope to be approved in 2 more weeks. Regardless, we still have to wait for our soils test results. Our lot has been studied geotechnically many times over and suffered no damage in the 1983 slide. Yet, because guidelines are so broad, my geologist had to dig 3 massive borings and send away samples, even though both he and our structural engineer know that our foundation was in well-compacted, stable soil with no cracks or structural issues ever. Yet the process is still delayed. The average soils test takes 3 months. Why not use earlier reports for nearby lots or let a geologist certify based on history, or find a company for the community that can complete soils testing within 30 days? I'm usually cool as a cucumber, but the stress of seeing my community stuck in limbo keeps me up at night. And if it's doing that to me, I can only imagine the toll across our neighborhoods. Malibu's beauty is more than the view. It's the people who live here. If we act now with the authority the governor has already given the city, and adopt our rebuild ambassadors like for like, no greater than 10% policies that have helped other fire-torn communities rebuild quickly and safely, this will help us all come home. We can cut the delays, enforce fair timelines, keep displaced residents first in line, and secure our borders against the next wildfire. This is our moment to ensure Malibu is rebuilt for the neighbors who stood here through the fire, not for strangers, so we can protect our community and pass it on stronger to the next generation. And please give Abe time to speak during commissioner comments. I don't know why he has to come during public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Is Heather still here, Gardner? Okay. Vicky Ventura. Followed by Michael Bolar. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. And Carl Randall.
Dear Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Vicky Ventura, and I am a proud resident of Palmdale. I had a great drive out here. I'm enjoying it. I am here to support Rhonda Perez for the city manager position in the city of Malibu. I've had the privilege of witnessing Rhonda's leadership at firsthand, and I can say with confidence that she brings the experience, heart, and integrity that any city would be fortunate to have. especially one as unique and resilient as Malibu. Malibu has endured profound challenges in recent years, especially the devastating impact of wildfires that have tested the strength of your community. In times like this, strong, compassionate, and capable leadership is essential. Rhonda Perez brings exactly that. And the role as city manager of Palmdale, Rhonda led with vision and purpose. She managed complex city operations, guided us through emergency planning and recovery, and always did so with the needs of residents and at the center of every decision. She's not just a skilled administrator, she's a community-minded leader who listens, collaborates, and acts with empathy and professionalism. Malibu deserves a city manager who will protect its values, honor its history, and guide it towards a stronger future. Rhonda Perez is that leader. I would also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to LA County Fire Department Assistant Chief Drew Smith, also known as the Fire Whisperer, for his excellent report and outstanding work. My key takeaway from his presentation for our Palmdale residents is this: ready, set, and go. Whatever that may look like for us, right? So I could share with you that my husband, Jorge Ventura, and myself, we own a nonprofit organization in the Antelope Valley, and we have worked very closely with Rhonda Perez. She was nothing but supportive and very professional. So I want to thank you for the time to listening.
Thank you for
Appreciate
making the drive. Michael? Is that Michael? Hi. I'm not going to try your last name again because I'm just going to blow it.
It's just Balour.
Balour.
I should have written B-O-O-L so you could. Good evening, Mayor Riggins and council members. My name is Michael Balour and I'm part of the applicant team for 29738 Cuthbert Road. It has been almost 8 years since my family lost our home in Malibu Park. I'm here representing our team and to confront the delays and disappointment in the process so far. As of last month, we have been proactive in preserving and preparing the parcel, including story pole reinstallation and brush clearance, which costs a lot of money. Initial planning started in late 2020 and approval at the Planning Commission came in the summer of 2024. We were then hit with an appeal from a nearby resident 2 weeks later. We could have not foreseen the wildfires impacting the city's goals and priorities as it pertains to planning and council matters. However, we firmly believe that we have been left behind as Woolsey fire victims in total. We were continued twice with an initial scheduling of June 9th and are now in limbo with a date uncertain attached to our application. Our patience has been tested greatly and we continue to exercise it. We've been told appeals will no longer be heard at regular council meetings and a special meeting must be scheduled. We would appreciate some clarity from the staff, council, and city attorney on when appeals will be heard and be handled, as residents far and wide have been waiting to rebuild from Woolsey. Please do not incentivize appellants and make us another case study on how projects can be kicked down the road. My family and I lost a home when I was 20 years old, and I'm now a 27-year-old man with an intimate understanding of the city of Malibu, its development code, and so on. My grandmother was 85 and is now 92, with little to no recollection of the home existing due to her memory loss. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you can make a collaborative effort to confront the issue that appeals pose to your scheduling and the impact it makes on residents. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Carl, followed by Darren, followed by Daniel.
Wow, a 27-year-old man should not have that much information about the code. Unless he wants to.
Hour meetings for 4 hours just to have fun.
Good for you. I'm actually here for some thank yous as opposed to something that's going on. I definitely want to say thank you to Yolanda and to Tyler and to Rob, who've helped us a lot already. In the last bit, we're trying desperately to rebuild our home of 65 years, trying to get my mother back in it. She was 90 years old the day of the fire. So I just need to say some thank yous to those folks who've been great, been very creative, looking for solutions, super solution oriented. And so we're solving a bunch of them. So I just want to say that. Also, along those lines, the August 27th meeting you guys have, A little flustered that that took a month after the last one. My engineers and I are going forward with FEMA +1 just because we want to keep going. So that hasn't been decided. So I hope to God that you guys end up at FEMA +1 because we have to start over if you don't. I'm very concerned about that. Along those lines, I don't know where your agenda is tonight and where you're going to get to, but 7A is another piece of information, one of the two pieces of information that we beach residents don't have. So I'm hoping you guys will get to that. That's the other floating piece for us. If we solve those two, we can all kind of get building pretty soon. So I'm hoping you guys will make sure you get to 7A tonight, whatever it takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren, Daniel, and then Abe.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable City Council members, City Manager. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the public as usual. Also, thank you for all the efforts you've made to help clarify the process of rebuilding Malibu after the Franklin and Palisades fires. I wanted to bring to your attention what the state of California is planning for everybody in the very high fire hazard severity zones, which is all of Malibu. Currently, the Department of Forestry is ruminating upon what the rules for Zone 0 are going to look like. They have a meeting on September 18th, at which point they will be solidifying their rules. I've attended a series of workshops. One of them was hosted by Dr. Travis Longcore of UCLA, and it was sponsored by the Audubon Society. They have a very big issue with the current rules as they stand, and I believe everybody here should have those issues as well. Many people in Altadena and the Palisades should be very concerned about what the state is going to mandate for every rebuild and for every existing home by 2028. There will be a 3-year implementation plan for every home or building in the Malibu city, and everybody rebuilding will not have the ability to put trees within 30 feet of their property or any ember holding there's a word, ember casting isn't the right word, but ember and training plants within 5 feet of their homes. That's probably not the best solution. It feels to me like an overreaction by the fire departments, and building code unfortunately tends to do that. There's a disaster, there's an overreaction, that overreaction lasts 10 years and then it gets peeled back. I believe we as a community could petition against these rules prior to September 18th in order to protect the wildlands portion of Malibu. I, for one, do not want to live in a tree-free community. Trees are historically used as windbreaks and fire breaks, and plants, if used correctly, can protect against fires, wildfires, or in-building fires. I personally want to have green roofs on a lot of buildings, and if the Zone 0 rules as they stand are codified, green roofs will not be allowed. That would be a detriment to our society, to our architecture, and our health. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. Daniel, Abe, and is Meryl still here? Yeah, okay.
Hello, Council. Your city deserves more of you. We need to have weekly council meetings. There is way too much to do, and things are slipping through the cracks. As Councilmember Stewart is fond of saying, we have two cities right now, the intact one and the burned one. At the moment, neither one is being served effectively. I won't pretend to know all the details of staff workload, but it seems to me that the demands on their time would actually be lessened in such a scenario. It's the same amount of work, simply divided into more manageable increments. Imagine a world where meetings don't regularly run past 11 p.m. and timely matters don't get pushed for months. I would suggest you make this change permanent, but barring that, if you can do it, then at least through the end of 2026. Malibu is a complex, varied, and wounded community at the moment. It demands more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Abe, Meryl, and BB?
So a number of comments were made of the conversations that we keep having within the Malibu Rebuild Task Force, so I won't go there. I want to note for everybody that tomorrow we have a community info session We had one last month, which was very well attended, and we got very good feedback from it. We also got areas where, folks would like to hear more of. So tomorrow, part one is going to be policies, and that's going to be presented by Tyler and Yolanda. We will have practitioners in the room as well, architects that are actually working with homeowners. Very important conversations. Everyone looks for black and white guidelines. They don't exist. Everything is nuanced. And my strongest and our strongest encouragement is for people to attend that. Part two is going to be a conversation on new emerging alternative building materials, what some of them are, how they stack up against the status quo. We're going to have experts once again talk about those. So for those listening, please try to attend Malibu Library, 5 p.m. tomorrow. And for those that have design professional teams that are not Malibu natives, it is going to be especially pertinent that you tune in and listen to the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Meryl, followed by BB, followed by Kevin Shinkman.
Hello. Thank you for all your efforts on everything you're doing. I mean, there's more to do than you can do. So I want to, in both fires, in the Woolsey, not so much as Franklin and then the Palisades Malibu fire, two similar things. We knew the big winds events were coming. We ran out of water in both of these events. Now, unless I don't know about something that's gone on, to my knowledge, we've added no new storage for water since the Woolsey fire. We put in some new lines up in Encinal for delivery capacity. We've made some real headway, I believe, on moving forward the auxiliary tanks for some people, particularly up in Carbon Mesa, to go forward. Great idea. Jefferson Wagner and I had a long talk about extra tanks, the capacity that it provides. Then during an event, you don't have to draw water to protect your neighbor's house. So I don't know how to move this along. I don't know how to get more storage, but it still exists. Chris Frost and I had a discussion one time about possibly tying in Las Virgenes. He said there was a couple close areas. So maybe we had a secret spigot that if we had a big water demand, we flip the switch and we can take delivery from water from Las Virgenes down into Encinal. He also mentioned there was a place on Malibu Canyon. So maybe we can, pump extra water in that way. There was a tank on Bush that I think there were some pump problems during the Woolsey fire. Somebody told me they took the pumps away, so I don't know what's been done there. It's a problem. So however we can get more water capacity storage and delivery, I think we need to do. Also, obviously, if we can work on conservation, sorry, this is sort of obvious stuff, but people check irrigation, then we use less water. We have to work on conservation going forward. There are some palm trees across from HRL that some of your fire liaisons have admitted that these are severe risks to the city. I think, Bruce, I think you and Steve, you live right below this. And I think they mentioned these embers can come down and then land into the city basin here. And there's been trouble getting rid of these palm trees. It doesn't seem really reasonable when your fire people tell you there's a fire issue of some invasive palm trees in a canyon and that those palm trees are still standing. So I think that we need to get those palm trees down. I want to thank Caltrans. They keep doing things that I asked them to do, particularly clearing along PCH, clearing the shoulders back, which provide a bigger fire barrier, but it also allows cars to park further to the right, gives more room for pedestrians and cyclists going down. So Caltrans keeps doing their part. So we need more water. I don't know how we do that, but maybe the fire department can help. They're the big stick in town, so maybe we ask the fire department to help with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Meryl. Is there a BB here? No? Kevin, followed by Norm, and followed by Drew.
So as suggested by the council during the break, I did have a conversation with Mr. Rusin, and I think we are in agreement on a couple things. One, that Government Code Section 54954, part of the Brown Act, actually does require that the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Commission set the time and place of regular meetings. That hasn't been done yet. I hope it will be done in the next week or two. The powers of and duties of the commission are not limited to simply acting upon applications for rent increases or decreases. That's Malibu Municipal Code 5.16.050 makes that pretty clear, and that seemed somewhat unclear from the discussion here. And then with respect to who is responsible for interfacing with the commission, 5.16.040B specifies the city manager shall provide all administrative staff necessary to serve the commission. The city clerk shall serve as secretary of the commission and shall be responsible for the maintenance of all records of the commission. The city attorney or the designee of the city attorney shall act as legal counsel to the commission. So I think that addresses some of the issues raised by the council. Lastly, I want to point out that in 2017, the city of Malibu led the way in protecting our most vulnerable residents. And it was at the urging, I believe, of Martin Sheen to declare Malibu a sanctuary city before even the state of California was a sanctuary state. And currently, there are a number of cities in LA County as well that are passing ordinances that prohibit law enforcement officials from masking their faces to conceal their identity. I would urge this council to join those cities and the county of Los Angeles in doing the same thing, because criminals hide their identities. When you're doing what's right, when you know what you're doing is right, you don't have to hide your face. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. And then Drew.
Honorable City Council members, the biggest threat to losing your house or any citizen's house in the city of Malibu is a wildfire. During a wildfire, all of the municipal water tanks are empty. They have no water. So the fire department doesn't have the water to fight the fire. For over 50 years, the fire departments actually approved water tanks, private water sources, whether they're pools or whether they're tanks, available to fight wildfires when the municipal water lines are not close enough. Let me be specific. If you are below the pressure zone and you're within 2,000 feet of a water main, the fire department will not approve the construction of your house unless you work with the water department to extend the water main to your house. A lot of people think that that would result that if you had a water tank instead of that, keep in mind, there will be no water in that water main to save your house during a wildfire. But they won't approve a water tank. Why not? Because the water department wants to extract money to extend that water main. How many properties will be affected? I did an analysis. Less than 200 within the city of Malibu will actually be affected by allowing water tanks to be constructed. So there is not going to be overpopulation if you allow private water tanks as a way in which to approve houses. It's not my opinion. The head of the Public Works Department for the County of Los Angeles stated that in a wildfire, the municipal water tanks will be empty, and good luck. Some of the properties like Calamigos Ranch was saved because they had their own water supply and they had a sprinkler system that worked. The fire actually went around them. So I think that the concept of private water tanks should be given a whole lot more attention by the city. And thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Norm. Drew. And that's our last in-person speaker.
Not least.
Save the best for last.
Thank you, City Councilman. I want to apologize for my earlier outburst, Marianne, sorry. But 17 years is long enough to wait for this commission, our Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Commission. I've lived on both sides of the tract, many decades resident of Malibu, grew up in Bush in Malibu Park, and now live in the mobile home park in Point Dume. So I know both sides. And, you know, we do feel like we're the lesser class citizen, I'm sorry to say, by a lot of different entities, and I don't think it's fair. We are votes. We have been here a long time. Many of us are long time Malibu residents that have moved in the mobile home parks for one reason or another. And I just think we need the support, and 17 years has been long enough. So just get a meeting together. Thank you very much. And I just want to say one thing. I think we really, as a city, have to look into this dredging off of Zuma as part of, even though it's a county entity, it's part of our city. So it's something I think we should look into before we let it all get out of control. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I believe one of the in-person speakers has realized that you were trying to recognize him now. I think we have BB here.
Okay.
Do you want to come to the microphone?
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Bobby, and I'm one of the local real estate.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I represent one of the families who live on Malibu Road, and I'm here as a representative on behalf of them of a vacant beachfront lot, which is currently in Phase 3 of the septic moratorium. Out of the 105 properties in Phase 3, this lot is one of the only 3 vacant parcels that has never been built on, and is among a very small number that cannot currently apply for a permit to install a new advanced on-site wastewater treatment system. Public Works has indicated it may be reclassified into Phase 2 within the next few months, yet we have received conflicting and sometimes contradictory information from Public Works, Planning, and Environmental, whether new septic approval is possible now for this specific property. On behalf of the owner, I'm requesting clear definitive guidance from all 3 departments on the property's exact status and path forward so the owner can proceed with planning, permitting without unnecessary delays or uncertainty regarding this property. There's been many properties within this Phase 3 that have been able to get new permit for advanced on-site wastewater treatment systems. So we're requesting clarity on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And our online?
There's 4 raised hands. First is Arno.
Arno? Arno, are you there?
You should see it.
Yeah,
You're unmuted.
yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Hi. So give me a second. I was surprised. I didn't expect to be the first. Unusual to be here via Zoom. So I think one of the most important things that is happening right now is the fee waiver program. And I do believe that for the following reasons, homeowners who apply for permits will be confronted with one of 2 options: pay or present their fee waiver. And homeowners who will miss out to apply now will be confronted with the choice of paying fees or waiting for the waiver, which will be a frustration that they will take out on the city, and it needs to be avoided. Because no one will expect the bureaucracy that comes with it, although I must say that the city is doing a lot of efforts, putting a lot of effort into making it an easy process. I do believe that the application number for fee waivers right now can be a litmus test for who will actually rebuild. And in that spirit, I believe the fee waiver applications need to be pushed. And on the other hand, the fee waiver application will also be, for many, the first interaction with the city and an opportunity for a positive experience, and thus build momentum to rebuild. So I would like to see the application process being clearly displayed on the city homepage, which is the place where many homeowners go for guidance, and also proactively sending the instructions to all fire survivors via mail, email, text message, and really push this thing. That's what I wanted to share.
Thanks, Arno.
Hamish.
Hey, Hamish.
Good evening, City Council. How are you?
Good.
Good. I thank you for your time. As a lifelong surfer, I just want to throw red flags all over the floor about the Zuma Beach project. This is horrifying news, and we better get on top of this now. But the reason I am here is I do feel that I want to thank you all for corresponding and speaking with me today about this temporary skate park situation. And to me, it sort of bothers me that the city council has to waste its time about this issue when the stakeholders who represent the skateboarding community have never been consulted in any regards about this project moving forward. In fact, communicating with the city has been a constant dead end. I have continually asked for a plan of milestones so that we can be aware of where we are in the project. All I know for sure is from the city newsletter that there is going to be some implement cemented the third week of August. Besides that, city staff refuses to talk to the community, treats us as if we don't exist. And personally, I represent a lot of skateboarders in Malibu and the skateboarding community. And I would say we're slightly offended that we don't get to be brought into this project and help alleviate the problem before it ever makes it to the dais. This goes back to what happened in the spring, what happened in the fall. We can solve most of these problems at City Hall before they ever have to take any city council time. So I'm asking that before, and I want to thank you for moving this item to next 2 weeks from now. And I think that we could solve this problem before then and not waste any city council time by having city staff go out and give us a timeline to the milestones, give us the plan and include us in the process, and stop treating us as if we don't exist. This is not cool. We are a community and we are stakeholders in that community, and we deserve to be treated as stakeholders. Who else are you building the skate park for? And that's the point. You don't include us with this project. And on a final note, the one common denominator I've heard from every public comment is that we're all dependent upon the city council to stand up for us against the city staff to institute anything. And that's not the way it should be. The city staff should be responding to the city council. And I will back Drew Ann Jacobson and the rest of the mobile home park people. They deserve a hearing. And it all just seems to be a common denominator. We as a community have huge amounts of way to solve these problems, from Norm and Meryl talking about water tanks, and the city staff continually blows us off. And please do your duty to have us solve this problem before it comes up in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Hamish. Appreciate your time.
Andy Lyon.
Hey, Andy. Are you there?
I am now, am I?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, echoing on that beach thing that just came out. They don't have money to fix the bathrooms at Malibu, but they have like $40 million for sand. That's pretty crazy. Beaches and harbors needs to, whatever. We'll get in front of that. Like Hamish was just saying. Listen, I also appreciate, there's so much going on in the city, and I hate to even get back in front of this with the skate park, but I find it sort of funny that it's the same moment I'm being nominated for the Jay Courigian Award for, standing up for recreation, and that I couldn't get a call back from Kristen prior to this Parks and Rec Commission meeting. And then when I got there, I was completely shut down to 3 minutes. And when they started discussing all these different things, my input as a stakeholder in the skate park and as a lifelong Malibu resident and also a member of the original Malibu skateboard team from 1975. I always forget to put that in. I was on the Malibu skateboard team, 1975. I've been waiting for a skate park, not for 15 years, but for like 50 years. So to be shut down to 3 minutes and not be having this item switched out or like split up even. But I'm just looking at the decision was based on the timeline for the construction of the permanent skate park. There was no timeline at that meeting. If we had these Parks and Rec Commission, these commission meetings filmed, we'd know that. This was just Kristen stating things, not coming from the contractor, not coming from the subcontractor that is actually, I spoke to both these companies to find out what was going on. And this, you know, last time they were going to take it out because they needed it for the staging, which turned out to be false. Now it's the temporary is holding up the skate park, which is not. It's holding up a parking lot. So is it Parks and Recreation, or is it parking lot and no recreation department? Like, this is for the kids. I can't stress enough that, like, you know, I appreciate that you're bringing this back and it to be heard properly. And to be, you know, I mean, we were always promised that the reason the skate park, the temporary park was where it was, is that we'd stay there until the new one was done. What's going to happen is there is no timeline. We don't know. First it was 3 months, and it's 4 months, and, you know, it could be 6 months, you know, unnecessary delays, who knows what. Once it's gone, it's out. We'd have nowhere for kids to go and skate and congregate to skate safely. We're going to go back on the street. We can skate on the, you know, out, look for burned out houses with pools, I guess. But this is like, we really need to look at this and go back to what was promised to the skaters, not what was thrown into this project, because she kept saying the project is getting slowed down, not the skate park, the project.
Thank you, Andy.
Ryan.
Ryan, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I spoke earlier on a couple things. There's some very important ones and concepts. Somebody needs to be filling out or have already filled out a grant application for getting palm trees removed from private residential properties. And, you know, we could use $1 million for that. We'd probably get it. So let's get a report on that at your next meeting, please, where we are with that. The other suggestion from another speaker was that you meet weekly. Well, you're pretty much doing that anyway. So why don't you just formalize that and give your city staff the advantage of one extra workday before you meet, and change your meeting days to Tuesdays. There's no cost in doing so, and there's no conflict with any other local agency. County Board of Supervisors meets in the mornings. You know, that's not an issue. So try that. You meet on Tuesdays anyway if the Monday is a holiday. So you're already doing it several times a year. We have a absentee city treasurer. Please get on that or advertise for a real one. We've got to do some audits here. We need a contract administrator. We need someone with a brain looking at all of these financial documents that are coming. I've got a whole slew of them here, which are troubling. I would like to know why we paid Kimley Horn $30,000 to ponder or discuss or give suggestions about the reopening of Pacific Coast Highway, which is a state highway. I'm sorry, you know, why did we give $30,000 to the Santa Monica School District of our library's set aside funds when we're not in control of those funds and they're not in our bank accounts, they're at the county? We have a lot of issues there financially. I'd like you to get to the bottom of it. But service contracts are being renewed and extended by multiple amendments, and they're thrown on the consent calendar, which is heard as one vote, one item, and it's an hour before the regular meeting starts at 6:30 for public comment. These are, there was less than 8 seconds time to comment on each of those 22 items you heard today, and that is a not meaningful public participation protocol. So I'll end with that. Oh, you need to give the Public Safety Commission the assignment to review concepts and get bids for remote cameras, these little portable trailers like in front of Ralph's. They need to be at the bottom of every canyon on the east end, maybe even in the Franklin Fire Burn area. But you're gonna have to transition.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate your comments. By my count, that concludes our Zoom speakers?
Correct. Those are all the raised hands.
Okay. Back up to the council. Who wants to go first? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. A couple quick ones. I want to echo the comments that the city manager made earlier regarding the event that took place at Farmers Market. I want to thank Deborah Bianco for hosting it. There was Sarah Flores, Brad Yoakum, and Patricia Salazar were the city employees that were there, and they did one hell of a job. The people who stopped at the booth loved them, and they left smiling, which is, tell you, stuff was going good. So thank you very much. You're good folks doing that. Skate park, and unfortunately it's back on the radar screen. So I'd like to see if we couldn't first take a look at what Hamish suggested and having them work with Kristen and see if they can't solve it. But if they can't get it solved, we maybe ought to bring it back and let's just figure out why we're doing what we're doing. I think we did promise people this, the temporary park would stay there until the new one's built. And, you know, we spent a lot of time trying to find, you know, events for children, and now we got one we're taking it away that doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. Food trucks. There were a bunch of emails I got the other day regarding people bringing food trucks into Malibu, and I don't think we get anything from the food trucks. We don't get any sales taxes or anything, right? I don't think so. And it's crazy. I mean, I just went through the funds that we gave out after the fire to help the restaurants, to help us stay in business, and we're bringing food trucks in who are taking business away from the restaurants. I mean, it's sort of like the old Pogo comic, you know, we found the enemy and they is us. We're not helping ourselves with that one. So we ought to maybe just think about putting some rules regarding food trucks, keeping them out, doing something because, again, they're taking business away from the restaurants we're supposed to be helping. Person commented on beach lots being purchased. They are. And I think there's more than just the 60 million that you read about in the paper. We do have a Zeracis meeting coming up at some point in time, and we're hopefully going to come up with some rules to maybe make it a little, to try and keep as much as we can of the real nature of our community in place. So we'll see what we can do with that. Joe, I just want to mention, you keep talking about using this AI stuff to help rebuild. And I don't disagree. It's a good thing to do, but it takes a while to get that stuff implemented. I mean, I've done those kind of things in the past. You got to test it to make sure it's giving you the right result, because if it starts delivering bad results, it's just going to make your life more miserable. So they're doing that. Daniel, I agree. I've got trees around my house, and then the Franklin fire, they stopped the embers from getting to the house. I mean, there's a benefit to having them there, so we got to figure out what we do with that. And then the comments on water, you know, there's a water tank on Bush. Do we know if that water tank's been full? I mean, is there water in there? I mean, people keep calling me up saying, why doesn't have water? It's been built for a long time. It's been around. I remember we looked at that when I was on the Planning Commission. So, I mean, if we got some of these tanks in place, we got to make sure we're using them as best we can. So with that, Mayor, back to you.
Okay, who's next? Doug?
First thing I want to mention is I think the palm trees that we're talking about at Malibu Canyon are actually on school property.
Oh, really?
And it wouldn't hurt for the school district to cut down their palm trees. First thing I want to talk about too, next thing I want to talk about are the assessed values for the city of Malibu. I think sometimes I'm thought of as being the banker and the finance person, but this is one of those times when I think it's obvious to anybody. The county assessor just put out the 2025 tax assessment numbers. Do you know who the number 2 city was at the bottom of the list for growth in Los Angeles County in terms of property values? It was Paramount with 1.9%, or probably 1.2%. Guess who was number 1 at the bottom of the list? Us, number 1 at the bottom. We got 1% growth. We didn't even cover the 2% annual increase. And this is because we lost houses in the fire. But when you look at how the city's budget works, We had surpluses 2 years ago of $9 million on a $60 million roughly general fund. This year we're $6 million in the hole. Let that sink in for a minute. That's $15 million delta, a change on a $60 million budget. We've got trouble here in River City. That's what the reserves are for. I'm not saying we're going to run out of money, but we've got to get the city turned around financially. And one of the ways to doing that is get our people back in our houses, get these homes rebuilt. Also, we've got to get blood back in the veins. So we've got a serious problem here. And when we talk about spending money, we got to remember that we don't have an unlimited wallet these days. We had it a couple of years ago. It was nice. It was pleasant. We got a lot of reserves. We still have reserves, but we're spending money that we don't have. So keep that in mind. And 1% increase, we used to run 6 and 8%. We used to be at the top of the list. We're at the bottom of the list this year. Next thing I want to talk about, we mentioned about people not paying their parking tickets, couldn't tow the vehicle. There's an answer for that. And I gave a message to Susan and Candace about this. Boots are not made for walking. They're made for scofflaws. We need to have boots authority for the city of Malibu. It's an ordinance that needs to be passed. I'd like to ask the city staff, I don't know if we need to do this on consent, but we need to find out what it takes to get boots on these vehicles. We have several of the RVs that are parked on Corral and along the beach that have $10,000 and $20,000 total tickets. They ignore us. They've got out-of-state plates. The Sheriff's Department will not tow a vehicle if it's got an occupant in it. So when they see the tow truck coming, they just go back into the vehicle and wait them out. So we can't tow them out, but we can block them out. And the people that are doing our parking enforcement, it's called LAS. A few years ago, we had deputies trying to do it and our VOPs. We realized that a better way to do it was to have an outside contractor. We need to empower the outside contractor to put the boots on the vehicles. So I'd like to see if we can't get that done. And it's not just about collecting the fines. That's not it at all. It's about enforcing our laws. And when we start having people homestead in places around town and no consequences for doing it, that's not going to work. Get boots, that's one of our steps. We also have to bring back, and I just mentioned this for the people that are involved in this, Malibu Education Fund and the community brigades. We postponed assigning them money. I realize I'm talking out both sides of my mouth here. A donation to them as nonprofits. We don't have a lot of money, but we promised these people that we would support them. The Malibu Education Fund asked for 3 years of a commitment from the city. The last year, the commitment's $175,000. They requested more money than that because of the fires. We need to address this so they've got adequate funding to keep them going. Same thing is true for the community brigade. The community brigade's first money came from the city of Malibu. And thankfully, they were there for the Franklin fire and the Palisades fire. They had their training in October. They had their first fire call out in November. So these guys are important to us. Lastly, water line interties. If we haven't learned anything from this last week with the water turned off, this is the lesson we need to have. The Las Virgenes Water District has water lines at Malibu Canyon and Encinal Canyon that terminate just short of the city limits, which is also the County Water District 29 location. For this much distance, we could have had a backup water supply. The Milliken property at Francisco Ranch had water brought down from Las Virgenes Water District to supply that ranch. If we can get them to continue that line, Water District 29 and Las Virgenes, to connect together, that would have given another avenue to keep the water lines full. We have a loss of water line between Malibu Canyon and the Topanga. This is what that would allow us to do, is to reload that from the Las Virgenes Water District. The same thing is true for Encinal Canyon. There was a failed subdivision a number of years ago that brought down water on Encinal Canyon just short of the city limits. It's right there. So I'm going to ask if and I don't see Rob over there, but I gave Rob a heads up I was going to talk about this tonight, so I think maybe he ran away. But the point is, we need to see about getting these interties in place. It's a cheap backup system and would allow us to get water into our city when the main pipeline, which is a 30-inch line along PCH, might be turned off or destroyed. So let's get this done ASAP, get these water tanks to have a backup water supply. And finally, I just want to mention the automatic license plate readers. This is something we worked on 5 years ago. We started 5 years ago. The license plate readers are in place.
They're throughout the city where the sheriff's department wanted us to put them in. It feeds real-time data to the crime center at Lost Hills. We're doing our part to enforce the laws with technology. So the more we get this stuff in, the safer the city will be. That includes the traffic synchronization cameras as well. That's all I've got, and let's get the boots on the scofflaws, get the water lines connected together, and let's watch our nickels and dimes. Okay?
Brewster Hale?
I'll go since you're so eager, Bruce. Okay. The boots, I would like to learn more about that because it's the first time I'm thinking about it. Wouldn't that inhibit the RVs from moving, which is what we want them to do? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just trying to think.
If you can't. Your vehicle is now immobile. You can't go anywhere with it. So the only choice you have is either to leave before the boot gets on or to risk the fact that, yes, it's going to be sitting there, but eventually it's got to leave.
Yeah.
But you got a penalty for not paying your bills.
Okay. I'll think about that one a little bit more. I do think we need a solution to it. I was in Burbank. They have an ordinance of large, I took a picture of it, large vehicles that aren't allowed, period.
We have all that. But when we enforce it with a ticket, they don't pay it.
Okay. I don't know, Burbank, I'll look into that. I would like the skate park to be done. We all need it to be done. I don't know what will get us to the finish line best. I don't actually know. I have heard what was promised to the residents. I know that our staff has worked so hard on all of this. And I worry about PSPS, the rain, fires, and rising costs in delaying it. I know it's not on the agenda, but I want to support the residents who skate. I also know that construction is slippery, and I worry about that. So I don't know if we have to bring this back or to get a timeline or a completion date or milestones like Hamish was speaking about. But maybe that would be helpful for me also to just know that we have some guideposts. I also, I really wanted to say that I feel like our staff's gotten beaten up tonight, and I know that we're all really frustrated. And I don't want to, I just want to be sure that we're all aware that we're in this together. We're not us versus them, and it really kind of hurts me because we need you guys. Like, we can't do all the awesome things or all of the rebuilds or any skate park or any agenda or any meeting or anything without you guys. So when I hear it, I understand it, but I also am like, this all really truly is hard. And I feel bad for the residents. I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for the council. This is a hard situation that we're all dealing with. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't want to keep calling staff out. Ryan, yes, let's remove some palm trees. Let's get some money to do it. I love trees as long as they're the right kinds of trees. And I think there are the right kinds of trees out there. Merrill, I did forget to ask Chief Drew about the water tanks. That was on my list, but it got buried. I do believe that I've taken tours of Las Virgenes. I don't know why they're right in our backyard. We don't have more communication with them. They're very organized. They're our neighbors. And we should be talking to them. I don't know if that opens up to development. All I know is that our development that we have might burn down if we don't have water on our properties. So I don't know what that is, but I would be very much open to getting us water. And Kay, good luck running for governor. Better you than me. Joe Drummond. Abe should totally speak at these commissioner meetings. Like, I think we directed staff to allow that. Like, right? I think that was part of the deal. So I don't know if he needs to have more clarity. Vicki, thank you for driving out to Malibu from Palmdale. It's good to see you here, Rhonda, Mrs. Perez. I think that's about it. Definitely, I got emotional when Michael was speaking about his home that he lost in Woolsey, and he is too young to know about all of this. Codes. I also will be hand weeding on Wednesday from 9 to 11 on Volunteer Day at the Point Doom Headlands. I'll be with residents, and it's a great way to get outside, to care for our open space, and connect with other residents. Parking can be tricky, so plan ahead. Please bring gloves and boots. And I do encourage you all to be there. It's actually a really good time. I think that's it for now. Thank you very much. Bruce?
I'll try to be relatively brief. First of all, so many people spoke about the Mobile Home Commission. We agreed we're going to put that on the next agenda, and we're going to propose that they meet monthly, and we'll have a discussion. I doubt the discussion will be very long, and I suspect that'll be the outcome. So it's unfortunate that everyone had to come and talk about that tonight, but I think that will be resolved. I agree with Helen about the staff. The staff is doing a good job. It's not them against us. I'll tell you, when I ran for city council for the first time 5 years ago, I ran because I had some issues with some of the staff. The members of the staff that I had issues with are not here today. The members of the staff that are here today, I think, are excellent, and they're doing their best. And we need more of them because we're understaffed, but they're doing a great job for who they are, for the amount of people they have here doing the amount of work they need to do, and we're on the right track to fixing that. The RVs, I actually was thinking the same thing Helen was. It's like, great, get condominiums on the beach with just being booted in there and stay forever. But I know it's more subtle and complex than that. But I've been saying this for years now, over and over like a broken record, but now the U.S. Supreme Court agrees with me. We're allowed to enforce laws against camping. We have a law against camping. Living in an RV on the highway is camping. It's not illegal parking, it's illegal camping. And I don't know that the Court of Appeals decision that prevents towing vehicles for traffic tickets prevents towing vehicles for violating camping laws. All around the country, jurisdictions are becoming more and more strict with people living in violation of the law in public. I'm not, I empathize with those people that don't have a home. We need to do something about that as a society. But a lot of these campers, RVs, these are just people who choose to live on the highway in an RV on the ocean front. And I think there is something that can be done about that. And I hope we can look into that more. City council meetings weekly. Helen and I think Steve advocated that 6 months ago. We did it for a while. I wouldn't be against bringing it back, at least for a defined period of time. Water tanks. Maybe this is harebrained idea, I don't know. We got this gigantic source of water sitting along all of Malibu. It's called the ocean. I don't know why there's not a way when there is a wildfire burning our town down that we can't access that water. I just don't understand why we can't. I would have thought that during the Palisades fire, for example, boats with water cannons could have done an amazing job along the coast. Maybe I just am missing something and it's far more complicated than that, but it seems to me that we've got the largest body of water that exists and we're not using it. The gentleman that spoke about the Woolsey fire rebuild, I would like to learn more about that because I suspect, and if I'm wrong, I'm really outraged, but if I think I'm right, I doubt that was a like-for-like rebuild. We've all been saying since the Palisades fire, do a like-for-like rebuild. The system is built for you to get your like-for-like rebuild built efficiently and expeditiously. It's not as quick as anyone wants, but it's going to be the best path to getting your home back. A lot of people are choosing not to do that. They want something different. That's their right. But if you choose to have something other than a like-for-like rebuild, don't get aggravated when you're in the same boat as everyone else in Malibu who's having problems building a house. You're not going to get special treatment if you're not building a like-for-like. Lastly, and this is related to that, I keep hearing that the rebuild rules are unclear. I knew nothing about land use law, or relatively nothing about land use law, when I joined the city council. I've learned a lot about it on an appeal by appeal by appeal basis. It's not rocket science. I mean, you do need to be a professional. I'm a lawyer. Architects ought to understand the way that our laws work. If they don't, it's not because our laws are bad or unclear. I gotta tell you, it's because your architects don't know what they're doing. But I keep hearing the law is vague and unclear and there's so many problems. And every time I ask for examples, I'm told, well, we'll show you when they arise. Right now, we're just in the theoretical stage. Okay, show us where the laws are unclear, and we will look at them on a law-by-law basis, and if necessary, make changes. I'm all for that. Our laws should be clear. But I can read it, and I understand it, so I don't get, I mean, I don't know how somebody miscalculated TDSF. That's malpractice to me. I mean, if it's a professional that's doing that, they should be able to know how to do it. And I'd like to understand what the details are, because it's not rocket science. Okay, that's my comments.
Okay. So Arno mentioned the fee waiver program. I want to encourage everybody, if you believe you're eligible for the fee waiver, get your paperwork in. I believe it's up on the website now. If not, you can go to the Fire Rebuild Center. And there's no need to wait to turn that paperwork in. So go ahead and get that started so that you're not coming to the thing, because without that, you do need to pay fees. So just, you know, you've seen heard our budget from our resident banker over here. And so we will be collecting fees because that's how the city pays for the staff and everything. So if you're eligible for the fee waiver, you think you're eligible for the fee waiver, please get your paperwork in, start working with staff, go to the Fire Rebuild Center. If you haven't been to the Fire Rebuild Center, please go to the Fire Rebuild Center. I shadowed a meeting with a property owner and their team, and it was very enlightening and learned some new stuff. And so I just want to encourage people to do that. The beach project by the county, I think that is really important that our residents get involved in that. It's something that's going to be affecting our coastline on those western beaches, and I think it's super important that we make sure that they have the experience helping them with that information. Really don't have too much else. I know there's some people who hired some goats on Point Doom, and I compliment on that. And that's all, I think. Sorry?
And our mountain lion came after them.
Oh, well, I've heard conflicting reports about that particular mountain lion. So, but yeah, that's a word to everybody. We do have wildlife here between the coyotes, the mountain lions, and the bobcats, the bears. You know, you got to watch your stuff. Make sure your trash is picked up. Make sure your lids are closed. Make sure you're not sending your pets out there by themselves. Go out there with them. Don't send your kids out by themselves. You know, we are in the wild interface. So we are going to see more animals as time goes on. So just everybody take their steps and protect themselves. I see Susan moving in. I am going to propose that after 6A, we move up 7B and C so we can get rid of a staff member. If that will work with everybody, it's just a couple fee waivers.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great.
And maybe move item 6B to the end.
I would, so yeah, so you're asking for the 2 fee waivers at the end so that they can go home.
Yeah, I'm asking for 6A and then 7B and 7C, then 7A and 6B.
I'll second that.
6A. Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so first we're going to start with Susan and indoor warning systems.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So let's see. All right. For some quick background for those of you who weren't involved with this topic over the last, gosh, it's been 5 years now. Going back to August of 2020, a siren feasibility report was presented to the Public Safety Commission. That report essentially cautioned that sirens are primarily meant as an outdoor warning system, and there was no guarantee that people would hear it inside their homes. Some people might, if they were close to the siren, but they weren't built to be indoor warning systems. So with that information, the Public Safety Commission recommended that we do another report analyzing the different alerting systems that work indoors, and that was done. So overall, that report recommended, a number of items, including tone alert radios was an option, frequency modulation alerting, also known as Alert FM, the NOAA weather radios, and then the integrated public alert warning system, which is IPAWS. Unfortunately, IPAWS is not really a good option because it requires that self-service is still operating. And what we really need is something that does not depend on power and cell service. So with tone alert radios, the good side is, yes, you can have receivers indoors, you could hear it. It works when cell service is out. The city would have control of it, and it could probably reach most of Malibu. The cons are it's expensive, needs installation of infrastructure, unless we can find some infrastructure that's already in place and we can take advantage of it. So behind the scenes, we're working on that. But in the meantime, it would require installation of poles, transmitters, receiver, etc. Then, of course, we'd be responsible for the maintenance of that infrastructure. And the receivers tend to cost between $300 and $450 a piece. And this whole system couldn't really be tested for its efficacy until it was in place. So we'd have to really invest a lot of money, and we don't even know how well it will work. FM alert also, could be heard indoors, works when cell service is out. The city could have control. We reach most of Malibu. The infrastructure is maintained by the vendor. That's a real plus. Receivers are a lot less expensive, about $139. I think Doug told me he found one for about $100. So much more reasonable. They also have bed shakers, which could help people who are hearing impaired, etc. Of course, the con is that it is expensive. We have to sign up for a 5-year lease agreement that's $950,000 and then a $75,000 annual maintenance. At first, I thought we were going to have to pay another $950,000 after 5 years, but it was clarified by the vendor that at 5 years, it's $125,000 a year, and that includes the maintenance. So after 5 years, it's $125,000 a year. Coverage, though, is dependent on the various FM signals that reach Malibu. As you know, it's difficult here in Malibu, right? We have, radio stations over on the west side. Some of them can reach eastern Malibu, but western Malibu is KBOO is probably the only radio station that can effectively reach western Malibu. And again, this system also can't really be fully tested until we've already spent the money. NOAA weather radios, another great idea that we thought was going to work. It could be heard indoors, work when cell service is out, could reach most of Malibu. NOAA weather radios are not expensive. However, the city doesn't control it. Alerts are only issued by the county, and what we found out during Palisades is that they will not use it in a fire that's not regional. They're only going to use this system when it's county-wide. And it's hard to imagine a fire that affects the entire county in a way that, if Palisades didn't trigger it, I'm not sure what would. So, but again, we don't control it. So in my experience, you really need something that you have more control over. If we have to depend on the county, it can be not as dependable. We love our county partners at County OEM, but it's not the same as having control. So with all those issues, the commission realized that none of them were perfect at the time, and that at the time they recommended that we invest in enhancing FM radio coverage in Malibu. So if we wanted to alert FM, we needed to broaden K-boost signal, which we've done. As you saw, we've got the repeater out at Bluffs Park that has helped hit the signal for K-boo. Also, it was recommended that we investigate utilizing the city's dormant AM transmitter. The CERT team has been busy doing that. They're going to be running some tests in September, I was told, just earlier today. And then also evaluating the use of the CERT radio system, because we have a repeater at Point Doom and a repeater Castro Peak, and maybe utilizing that system to do a tone alert radio system. So that's something they haven't tested yet, but it's something that they're exploring. And then, of course, exploring FM alert system. So one other option that we're working on is, our new handheld radios that we got right before our fires this past year was with LA RICS. We're working with them to test it's a pager, but it works as a receiver so that we could basically have a channel on our radio where you could turn the dial and directly send a message to those receivers. The downside is they're expensive, $600. We're getting one to at least test proof of concept just to kind of see how that works, because even if we used it strategically to neighborhood leaders or, key people who would then almost like telephone tree, like if we could at least have enough to get out to key individuals who would then spread the alert or whatever, I don't know. But we're working on testing that to see if that can be part of our whole tool bag, so to speak. So, there's a lot of options out there. I would say overall, just in my professional opinion, none of them are perfect, and we're probably going to need more than one. The investments are big, as I've said. It's a tough call to make. So you can direct staff to implement some or all of the options. You can direct the commission to evaluate some more of the options, or if you have more ideas, we'd be happy to explore additional ideas. But I think in my mind, trying to find infrastructure that's already in place would be ideal. Because if we have to put infrastructure into place, that's going to take a long time. It's going to be very expensive, and it carries out long-term maintenance costs as well. So if we can find something that works with existing infrastructure, that would probably be the best. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that in terms of the cost, we've been working very closely with FEMA and Cal OES. They've been coming to the offices twice a week, each week, and looking at how we can plan long-term for covering the costs of these alert systems. Historically, we've only applied for reimbursement of costs from FEMA and Cal OES, and this time we're looking at a robust long-term recovery strategy, which is why they've been here so frequently. So we are looking to try to have those costs covered, although, as you know, FEMA money is not expected anytime soon, but it's something that we are working on.
Any council members have clarifying questions before public comment?
I do. I was wondering why Alert FM wasn't covered in that presentation, or was it?
It was.
Okay.
That's the one that's $950,000 for a 5-year contract.
I also heard we're on a money diet, right, Doug? Okay, I do have, so which one was it? Because I heard Tone Alert, NOAA. Are you using a different, I didn't hear FM Alert, or?
Well, it's technical, we try not to use vendor names. Oh. So the technical term was it the FM modulating, whatever. But
well, I just know
Alert FM is the only vendor that actually has that technology right now.
Okay, because that's what I researched for hours and hours. I went on the Butte County. There was a page of YouTube videos of what they're doing up in Butte City. And they're all really raving about Alert FM, so I wasn't sure that was
I spoke with them.
The same.
And just, they are happy with how the system works. It does work. It's not perfect. There are maintenance issues. The receivers have to be reprogrammed with updates periodically, and they have a team of volunteers to go out and help community members who are not tech savvy to do those updates. And sometimes the receivers break or don't work, and FM Alert has to fix it, but it generates calls to the county. I mean, they work it out, but it's just, there is a maintenance issue.
Okay. Thank you. So I also didn't hear in the presentation anything about a little bit about the outdoor sirens. Is that off the table of us considering one, even,
Well, it's possible. And the city of LA recently acquired some mobile sirens. So we reached out to them to see if we can bring 2 of them into town just to do some testing so people could hear it.
Yeah.
And these sirens are also presented as available to us if we were suddenly in a high-risk time. We can request one during that time and place it strategically. But I think more importantly, right now, we're looking at trying to bring it in this fall so that people can hear what they sound like, see what it looks like, etc.
Could we borrow one and test it before the fall?
That's what I just said.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's what we're doing.
We're doing that.
Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. I would love to learn more about that, because you'd have to probably tell the residents what neighborhood, because when I looked on the siren study, it was all coastline. A lot of our land-owned properties like Trancas, Bluffs, Aoki Lot. So those are areas that aren't really reflective of the high fire risks as far as like canyons. So would we be able to use those mobile units up in the canyons where we would? Oh.
Yeah, we're just working out with LA. There's logistics and cost. We'll have to pay to have the sirens brought out here because they don't put them on a special truck and bring them out. But we're working out those details with the city.
Oh, well, that's very good news that I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
Maureen, just clarifying questions right now, then we'll have public comment.
One clarifying question on the sirens. I grew up in upstate New York where they had air raid sirens, all right? And they got to test them. And so I don't know what it was, once a month or every 2 weeks they go off. After a while, people start ignoring them because they don't know what the hell it means anymore, right?
Yeah.
So just, there's a downside to them too.
Well, I've been told that now the testing can be done silently, so you don't hear it.
That sort of takes away the concept of a siren.
That's what the siren company told us. That basically, they can test that the system would work, but I guess they turn the volume down.
It's a dog
I don't know, but I know that they do it silently now.
Very good. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, any other clarifying questions?
I would like to clarify that.
I would too.
Okay, so let's hear our public comment. Do we have anybody online?
Yeah, there's 2 raised hands. First is Ryan.
Oh, well, we've got an in-person speaker, so just no additional hands online. So, Christine? Thames? No? Kristen? No? Okay. Let's go to our online speakers.
Ryan.
Ryan, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I remember I was on Public Safety Commission, I think in 2002 or 2004 when the big tsunami hit, not here, but took out all the islands. So there was a lot of discussion about a multi-hazard warning system that would play different tones or actually be audible in languages, could be used for various purposes. I want to remind you that the MTA issued a many $million grant for the installation of a fiber optic interconnect network between the Council of Governments, cities, and that when Caltrans installed the fiber interconnect for their own traffic signals on PCH between the computer control cabinets all the way to John Tyler, I believe there's extra conduits were installed for potential use by the city. So we have potential infrastructure in place or opportunities for that. Now, there was I would say, a very flawed directive given to Mission Critical Partners, the company that was hired to tell us that they couldn't guarantee that the outdoor warning system would penetrate into every home. The problem is who's running the program here. These people were hired and given, I think, $40,000 to give an answer that was what was being asked for, is that we don't want one of these and we don't want to have to pull the trigger. You heard from your assistant fire chief tonight. Yeah, who's going to pull the trigger? That's the same thing we heard from Brad Davis, the city's emergency services coordinator previously, is who's going to pull the trigger? Well, you need to have a trigger. You'll figure that out later. So you have to have a full toolbox of all of these things, and a repeater on Catalina Island is possible, but there's only rental space for a repeater to government agencies. They're not issuing them to private enterprises, but guess what? We could do it as a public entity, and we need to work with the FCC on this. There's a new woman chairman in charge of the FCC from 2 years ago, and we have burnout poster child written all over our faces out here. A demonstration project would be perfect for this. So I don't want to encourage the word guarantee. Don't let your staff tell you we can't guarantee you this or that. That's code for we don't want to do it. So I hate to have to say that, but there's no guarantees here. We have a lot of geographic challenges, but that's also a grant opportunity in the making. So please assign this to a grant writer for all these things. Thank you.
Hans Lutz.
Hans, are you there?
Good evening. How are you all?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thank you. It's great to hear you. Thank you for your help on getting the KBOU booster on the air in eastern Malibu. It's been a 23-year battle to get the radio station up, and we're covering most of the city. Alert FM, which is the only vendor, has given me a receiver, and I've been driving up canyons and driving down the beach, and it works better than I expected. It's giving us a carrier. We installed a satellite downlink on the roof of the studio. We're getting the signal from the satellite, which indicates that the alerts are going to go out. However, they have not given me authorization to originate a test, which is critical. And until I can take that device up and down the canyons and make sure that the alerts go out, I don't want to recommend this. I don't want to have people rely on a system that's not tested yet, and I don't want the city to spend money on something that won't work. So they're working on it. They're trying to get me, I'm a civilian, I'm not an emergency worker. They're trying to get me authorization to activate this thing. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to pull that off yet. We hope to have that in a couple of weeks. So if you have any questions, I'll stay on the line, and thank you for trying to set this up.
Thank you, Hans. That'll conclude our public speakers. Doug.
Yeah, as people probably know, I've talked about FM Alert, and Hans and I have talked about this when I was on Public Safety Commission, and I've followed it closely. In fact, he and I had a conversation on it last week, and just to update Susan on it, I spoke with the Executive VP of FM Alert at Hans's request to see if we couldn't get this moved along with some city statement that it's something we wanted to test. And they have come back and said that they will develop a protocol in approximately a week or two to be able to do an actual field test throughout the city with actual alerts. That will carry us a long way toward finding out if it really will work. This is not a perfect system by any stretch. The technology is, as you said, off the shelf. It's an existing FM radio signals for any FM radio station, whether public or private, throughout the area. And just to allay people's fears, you don't have to have it you don't have to have it on. It sits quietly, and it's about the size of a smoke alarm.
and it also receives earthquake alerts, and it's a one-way communication device run by the city. The cost, by the way, is it's $99 from FM Alert for the basic receiver, and I think in quantities the price is quite low. It can be less than that. If we have 8,000 homes or 8,000 locations in Malibu, that's somewhere between $400 to $800,000. And as the city manager has said, I think this is to be a great place for grants from FEMA. I also was told that they just put this system statewide in Louisiana for $11.5 million. And they use it in Alabama as well for tornado alerts. And Butte County's got it already up in Northern California. So this may be an option for us to take a better look at. But, and I agree with Hans. Until we know it works, we're not pushing it.
Bruce?
So we're a small town. I wonder if we could just use tin cans and a wire. But walkie-talkies, won't they work?
They work for small geographic areas. I mean, it works like if you have a really sophisticated phone tree kind of system with volunteers and walkie-talkie system. Oops, sorry.
Aren't there long-range walkie-talkies that operate over 30 miles or even more, 100 miles or so?
Yeah, but remember, most walkie-talkies, well, if they either have to hit a repeater or it's line of sight, right? So with all our cans and everything, I mean, with our repeaters, we can cover a lot of the city. And I think this is part of what the CERT team's looking at. They're testing out a little receiver that people could have in their home, something really inexpensive. And we can use our radio infrastructure with our repeater at Castro and Point Doom using our CERT radios. They're not expensive radios.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking to test that out. They tested it on a small scale and it seemed to work. But I talked to, Richard Garvey today to see where they were at with this. And I think he's inspired now to dig a little deeper on this and see how it can work. Because he's setting up a similar system at Point Doom, he said, for their fire brigade area.
Because, it seems like an oversimplification, but a simple solution might work in a small town.
Yeah, we really are trying to crack this nut in every way we can, and I feel like there probably is going to be a less expensive, simple solution. We just have to keep trying all the different ideas.
Along the same lines, excuse my ignorance, just off the wall, but what about CB radios?
I don't know much about CB radios. I can't really comment on that. I'm not sure how.
Have we explored it at all? It might take 5 minutes to conclude it doesn't work, or it might take 5 minutes it doesn't work. Okay. I like the NOAA radio option, but for the fact that it's dependent on the county, and also, I guess, but for the fact that NOAA might disappear. But the county issue, is that not something that we could overcome with the help of our supervisor?
I don't know. We can work on it, but it's kind of like, although, they used to say that about WIA too, that they didn't want to use it for a lot of things. But with the NOAA radios, it's strange because they marketed it to us for fire alerts. They got a grant, we handed them out. But Palisades Fire, if there was any fire, you were going to use it. So that was my first question to them, did you guys do it? And they're like, no, we're not going to do it unless it's a county-wide emergency.
Well, I wonder if we couldn't reach out to Lindsay and ask her about the possibility of exploring it. And also, public relations-wise, this is the time to make that pitch.
I agree. And besides, I think that people who aren't in a high fire zone aren't necessarily going to have that NOAA weather radio anyway. So even if you send the alert out countywide, it's probably only going to hit the people who actually care enough to get it, right?
Okay. And there is no way to target the NOAA radios?
No, right now there's no geofencing. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to hear just a little bit more also about the AM radio option.
I don't have a lot of information about that right now. The CERT team, they were trying to get our AM station back up and running again. They're going to be running a test in September is what I was told.
This is not a complaint, and I know there's a lot to do, but why are all these things taking so much time? Why can't these tests just be organized quickly and done? At least on a trial, just to see if they work initially or throw them out.
Well, some of the radio stuff, I mean, it's because we don't have any internal communications radio people. We depend on our volunteers, and so they have jobs. They do a lot. I mean, as we know, our CERT team is amazing, and if it wasn't for Richard Garvey and Hans and others, we wouldn't even be where we're at. But I think we just keep getting distracted. Every time we turn around, there's some other emergency that pulls us in another direction, and then it delays things.
So I don't say this in jest. I mean, maybe it's a project for the high school. I mean, kids know more about this stuff than we do. They know what's coming down the pike. They understand it better. I mean, maybe this, or high school or college, maybe they could come up with some ideas and run tests.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, that's it for me.
Okay. Steve or Halen?
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a company out, and this is just, again, an off-the-wall thing. The last company I work with, we wanted to get an idea of what is coming in the future, right? So we hired this think tank out of Washington, D.C. that was doing, surveillance stuff for the Army, all right? I mean, but they knew stuff. I mean, they told us this is just before CD-ROMs and flash drives and all this stuff were available. I mean, they told us that 5 years ahead of time. And the company was able to take advantage of that as we decided, design what we wanted to be when we grew up. Now, I don't know if there are companies out there that do that, but if there are, they can probably give you an answer real quick of what's available today, what's working, and maybe what is coming down the pike in the future that might help us. I just don't know where to look for.
I mean, and that's what the indoor alerting report was, but that was like 4 or 5 years ago, which may as well be a decade ago, right?
Okay,
I mean, so much has changed.
It was just, I thought,
I mean,
I'll look around and see if I can find something, but if there's somebody that can do that for us, that might be helpful.
yeah, I mean, because I even thought about like just putting our RFP out there, like, here's our problem. Does anyone out there have ideas to solve it?
Yeah, sorry. So what I'm hearing is that Hans has his hands on an alert FM radio, and they are almost giving him authority to do testing in the canyons. And then that could take a couple of weeks. And then once he does that, we'll have a better grasp on whether or not that's a viable like a solution if it works in our area. So we have that. Then I also heard that we have possibly 2 mobile outdoor sirens that we can possibly get our hands on to do testing from the county. That would be great.
That's actually from the city.
The city of Los Angeles?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That would be really, really nice because I think our residents would like to see more of this type of communication. I think that we're looking for the perfect, and I don't think it's going to happen in one solution. It's going to be a multitude of solutions, and I know that it's complicated because then we need staff to implement it, and who's going to push the trigger, and what's the trigger actually. So that being said, I do think that we should do something. Meaning we have to explore what's right in front of us, not hire another consulting team to do another study to come back with more or less options. We have the KBOO signal, so we have the booster. What about the giant red and white antenna that's in the center of town? Are we able, it seems like it's a communication tower. Is it possible that we can use that as a repeater? Because we're trying to ask the county for some help.
I don't know if that would help us, because we just put a repeater out at Bluffs Park, which is already in a location that helps us. Well, I'm sorry, that was for KBOO.
So
I'm not sure if that location is a needed location for a repeater for us right now.
I gotcha. So it's there. And then I would like to ask the mayor if I can ask Topanga, because they're in the audience, if they have a solution or if they feel comfortable with how they do alerts in their community. Maybe it's a walkie-talkie that, like Bruce is saying, and there's maybe a simple solution that we can implement in the meantime, but I don't know protocol, and I also don't know if they feel comfortable. James and Seychelles.
I can say that we've explored this topic, and like you had just mentioned, we found it was a multiple.
Excuse me, if we could have you actually come up to the microphone so that we can
Thank you. Sorry to
record
jump
your
the
comments
spot.
for the record.
And if you could fill out a speaker slip before. Thank you.
Sorry.
I would just say that you're on the right track as far as our experience and what we've done. It's a multitude of solutions. We have done something called the top of the hour report. We're a little different than you. Our canyon's smaller and tighter, but the challenge is you're talking radio, and you've got canyons, and radio signals don't penetrate to the bottom of those canyons very well. You need to test all the stuff. There's ways to do it with radio software. I'm sure Hans is very familiar. I use the LA-RICS pager myself all the time. Seychelles has one as well. But once again, this works off of radio signals. It works off of the same systems that our first responders have. In Topanga, we probably have a little bit greater challenges with reaching signals for the deeper canyons, but these do work 80 to 90% as well. The CERT system, I used to be a part of the Malibu CERT team when Brad Davis was here, and I'm familiar with a lot of the repeaters that are set up, and that avenue is a good avenue to explore. The problem is you're going to need multiple repeaters in a number of different places up high that can beam down. But I think you're on the right track. As was mentioned, if you expedite it, I think a couple of these things will solve the problems that you're having. What we do is we have just quickly, we have 69 Bravo. TSEP has a bunch of repeaters up on top of that mountain, and we have backup power and whatnot for that system. And we have a redundant systems up there. What we do in Topanga is our top of the hour report is when all else fails, when power goes down, that the little FRS radios, we broke our community up into zones, and every zone has a particular channel to listen to, and it's done in a way so that they don't bleed across the other areas. And we transmit on one frequency only, and we do it at the top of the hour, and we have a couple of different repeaters. One is up at 69 Bravo, another one is in Topanga. And so at the top of the hour, every hour, when we have the staff to do it, we're all volunteers, we put out what we put out on our ES page, keeping people as up to date as possible on the current communications for that. Also want to point out something you said about the NOAA radio system. We were involved with getting that system created and put together, and it's interesting to hear that, so the county does push it out, and we've worked with them on who gets to push that button out. And so OEM, we tried to get it in the hands of the Sheriff's Department, who push out the Alert LA systems as well. And there have been some screw-ups on that system where things went out countywide that weren't supposed to, but we did have some tests. And the only thing I was surprised to hear was that it wouldn't be used for fire, because I believe mine just went off the other day, and I believe it was for the fire on the northern part of the county, that up in Halsey and the Lake Piru fire. So that's something I'm not aware of. We have not yet been told, and we pushed this thing out, and we got the county to buy 30,000 of these radios, and most of Topanga gets it. Again, it's a radio. Those systems are in place. Those repeaters are there already. Those are the NOAA weather radios.
I appreciate all the information. It's really great, but since public comment got reopened, I do have a speaker slip I'm going to have to take, and then we're going to close public comment and not
Very
take
good.
any
Thank
additional.
you.
So, Ann?
Guys, procedurally, is it public comment when a member of the council asks a question of somebody?
It's not.
Where are we on this?
I think we're making up the rules as we go along today.
We're not making up the rules as we're going along.
It's fine.
So we're allowing you your 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Important. So this system actually was implemented in another neighboring community called La Habra Heights. It was self-funded, had multiple repeaters, a two-tone system integrated into emergency alert system. Every week we would get a test from the Sheriff Department. It would trigger our system, and the test would go through, and it was the sheriff. Yeah, I think it was Luna at the time. I don't remember. But he would come through our TFT receiver, which would open up everybody's radio, which cost approximately $200 or $700, and you're a part of a big network. Everybody had one. Multiple. Sometimes they had them 4 or 5 people in a family. They carried them. They all had numbers, like 100s, the 200s, the 700s, which is fire department, the sheriff department. Everybody was on that system. That community has not burned. And I think the reason is because everybody's on the same page. They're all on the same system. So last week, On Thursday, Saturday, I was supposed to fly to Catalina to do a site survey, to put a repeater there so it could transmit to Malibu, up and down the coast. That's what we were going to do. And we still will. I think now it's going to be even easier. So this whole EAS thing, that's easy. I happen to sit on the Southern California FCC board. We have a meeting next month. It's supposed to be on the agenda, Malibu. So I think we just need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now close public comment. Okay, any other questions? Okay. I am going to say I'm overwhelmed by all this stuff here. So I'm not quite sure what my thoughts are on it. I know there's a lot of different things. A lot of this is resident dependent for them having the equipment in their homes for doing this. I know a lot of this is coming out given the PSPSs and us not having reliable methods of communication with modern systems such as our cell phones and automatic alerts that go out. So I hope that in addition to anything that we're pursuing here, we're still pursuing a broadband network within our city that's not dependent on power, so that people will still have access to information in their homes in the event of a power outage. I think that's also something else that's incredibly important. I'm not quite sure, are you looking for a specific recommendation from the council today of what we want you to pursue? And does the council, do we have a motion for a specific item? So,
Well, I mean, it sounds like part of the problem you've got different people trying to look at different components and trying to, who's doing what with what, all right? I mean, would it help if we sort of gave that to the planning commission and they were able to schedule these kind of investigations so they had, at least, they were in control of who was doing what and they could report back, as opposed to having you trying to chase down all these different folks? I'm just trying to come up with...
the planning commission's...
No, public safety, I mean, public safety.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, obviously, there's a lot of pieces that are being tested out right now, different things. And so certainly the recommendation could be that as we test those, we take them back to the Public Safety Commission to formulate, more recommendations for you if you'd like.
Yeah, they could at least keep track of who's doing what, and make sure give them some time frame and try and get it back in there and report back, as opposed to you trying to chase them all down individually. That's just one thing I would think about.
Bruce?
So two things. I thought we had a meeting a while ago and we did give direction to pursue the FM alert. So am I wrong in my recollection?
There was, but one of the first steps was to expand K-Boost signal, which we now have that completed because the other radio stations don't reach to Western Malibu. So it really was depending on K-Boost signal being a little more effective. So that's what Hans is working out. He wants to be able to test it to make sure that his signal strength will be able to send, a proper alert. So that's part of what's being figured out right now.
The other thing is, I'm technologically challenged. I don't really understand completely what a repeater is. But is there something where if there was a critical mass of residents who were willing to participate in the system, who each had a unit of whatever it is, where they would supply the broadcast necessary to jump around the whole 21 miles or 27 miles, depending on who you ask?
It's possible. That's part of what I thought. If with the LA-RIC system, if we use those pagers, so like say to get one strong message out to the key people who then like a phone tree set via radio, then get that message out. All these are possibilities.
I would never go for something like that in the city of Los Angeles, or I grew up on the East Coast in any meaningful city, but we're a small town. I would think that people are sufficiently concerned about the danger of fire here. You can't not be. That I would think not everyone, a large enough percentage of the population would be willing to participate and keep these radios active, powered, charged. that if that kind of a solution existed, it would be worth trying to see if it works, because I think we're sufficiently, and can't think of the right word, but people are going to do it. I just don't see people not participating in that kind of an operation.
Yeah, basically a radio phone tree.
Yeah. That's the RICS option?
Well, that's part of what I've thought is that if with the RICS, because they're very expensive, but maybe having them given out strategically, say, to neighborhood leaders, HOA, whoever it is, right? The leaders of certain neighborhood pockets. And because then we can very instantaneously send the message of what the issue is. And then they have their individual radio phone trees, for lack of a better term.
But there's no technology that actually would be both a receiver and a transmitter. Like, I send it to my neighbor sends it to their neighbor, and
Well, yeah, with your, I guess, like a walkie-talkie radio.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. But with the LA RICS, we can only do a transmit. We can't give those radios to everyone in town. I mean, with our radios, they're powerful enough that we can send out a pretty good signal to a receiver.
But wait, I just want to make sure I'm not misstating what I'm explaining, because I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, but maybe we are. Are there products that you can buy off the shelf that will both receive and without doing you don't have to do anything with it. It just automatically receives and continues to transmit, so that it's like a phone tree, but it's not
like a walkie-talkie.
But no activity is required on the part of the person who has it. It just sits on a counter. It's plugged in. It has a battery, so when the power goes down, the battery's working, and it will receive the signal and send the signal without the recipient doing anything. Does that exist, or doesn't it exist?
Receive the signal, and what signal would it send if they're not doing anything?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I think you can certainly have a radio that receives a signal and have it on. Like I kind of imagine, like during a red flag warning, you might make sure your radio's on. You have the volume on, but it's not going to make noise unless somebody transmits a message to that radio, and then you would hear it.
Okay, so you're saying technologically there's not a unit that would receive the signal, broadcast it to whoever's in the house, but at the same time continue to transmit it to another location.
Oh, I see what you're saying, almost like hopping from...
Like leapfrog the message, yes.
I'm not technologically savvy enough to answer that question, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, as a council, I just want to, this is an important subject, but we also need to have a resolution to it. So
I'd make this, well, first off, let me give and I'll say this for the people who haven't heard this spiel before. I'm a ham radio operator, been one for decades, longer than you like to think. I do remember tube radios. And we're looking at technology that is not as unlimited as you see on television. And part of this is because we've got frequency constraints. It's like how many cars can you fit on a freeway? And that's the problem with the radio frequencies. There's only so many available for everybody to use. And yes, you can slice things up and dice them up and digitally and so on. But we probably have the right mix of things going on right now. We just need to pursue it. I agree we need to get this moving along. We've talked about it forever. I think Alert FM is probably closer than anything else, and RICS is right behind it. Those are probably our two best options. And for people that are interested in the sirens, you should read the rest of the presentation here. It talks about 44 towers spread like centuries along the mountain range and then down into the city. And each one of those towers is 50 feet tall and big and ugly. And that was one of the constraints we had on this too. So I think you got the right pathway. I'd recommend that we follow this, and if there's anything we can do to speed it up, we should do that. That would be my recommendation.
So is that a motion to recommend Alert FM? And
I could try.
Alert, it's not a recommendation of anybody. I think it says here, receive a report on indoor warning systems and provide direction to staff if appropriate. I think we want to endorse what you're doing and then see if there's any way we can speed it up. That would be my line.
I could try
Ms. Conrad, you want to give it a shot?
I could try to make a motion.
Okay.
This is exciting. So I think what I'd like to do is hear what Hans has to say after he goes through the canyons and he gets authority with Alert FM. And I'd like you to simultaneously be looking into these other options, as well as getting our hands on those outdoor alerts, sirens, because I think it'll help our residents hear it or see it, because I know that the report is very thorough and some of us have different ideas of what's necessary. So I would like to make a motion to bring this back to council after Hans has more info on the FM alert, while you simultaneously are looking into other options like Rick's radios. And also when we get our hands on those 2 outdoor sirens from LA City, that we can discuss how and where they are placed. How'd that go? Is that clear? Is that cool?
Yeah. Did you still want the Public Safety Commission involved? I know that was brought up before, or just bring this back to the council after we have more information is basically what I'm hearing here.
What takes less time for it to ultimately get to us? Because we are coming into red flag season, and I don't want it to get bounced back and forth. And if it's going to come to us eventually, it's one less step for you and the Safety Commission.
May I ask a question on that?
Yes,
So as
please.
far as, I mean, is any of this going to be able to be implemented for this next fire season? Yeah, that's a no. Okay. So
Some
this
of
is
it
next year.
could be parts of it. Parts of it, it's possible. Some of it probably not possible. Like if we're going to be receiving the test receiver from LA Ricks within the next few weeks, and then we'll go out and do extensive testing in the community. If it seems like it's working, at that point, I would recommend getting maybe say 50 of them, some of them, and at least start strategically testing them and trying that method. But at the same time,
we have to do something.
We need to
opinion.
see that would
Yeah.
be, to me, that would be like one of the faster things, or even like if the CERT team is able to show that using our CERT radio infrastructure, we can do a tone alert radio type of system, which I think is very possible too. They tested it on a very small scale in the back of our parking lot. It worked fine, but that's a little different than sending it into people's homes, up in the canyon. So all these things require testing, but if we can find one that works, some of these are easy to do. Once we test it and we know it's going to work.
When can we test it? Because what I'm terrified of is we can have a fire in 2 weeks and we can have a death. And we've had some time after Woolsey, and then we had Palisades, and then we have the next fire. And it's just going to be the same broken record that council's got paralysis, decision analysis, like we're just paralyzed in decision making. And something has to kind of give. We have to give the residents a little bit of more security.
Well, I mean, I will say, yes, we do. I think it's important that we try and provide something, but we do have to have residents take some steps to be part of the solution. We do offer our e-notifications. I know we were very robust last fall in sending out notifications about red flag days and things. And our residents do, and I'm sorry, I know this sounds terribly insensitive, and I don't mean it to be, but when things like that go out, as the assistant chief said, ready, set, go, get your stuff ready, be prepared for these things. It is a reality of our community. And so everybody has to be part of the solution, and they have to have a plan of what's going to happen when this happens. So, I think that working with Hans, if there's anything we can do to support him, if the city being a part of that test can maybe help get over that disaster worker aspect, that it's one of you or your team or the public safety or maybe the community brigade is part of that can be a part of that test, and maybe that will help with that approval process
Yeah, and I wonder because, we do have an MOU with KBU to be an official emergency alerting arm for the city. So I don't know if he has shared that with Alert FM. I'll have to talk to Hans. I don't know if that would help since we do have a formal arrangement with KBU.
Right.
Can we, in the next bunch of PSPSs, if we can start testing whatever it is that we implement or have, I think it would be super great for us to just figure something out. Whether that, even if that's an outdoor siren of 2 of them, as something. I mean, I'm not opposed to the Alert FM once we know that they work in our canyons. So just.
Let's don't lose sight of the fact we do have an alerting system already.
I know.
Yeah, and it's not great, and it depends on cell towers quite a bit, but we do have an alerting system.
They just don't work in PSPS.
Depends. Your cell phone may work.
I know. It's just the may work is what worries me.
And we're trying to fill in all the blanks. I think the best thing to do is to fall back. We spent a lot of time on this. Fall back to what we've already requested. It says receive a report. We got that. Question now is what else can we do? I think we're on the right track with RICS and FM Alert. Let's push them to get it done as fast as we can. But we're not going to have something this fire season. This is already August. You're not going to be able to put 8,000 receivers out by September. So let's be realistic. This is really looking for next year. And it's not perfect, but we're going to be better off next year than we are this year if we get on this.
Okay, so sounds like work on the alert system, keep testing on the RICS radios, try and get some type of a pattern with that. And do we want this to go to Public Safety Commission before it comes back to us, or do we want it directly back to us when those test results are done?
I suggest both places. Just keep everybody informed. There's people on CERT team and Public Safety Commission that know what they're doing as well as anybody else does. Let's have them involved in it, but let's get it back to us as soon as there's something to report. You don't have to wait for the formality. I think speed is the key here. Let's see what comes back. Let's get it back to us as soon as we can. I think a report whenever you're ready would be good.
Okay. You have what you need?
Yeah, I believe so. So it sounds like what you're saying that as we get results on any of these, I should come back to council, report on what that result is so that if you want to take action on it, we can, or do you want me to wait till I have the results on everything?
I would say whatever you get first, just come back in pieces. I know it's hodgepodge in some things, but I think we want to hear something instead of waiting to the last thing to be evaluated, given that we're unsure just how quickly that Alert FM might come through on KBU. I don't want the RICS radios to get delayed.
Yeah, and I would recommend that we do as many as we can because redundancy is the key in emergencies. You can't have just one system, as we already know, because it's not always going to work. So, yeah.
Agreed. Okay, this is going to add to our toolbox here. Okay. Given the hour, thank you.
I'm looking forward to the outdoor sirens, the 2 of them. Thanks.
Make sure you put one on her street.
On my roof.
So for the technicalities.
I move that we proceed with 7B.
Thank you. I have a second that. All in favor? Aye.
7B.
Okay. Kristen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Riggins and honorable members of City Council. The item before you is an update on the outcome of the Malibu Film Society's movie series, in addition to a request from the organization to conduct film screenings here in City Hall for the rest of 2025. So to summarize the Malibu Film Society's last screenings, which took place from July 2024 to June 2025. Council did approve 9 screenings due to the emergency we had here in our city. The organization provided 3, Ooh, I missed that
That's
one.
okay.
Provided
You can
screenings for the community with a total attendance of 354 people, and 88 attendees were city residents. So in front of you, the Malibu Film Society is requesting the same format of a film screening, concessions, and Q&A for the rest of 2025. And they're requesting a total of a fee waiver of $5,359. And I believe Scott Talal is on Zoom if you have any questions regarding the Film Society. And that concludes my report.
Okay. Is he here as a public speaker, or is he here just for any questions?
I believe he's just here to answer questions if you have them.
Okay. So we have one in-person speaker slip. Do we have any other hands? How many hands do we have?
Yes, Scott Talal has raised his hand.
Okay, perfect. So Joe Drummond, and then Scott, and then we'll close public comment.
Hello again. I'm just speaking in favor of this program, and also on August 29th, the Malibu Film Society will be showing the Big Rock Burning documentary, the world premiere, which we're very honored that to be a part of, and we're very grateful to Scott. He jumped all over and said, yeah, let's do it here. So I've been a member of the Film Society for a couple of years, and I love what they do, and I'm so glad that the city is bringing it to Malibu. And Halen is also featured in the film, so it's a great documentary. I hope you guys will all see it. I think it'll be 7 p.m. on Friday, August 29th, which was normally Locals Night at the Chili Cook-Off. So we're making Locals Night here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Scott?
I just wanted to thank you all for the general grant fund, but also to ask a couple of questions that we're not quite clear on. It takes a while for us to get to this point where we're asking for not just the grant funding, which is completed, but for these underwriting of the costs associated with the fee waivers and staffing the events. Is it possible that we can just do this for all 12 of the events that we've requested and have been budgeted for the coming fiscal year, the current fiscal year? Secondly, our Film Society board has voted to buy a larger screen that would match the format of your projector. Basically the same height as the screen you have now, but one that would be widescreen and suitable for the movies that we're presenting as well as for computer presentations. And the last question we have is whether or not we can get some clarity regarding the grant, because our specific application was $9,000 for 6 of the events, as we have done in the past, at City Hall, plus another $9,000 for kids and teen events. It could be inferred that those events would also be at City Hall, but we didn't specifically state that, and we want to make sure it'll be okay if we decide to do events at some other location. Say if we want to do a student film festival at the high school, if we could use grant funding for stuff like that. So we need clarity on that, and any direction you could give us. If we can get all 12 of these approved now, we won't have to come back and ask 4 more times this year, 3 more times.
Okay, I think I'm confused. That'll close public comment, but this is just for a fee waiver. Was he talking about a different program?
The Malibu Film Society would ideally like to do 12 events here at City Hall. Unfortunately, we're just bringing an item for the rest of this year due to the theater and the upgrades that could be happening. So staff felt we felt more comfortable just bringing through 2025 and while we work on the upgrades.
Okay. All right. Any comment from council?
I think we got this. Let's vote on this one and get it done and give them the money. And
hear a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation to waive the fee for the filming.
The 3 films
shown in City Hall.
Staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None? Great. Okay,
Move to hear 7C.
thank you. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Kristen, 7C, please.
Okay, thank you. The item before you is a fee waiver request from Malibu AYSO, the city's primary youth soccer organization. AYSO provides children with an opportunity to learn soccer fundamentals, teamwork, and cooperation in a league environment. Their fee waiver request is $15,500, which will cover league play from August 2025 to January 2026. Council is being asked to review the request and waive the fees for the 2025 season. That concludes my report.
Do we have any questions?
I have a clarifying question quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just curious why we have these presentations, because we always end up approving the fee waiver, so I just don't understand it.
Staff is working on a new policy, so to prevent this from occurring over and over and over again.
Cool, thanks.
So I'm working on that for you.
Thank you very much. I've got to clone you guys.
Do we have any public comment?
No, we don't have any in-person speakers or any raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, that'll conclude public comment.
Move to approve the request.
Kelsey, you make the judge who got the first and
I
second.
believe that was the mayor pro tem.
Okay, and seconded by Councilmember Euring. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? Great.
Move to hear the sewer item, whatever number that was.
7A.
7A.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And then opposed? Can we have 5 minutes for Councilmember Conrad? Oh, don't you stand there with your hands on your hips. Yes, 5 minutes.
I could use the break.
So that was a recess for the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Autumn break.
I already did my gavel. You guys missed it out. All right, let's do that. Are we waiting for me? Oh, there we go.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I am going to give you an update on the PCH wastewater project. First, give a little background on where we are. April 24th this year, I provided Council several opportunities to look at how wastewater solutions can be placed on PCH for those properties along the beach. Council directed staff to explore the option that connects those properties to Hyperion, and also to form an ad hoc committee. On May 12th, Council awarded an amendment to Woodward & Curran's project or contract to do a preliminary design work and to prepare a preliminary design report on the Hyperion option. From May to July this year, PCH Wastewater Ad Hoc Committee has had several meetings. We've gone over different ideas and provided updates on some of the things we're going. Staff and the consultants from Woodward & Curran have met with different agencies throughout the event, and just to kind of get more information and really understand, seeing if this could be a feasible project. Tonight, I'm going to provide an update on the progress where we are today. We're also going to seek direction on proceeding forward on this project as a full design project and construction. And then also seek council's direction to authorize a coordination letter to the County of Los Angeles seeking assistance through administration, political, and financial. So going back again, this is a little bit of background on why Hyperion was selected. The cost that we determined was around $269,000 per parcel. It actually uses the Hyperion treatment plant without having to upgrade or do anything, which Hyperion does have capacity to accept the additional wastewater flow. It was the shortest pipeline of all the options, and shortest pipeline means the shortest construction period. It also provides, council had a direction to make sure we're not expanding this beyond more than what is really needed, and so that does that. And I also wanted to point out that we had made some clear connections with the agencies involved, and we have a path forward on how we can get this done. So real quick, here's an overview of the Hyperion connection. The concept will be a combination of a gravity and force main line on PCH that will connect to the existing wastewater line on PCH at Coastline Drive. That's owned by the city of LA. The wastewater will then be conveyed on PCH to the Santa Monica Pier lift station, where from there it will be conveyed over to Hyperion. The cost of the project at the time when I did this analysis was $124 million, and it's estimated to take 65 months. Real quick, and here's a map showing what the potential pipeline alignment will be. It's the yellow line, if you can see it. So real quick, give you an update on where we are with the preliminary design. Our consultant team has already drafted an alignment, looked at how the conveyance system would be laid out. They laid out potential locations and number of pump stations along the way to convey the wastewater to that point of connection on Coastline Drive. They've also calculated the estimated wastewater flows, looked at different materials, and actually trenching methods like micro trenching, which uses a boring pit and a receiving pit, and all the work is done underground. It's not open trench. They've also looked at kind of refining the initial project schedule, and they'll be looking to refine the project cost. Lastly, they've been working with interagencies during these feedback meetings and providing technical feedback to those agencies. And what we wanted to do is kind of show you some of these kind of concept plans of the pump stations that we're going to have along PCH. If you've been to Bluffs Parks, there's a small lift station in Bluffs Parks parking lot that conveys wastewater from that area and takes it over to treatment plant. That's likely what you will see on PCH, something like this. So I'm going to go over some of our meetings we've had with the other agencies. The first one is the City of LA, talking about the Hyperion meeting we had with them. We talked to the City of LA. They did mention they have adequate capacity at the Hyperion plant to take our wastewater flow. That was not, they didn't see that being an issue of holding up the project. They felt our wastewater flow was well below their allotted maximum flow capacity at Hyperion. The connection or the new pipe would require a service and a connection agreement. So what that means is that it's agreement between the City of LA and the city that provides a mechanisms for the operation and maintenance of treating the wastewater. So what this means is it's like your sewer bill. Like usually you'll have a sewer bill, and that's for the operation and maintenance of treating the wastewater at Hyperion. And lastly, the City of LA mentioned that the connection at Coastline Drive needs to be coordinated with them to make sure we have the correct locations and elevations and make sure that we're not causing any hydraulic issues with their existing pipeline. But knowing our service, when we talked to them about our alignment, our systems, they felt what we're doing will work, and there is a path forward on how we can make that connection happen. We then met with the regional board. We did ask them if there was any separate permit we needed for this project. They answered no, which was very good. They did mention that the City of LA would have to update their data to the regional board when their permit is up for renewal. But it's a simple data information that we'll be supplying the City of LA so they can make that update. What was the big thing from the regional board was they were open to interim septic repairs and replacements if the city commits to this project moving forward. And so right now, as it stands, those properties along PCH and along the beach would have to replace their septic systems, and including upgrading to advanced treatment. The regional board mentioned that if the city moves forward with this, they're open to the idea of only having these property owners make those repairs and do some interim solution. If council elects to move forward with this project and gives direction on the full design and construction, then staff can continue that conversation with the regional board and come with really concrete solutions on how those properties along the beaches can move forward. We did have another meeting with the city of Santa Monica. The reason of this is that they operate and maintain the sewer lift station by the Santa Monica Pier. And this is a very important lift station because it conveys all the wastewater from the Palisades, everything on the PCH. It conveys it up and it actually gets it to Hyperion. This lift station has had some problems in the past. But right now they're currently going through renovations to upgrade the systems. It was a power issue with their system. They're actually replacing some of the pumps in there, but when they're done with all those improvements, then the lift station can accommodate the additional flow we have for our project. So it's another good news. The only request that they had from us was to have follow-up meetings with them to make sure that we give them our design flow details and timing of that to make sure that they can kind of coordinate their pump systems. And then lastly, we had a meeting with Caltrans. Since the majority of the pipeline is going to be on PCH, this requires Caltrans approval. We went over the proposed alignment that we were looking at on PCH. Caltrans didn't have any issues or objections with the proposed alignment. They did require us to obtain an encroachment permit. They recommended, once we're further along down the final design, around 30% plans, to submit those plans, and we can start kind of the conversations on how we can get that permit. But the encroachment permit process is a lot easier than our typical projects that we deal with, like our signal sync project. But it's an easier permit to get with Caltrans. We did talk about a comprehensive traffic management plan. Caltrans is going to be doing a series of work throughout the area. They wanted to make sure that we have coordination, and our traffic control plan is concurrent with any PCH work. And so we'll continue to kind of develop that strategy and work on different solutions, how we can minimize the impact. But most importantly, this construction of the project will probably happen at the same time that homes are being rebuilt. So we're looking into different ways that we can minimize the impact for these builders and homeowners, because that's the number one important. Let's get these properties rebuilt. But there is ways that we can minimize the footprint and minimize the impacts and not slow down those rebuilds. Estimated schedule. I think I brought this back the first time, but I wanted to kind of bring it up again. Council gave us direction to move forward in April. We started the preliminary design in May 12th. We're looking to finalize the preliminary design report this fall. If council directs forward to kind of move forward with the final design, agreements, and permits, will be worked on in 2026, 27, and construction will be 27 to 30. Seems like a long time, but it will go quick. An overview again on the preliminary costs and funding. We've estimated this project to be about $124 million. That's something that we will refine further along down the design process, around 30%. But keep in mind that the $124 million was something that we developed as future funds, and not just now money. It's future. So we're pretty conservative in the number, but that's something we'll take a look at when we get further down the road. Some of the funding strategies we're looking at, we're actually looking at various grants so we can apply for to bring the cost down. One other possibility of funding is using a state revolving fund. That's a low interest loan that is through the state water board. So I've already made contact and have a path forward on how we could proceed forward and submit an application for that fund. There's also a way we can do assessments and special financing. And that's something that we're looking into, kind of different options and kind of seeing how we can kind of finance this and make this a good project. But lastly, we're looking for assistance from the county and see what they can do to provide some funding opportunities that way. So in summary, got some key updates here. Over at the, of all the meetings we had and discussions, we didn't see any major issues to prevent moving forward in this project. All agencies have provided pretty clear direction on what's needed. We provided them with our projected flows and how we're proposing the project. None of the agencies found any issues capacity-wise that would prevent us moving forward. The preliminary design is on schedule. It can be completed in the fall of this year. We continue to work with our agency partners. One of them is the City of Santa Monica about those design flows. Look at the City of LA. There's some design flows and things that we're coordinating out, but there's little things that we're kind of moving forward with that. Another partner that we're looking into working with is State Parks over at Topanga, their Topanga Lagoon project. We're going to see if they're interested in kind of connecting in and kind of joining. Staff is working on the various funding opportunities and strategies for this project and see what we can do to kind of get this ball rolling with the funding on that. And the county has indicated a desire to assist us in any way to kind of move us forward. So that's a big help. But most importantly is this project kind of provides a way for these property owners to rebuild their homes and rebuild their septic systems, potentially with repairs to their systems or other kind of low-cost ideas to reduce costs for these homeowners. So I want to expand on that a little bit more. I call this is my interim septic solution. Is the issue of the homes are being completed prior to the completion of the wastewater project, and so what happens in that? So homes will be probably built within a couple of years, 18 months. But this project won't be done until 2030. And so what happens in that interim solutions? So some of the options that we mentioned, especially to the regional board, was open to the idea of repairing those existing septic systems, using it with the understanding that those properties will connect to the sewer line after everything's done. We're also looking at potential of having holding tanks and pumping solutions and kind of seeing what the options there. I actually asked our team and professionals and people I know around what other options are available for these homeowners to cheaply have a solution for their septic system temporarily for this time period. So as I mentioned, the regional board really is offering assistance on doing this. They like having the septic or the sewer system on here. They will work with the city and these property owners with a simple solution, an interim solution that will provide safe solutions, but also future solutions like connecting to the sewer line. Next steps. Our next step is complete the preliminary design report by this fall. Continue our coordinate with the agency partners. That's going to be ongoing, but we're constantly contacting and communicating with the agency partners. If council directs us forward on proceeding forward with design and construction, then staff and our design professionals and ad hoc committee will further refine these interim solutions and work with the regional board to come up with those solutions. PCH Wastewater Ad Hoc Committee will continue to meet bi-monthly. And I will always brief council updates and provide a funding strategy throughout the project and see where we are. So with that, here's recommended actions. It was to receive an update on preliminary design and our stakeholder updates. Seeking direction on how to proceed forward with this now, because I think now is the time to either we need to proceed forward on the full design construction or not. And then if that's the case, then authorize the mayor to sign a coordination letter to the Los Angeles County for a partnership for the funding and technical support. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Any clarifying questions?
Yeah, maybe it's clarifying, or I'm not sure exactly where you want to put this, but a couple of quick things. Originally, when we started this back in April, I said there's go and no-go decisions about either cost or time to complete. And what I don't see here is the cost comparison to what it's going to cost to put a septic tank in for a house on the coast. You said $269,000. How does that compare to not having a sewer system and just putting a septic in?
So that's it's what I've been hearing. It's ranging to probably a little bit under that amount to over that amount. It's site by site specific. It's not. There's not like. Yeah, it's going to cost this much for every property. Every property is going to be a little bit different.
But I think that, and that one of the questions we have to ask ourselves, if you could put your septic system in now, and you don't have to wait until 2030, and we have the unknown cost increases that might occur between now and then, you could build your house today for what it's going to cost you to hook to the sewer 3 years from now. All right, the sewer system for your house. Is that? I don't see how we can make a decision on a sewer if we don't know what the alternative is.
Well, the alternative is to say to the property owners that they're going to proceed forward on rebuilding all their septic systems that require a seawall, and actually upgrade their septic systems to advanced treatment, which is more than what is just repairing and putting up a septic. It's that additional step.
Okay, but I'm still asking a question. Is it cheaper to put a sewer system in 3 years from now, or are you better off? And by the way, you're going to have to put some kind of an interim system in potentially, plus the cost of the sewer system. So which one is faster and cheaper?
I mean, in my opinion, it's probably the sewer that's going to be overall cheaper to proceed this forward. And keep in mind that we are looking at different funding options and seeing how we can drive that cost down to even lower than what it is right now. We're saying $269,000 per property. If we get funding and other opportunities to reduce those costs and grants and things, then that will be cheaper.
Well, and Doug, I would just say, I'm going to guess we've got a number of property owners that are doing public comment. They may already be able to help us with that question because they may have already talked to their design experts. So they've got some of those estimates of what they're being proposed for each individual property.
But from what the few property owners that I've talked to, it really ranges a wide amount. Some of them have an easy fix, some of them don't.
Because I'm hearing the cost of an interim septic system and then, or repairs to the system and then the sewer system. So it'd be interesting to hear what the comments are. The other thing, and I'll wait until it comes back to council, I think I want to hear the story about why a step system doesn't work. And that's a septic tank effluent pump, where you separate the liquids from the solids.
You want that now, or you want?
No, let's wait till we come back. Okay.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, Dean, you're our first speaker, followed by Carl, followed by Darren.
So as people have covered, somewhat of a complex issue because things are moving around a little bit, right? So versus what was said early relative to estimates, what's actually happening is when people thought the cost of replacement items was here, it's actually coming down. And then the other concern we have is that what we have in front of us is a preliminary estimate at $124 million in 5 years. That could go up a lot. So we believe what was being looked at originally, let's say it's somewhat equivalent, is now doing this. Okay? What Rob said is true. I'm not going to stand here and speak for all owners. Every property is different. Some people have it a lot harder off than others. So it's that type of deal as well. But the thing that I wanted to focus on, because I don't think any of us would object to a sewer relative to getting it in on time and supporting a rebuild if it could be done cost effectively. The concern is we're looking at an estimate and we don't know what the future holds. There could be some funding that helps bring it down, but nobody really knows. So my challenge of the group here is the statement is we need to make a decision tonight to proceed with design and construction. Hard for me as an owner to say, yep, I'm willing to sign up to that. I'd like to see the contract. I'd like to see what the price is going to be. If we're going to be optimistic and say we believe the numbers, then I'd like to see things like people are going to lump sum turnkey it. They're going to agree to LDs on the schedule. Not that things could double. Because when we're talking about 269 to 500 plus, it means some people on the beach would be cheaper not doing the sewer. So we don't want to cause uproar. We want to be neighborly. We want to get unity, but it's not a one size fits all. And we need to hone in on the costs and the duration to get it done, but also understand that the costs that were discussed for septic and the seawalls are coming down a lot. What was tossed around initially, people were looking at it like you're doing an infill project and you don't have a lot of construction going on. We've got a clean slate. They can put these advanced systems in, basically getting 3 for 2. And the original quotes that people were getting are substantially less. My neighbor 2 doors down got quoted $400,000. I said, you need to lose his number, okay? It's going to end up somewhere between 70 and 90. For an advanced system. And when groups of owners get together, it will come down even more. The seawall is a complex issue because it depends on people's sites and which region you're in relative to the coast, okay? But even those costs are going to come down because, again, clean slate, a lot of work going on at the same time. We can group things.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
I forgot to ask, do we have any online hands?
Yes.
Okay, so can you...
Yes, we have 2 raised hands.
Thank you very much. Hi, Carl.
Hello, Marianne. How are you?
Great.
All right. So I will continue on a little bit where Dean went with the costs. First off, Rob, thank you for all the work on that. It's extraordinary. But there are a lot of unknowns. And as a homeowner is trying to build relatively soon, I'm in the PV process. These unknowns are difficult to work with. I mean, I can tell you, Doug, the 269 is a relatively staggering figure, and depending on how much Rob's able to get that funded, great, but I'm hearing between 70 and 115 on the real conservative side for the septic system, where we were originally hearing 500K. Now, that 70 to 115 does not include the seawall and what that may be, but for at least the 40 homes on Los Flores Beach, that's not going to be an issue for us. So from that end, that's not the same concern. Yeah, as you guys know, I don't say the S word. It's a little shocking to me that there's just this many people here when we're talking about putting an S word in Malibu, which, you know, my sister and I are here from the 80s, and we recognize what that brought out at the time and the controlling of development and the rest of it, and I will let her generally speak to that. But these unknown costs, I mean, we had, you know, there's a few, again, I talked about earlier, we talked about the FEMA +1, an unknown piece. This is an unknown piece. It's very difficult to put a project together and figure out what it's going to cost to build the home in this. So be very careful on this. I don't quite know how you can make a decision right now with all those unknowns on the funding. Never trusted the Regional Water Board before. Why would I start now in the process? We've built one sewer system in Malibu. Didn't take 3 years, didn't take 6 years, it took a little bit longer. So my expectations are that this will be quite a while. And speaking of costs, one of the ideas, so Rob's working out the temporary in-between programs, right? Whether using your existing septics, how to do that, or holding tanks in the process. Those are the 2 that we've looked at so far. I do know of on our beach of the 40 homes that burned, I think at least 15, maybe 20 have pulled their septics out already, which I asked them not to, but they did. So that's kind of out for most everybody there. The holding tank, I do know that I just pumped my tank for 1,000 gallons for $592. If I'm pumping out 3,000 gallons every, I don't know, couple weeks, those numbers get astronomical very quickly. And if it's going to be a couple years, 3 years while I'm running a holding tank, the $80,000 AOWTS sounds particularly attractive to me. So my intention, and I really don't have a choice at this point, is I have to put an AOWTS unless I want to wait 2 or 3 years. So I'm concerned about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Darren, followed by Daniel, followed by Julie.
Good evening once again. Thank you, Rob. That was very comprehensive and very clear to understand, so I appreciate the straightforward nature by which you presented that information. It was exactly what I wanted to hear. And to address the concerns about the costs of seawalls as well as AOWTS, I'll explain my family's parcel is probably one of the smallest on the south side of PCH. It's 33 feet wide. The cost of the seawall for that will be $650,000 because it has to be 33 feet wide and then it has to have returns that are 15 feet long each way. So I'm going to say that Dean is not correct. The costs are not going down. Material escalation is going to go up. Construction escalation is going to go up. It doesn't matter about the clean slate. The logistics of building on PCH are always going to be difficult. Doesn't matter if your neighbor's not there or if they're there. Contractors aren't going to be on your neighbor's property. They got to be next to PCH, but not on anybody else's property and not on PCH. So it's always going to be expensive. So the $750K for the AOWTS and the seawalls for a small parcel, aggregate that across 327 homes. That's a low figure. That's $245 million right there. So that's twice the estimated cost that Rob presented. So I'm going to say go with the sewer. No question about it. Even if it costs twice as much as the current estimate, it is cheaper than every homeowner paying themselves for seawalls and septic systems. On top of that, the health of the city, the health of the ocean, it all depends on sewer installation. I think if you go to Central Malibu right now and you go to the bathroom in any restaurant there, then you go directly to Neptune's Net and try their bathrooms, you'll have a very stark difference between those experiences because Neptune's Net does not have a sewer. It has a backed up septic system, and it is disgusting. And that is going to continue to be the case in East Malibu for every homeowner unless a sewer is put in. So it is the right thing to do from an environmental point of view, as well as protecting all those beaches we love. Seawalls destroy the sandy beaches. If you go to Monaco or any European coastal city where they have seawalls that they put in 50 to 100 years ago, all those beaches are gone and it's just buildings, concrete shelf, water. So the surfers who want to go out to Big Rock tide pools, they won't be there in 20 years. Want to go to Topanga? Probably won't be there in 20 years either. So if you want to retain the character of Malibu, putting in a sewer under PCH is probably the right thing to do. You also can stall development. The fears of overdevelopment will not really ever come to fruition so long as you stick to the LIP or the specific plan and rule with an iron fist. Marin County has done it for 100 years. It's not overdeveloped. Malibu won't be either. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, then Julie, then our online.
Hi, Council. Thank you, and thank you, Rob. I appreciate the Council's support so far for what is one of the boldest and most helpful possible aids to us recovering from the fire. The sewer is a lifeline for those afflicted. We're allocating $500,000 for the AOWTS and the seawall. AOWTS, $80,000, a lot cheaper than it used to be. They can drive up and drop it in, just like others have said. Those ugly, destructive concrete seawalls going down to bedrock are the same price they've always been. It's $10,000 a linear foot. We got to wrap our whole properties in them. Everybody read the article last week. It's floating around. My neighbors are selling. Turnover's natural and inevitable after a disaster. It's a traumatic event. Some people want to move on, even if they have the means. Some turnover is not inevitable. Some turnover comes from confusion and obfuscation and difficult issues. In the Malibu Times article circulated, worries about septics and seawalls were a named reason why people were giving up and selling. This was my beach. I was approached by this investor. I turned down the offer because I have confidence in the city that we'll get our act together and will expedite these approvals. The sewer will be a big part of that equation. You're going to hear concerns about development. The sewer line as proposed will not run through Western Carbon Beach, which is the hot spot for big commercial development. Moreover, it's worth pointing out that we already have large-scale development on the beaches, very large multifamily structures, hotels with 60-plus rooms. How are they doing this? There's no sewer. Is it magic? No, they're on septics. You can build a Hilton with a sewer. You can build a Hilton by stringing septic tanks together. Development is controlled, as it always has been, by zoning and planning, not by wastewater systems. Finally, this is a step in the process. It's a letter. There's only 10 people here. It's not the whole town. They're not giving you their approval and agreement, but this is a step in the process. And I hope you take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
We lost our generational home of 70 years on Las Flores Beach to the Palisades fire January 7th. It was my mother's 90th birthday. But what I'm here to speak about this evening is not about our loss or the difficulties we are addressing with the rebuild. It has more to do with the vision of our little city going forward. In the late 80s, LA County pushed to create a sewer in eastern Malibu. This was before we became a city and was the impetus behind becoming one. My parents, Carl and Carol Randall, were deeply involved with this fight against an outside entity imposing this sewer on us and assessing homeowners a fee to connect to something they did not want, and to basically fund the creation of a structure that would allow for unbridled development on the coastline, something that would destroy the rural quality of our community. Malibu's cityhood was a vote for self-determination and a vote against that unbridled development. Now we are facing this difficulty once again. In the spirit of wanting to support homeowners to rebuild more economically, the Malibu City Council is seriously considering accepting the sewering of eastern Malibu. In addition to wanting to help the homeowners rebuild, there's a sense that the protections the City of Malibu has in place will prevent the development of the coastline that this community feared in the early 80s. The truth is, if we allow for the development of this infrastructure, we will not be able to protect ourselves from the developers who do not care about the quality of life in Malibu. They will fight and sue until they get what they want, and it will destroy the rural quality of this unique and beautiful place. Please consider the bigger picture with this. It makes much more sense to help homeowners to find funding and reasonable pricing to construct a protective ocean device or an on-site advanced water treatment system than it is to construct a sewer. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Our online speaker.
Ryan.
Hey, Ryan, you there?
Yes, I am. I have less concern about this project having runaway costs because we're talking about a ditch and a pipe. Nobody's buying any land for constructing a brand new sewage treatment facility like exists in Winter Canyon. And this is a project that needs to be coordinated with Los Angeles County for the overdue replacement of the freshwater water main. The mapping of the critical water main has to also be considered at the same time you're considering mapping for any new sewer line because all these lines are parallel under PCH, as well as the new electric lines and a bunch of other stuff. So you can't just do one without the other. And what we need to realize is the county need for the new water main could provide a good used car alternative to this sewer project, because the high pressure water main now could be easily converted and lined with a spray coating to become the sewer line, and it goes the other direction. In fact, it goes all the way to Culver City. So it would be easy to implement quickly and only install a new water main section for this same area, which is a troubling area. What you'll need is an assessment engineer to get on this quickly to determine the costs and how to pay for it over time. This would be the benefit. You don't have to put over $300,000, $500,000 up front when you could finance this even over future property owners for the cost of installing a new pipe. And this is a type of project that would be design build by a company like Parsons Engineering or some other big outfit that could do it in a matter of 24 months and be done. So there's also ongoing fees for permits, repairs, maintenance, inspections if you have a septic system, which you would not have. You would simply be having the monthly charges for adding sewage to an existing system at Hyperion. So there seems to be a no-brainer here that these narrow lots that are 33 to 55 feet wide have a lot of constraints for siting and the cost for duplicate systems, which definitely makes the coordinated system and export to Hyperion practical. So get your assessment engineer going on this and map it out, knowing that.
Paul?
Paul, go ahead. Thought we only had one.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Cool. I'm an architect working with a couple of homeowners on Big Rock Beach and Tuna Beaches. And I'm hearing very good comments that address a wide range of these things. I think Rob's report is laying out a great path ahead, and it makes complete sense to continue on it as more facts come in about costs and alternatives. And I guess I would just like to say that for one of my clients in particular, who's a elderly person who lived on the beach in a narrow lot for 30 years and in the fire lost her second Malibu home to a fire, the advanced OWTS system costs, even as they lower, and particularly the seawall costs, are very likely going to make it possible that she just would not be able to stay on the beach and, live out her years, which would be a sad state of affairs. So for me, although of course many homeowners have different situations, I think the key thing is that the council continue with processes to assess costs and benefits and make a sound, well-informed, rational decision about how to move ahead in a way that enables the most homeowners to rebuild at the lowest costs when it comes to these, sewage management systems. The last thing I'll say is that we've had really great support from staff in meetings and phone calls and emails and discussions. And from our perspective on these projects we have, they are being super helpful and coming to us with great attitudes, and we feel generally well supported. So thank you all.
Thank you for those nice comments on staff. We appreciate that. Does that conclude our public comment?
Yes, that was the final speaker.
Okay, so back up here to the dais.
I got questions.
Go, Doug.
All right. Hey, Rob. All right. The first question I've got is, how many houses are you planning on this being connected to? Rough number.
Yeah, the number I have is 461.
What happens if only half the homes get built?
Great question. It's then that number per parcel goes up, or it will go up. However, if you're looking at it as an assessment, each property does have a benefit whether they build or not. So
each property gets assessed whether or not they build.
Correct.
Okay.
That's kind of like how we did it for phase one with our Civic Center water treatment facility. There's a lot of vacant lots. They still got assessed because they're receiving a benefit of that. They can eventually develop and build something in there, and then they would receive it, but that's still a benefit.
Okay. By the way, I'm still troubled by the cost that, and I understand you got a seawall at some house that's going to cost $600,000. Other people may not have a seawall requirement, but I'm going to go to what I was give you a heads up on. EPA has a study on what's called septic tank effluent pump, and I was for everybody that doesn't know about that, and I didn't know about it until it came to my attention recently. What it is, you have a septic tank, and that's where the solids reside. It's the liquids that get pumped out to the sewer system in a much smaller system, and you pump the septic tank every year or two like you do now, except you don't have a field. It gets transmitted over to the pipeline. According to the EPA, this is dated some time ago, the pipeline can either be pressure or gravity, and it can be smaller, and they talk about it being a quick installation. I'm just wondering, does the idea of separating the two out, and by the way, the advantage, as I saw right away, is you could keep your existing septic system because there wouldn't be any effluent to disperse. It would be, in effect, hauled away by the sewer system or the semi system. So would it be cheaper, quicker to have this hybrid system or not? Did we look at that?
So I think what you're coming up with, it was a holding tank with a pump that separates the solids and only pumps. That system probably would cause maybe some issues at Hyperion, because when you convey wastewater to your treatment plant and actually operate it, there's a certain biological load that is estimated in there that's kind of helps the treatment plant actually operate. If you reduce that amount, it could really kind of have an impact on wastewater and how it's done.
But these are only 300. These are only 300 homes. It can't be that much. To Hyperion.
But it's still something that they would. They were very concerned about the wastewater quality and the biological load that we're going to be inputting in. It's something that they were kind of concerned. They brought it up to, and we brought that information. We thought we give them an estimate, and they were like, "Okay, that's a good amount too." So they want that. All of that wastewater when they treat it, that's good. Having less of that makes it very hard for them to control. Even if it's a little amount going in, it's still something that could cause a problem. Well, so going back to your system is that some of these properties may have to have a tank anyway, because if they're well below PCH and have a tank down there and they're 10, 15 feet probably below PCH, they're going to probably need a pump no matter what to pump it up towards the gravity line on PCH to send it. So, and to your responses, like we can have a smaller line and pipe, it's still going to be the same gravity and pump station to convey the line, to convey all that wastewater on PCH all the way down to Coastline Drive. So no matter what, it's still going to be what we're designing.
Okay, so it's not going to be quicker. It's not going to be cheaper if to separate the effluent from the solids.
That's my opinion.
Okay, then let's go back to the math for a second. You say that there's 300 and how many homes?
461.
461 or 300?
461.
461. So if it's all right, that's how you get your $300,000 roughly per house, per location All right, I got it. I wonder how many people are going to be subject to the high-end cost versus the people with the low-end cost. If all you're going to do is drop in an advanced system and you don't need a seawall, it would be foolish to spend $275,000 to be on a sewer. And if you're at a place where it's going to cost you $1 million, it makes sense. So how many are we talking about? We got a handful of high cost ones, or we got a?
That, I don't know. I don't have the data to see how many properties need seawalls and whatnot.
Okay, because that's going to be that's got to be the test. Not every house is on the ocean side. I mean, look at.
27. Okay.
All right,
We're not going to have it back and forth.
We're not going to have it back and
Go
forth.
to staff.
So
please.
I think it would be helpful for us to know how many people. We got to make an economic decision. That's what I'm coming up to, and also a time decision. It goes back to my, go or no go statement, and I can't really justify spending $128 million when the total cost for just septic systems and a few seawalls, it'd be far less. If it's a lot of seawalls, then it's a different story. I got to understand how much we're going to spend, and especially the unknown cost of being out 5 years from now, and the time it takes for people to have to work in between their costs and all. We got a lot of unknowns here to try and make a statement about putting the sewers in. But I'll leave it to everybody else to ask their questions. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, Rob and your staff, thank you for putting that together and all the work, not just putting it together, all the work that needed to go into getting to the point of being able to put it together. A lot further along than I thought at this point, and I really appreciate everything you've done. And I appreciate everyone who's still here. I'm sorry that you have to be here still this late. We're not even done. Look, we're in a bad situation. We're in a bad situation. The question here is, what's the lesser of the bad, right? Because nobody wants to be here and nobody wants to do either of the options. The only question is, which one makes most sense? Has to make sense for the city, has to make sense for the residents who are going to seek to rebuild, and it also has to make sense for the rest of Malibu. And I said, whenever we first started going down this route, that I wasn't going to be willing to, taking the next step might be fine, I'm going to get to that, but I'm not going to be willing to go forward with anything until I know what the community as a whole wants. I need to know, I know critically we need to know what the community on the beach wants, but I need to know what the community wants, because I don't want to do something, Julie couldn't have said it better, and she's living on the beach. In fact, I hope she runs for city council because she's got the right attitude. Darren saying just rule of an iron fist and don't worry about it. The people up here will be bought. I don't mean payoffs. People will buy being elected, and they'll do what they need to do for money. We've seen it in the past. We'll see it again in the future, especially when the whole beach is open for the taking. So I need to hear from the stakeholders. We're only hearing from, I'm really surprised how little there has been by way of public comment, how few people are here. Recognize it's late, but people didn't know it was going to be this late when they first came tonight, and there weren't many more of you here that are on the beach earlier than they are now. Doug's been talking about this in a much more specific sense, but I've got issues with the broad concept of distributive justice and fairness to everybody. Clearly, there are, we've heard from people varying tonight, there are landowners, property owners, residents who are going to end up paying more to be benefited by this project if it were to go forward than they would otherwise. And there are others that are going to end up paying less. There are also, we've already heard that there's somebody that's bought up $65 million worth of properties already. Who knows how many more are going to be bought up by very wealthy investors. Why would we be trying to find ways to save them money to build whatever they're going to build, their extravagant estates that they're going to then sell for a profit?
Some people are not going to need this at all. There are dry beaches that don't need this. There are people in Big Rock that aren't going to benefit from this at all. As far as finding funding, as far as the city finding funding, I've got an issue with finding funding that's going to benefit the 400 homes on the beach, but isn't going to benefit the other 300 homes that burned, which are going to suffer the full cost of whatever it is they have to do. I don't know if there's a way, if you do pursue this, to take some share of that benefit and share it with the others that are going through the same problem but aren't on the beach and benefiting from a sewer if we build a sewer. Again, I don't think we can stem future development. I think that's a fantasy to think it'll happen once. I mean, it's almost like it's the floodgate that'll open once we do it. I've got some other comments, but I'll stop by saying, notwithstanding any, I'm reluctant. I'm not leaning towards voting in favor of doing this, but I also think it's premature to cut it off, and it's not going to cost a lot to take another step to find out more. There's always a risk of mission creep. That's probably the wrong analogy, but there's a risk of getting to moving forward and feeling like that's what you need to be doing because you've already moved forward. I know I won't be like that. If the answers don't come that I think are right, and especially the community input, then I'm not going to care that we've done that we've done more work. I'm still going to be opposed to this. But right now, I am pessimistic, but willing to continue to explore. But I said this, I think, 3-4 months ago. I don't expect this is going to happen. Those are my comments.
Haley?
Sure. Well, thank you, Rob, and the ad hoc for taking this on. This is way above my pay grade, but I can hear that there's a clear split in the audience that's left here that has stakes in this. I would add to Bruce's that it's the environment that we would also be having to take into effect. We have a responsibility that, we can make a change from what we have, what we can do here, which is pretty interesting to me, because I just did hear a sand replenishment presentation about Zuma and how we know seawalls displace sand. I think that we owe it to the residents to keep going, to just keep exploring, getting more information. I read Dean's letter today. I think, is that what we're doing here? Is it council's direction? To continue exploring? Yeah, I think we continue exploring. I would like to hear from more residents, part of the community. I did have a question. Forgive me, and I think I know the answer, but this is not including the land side of PCH. This is just the beach side. Because I thought I heard somebody say both sides, and then that would bring the price down, but then that would mean the sewer would have to be bigger, so it's just the beach side.
Just the beach side.
That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, I would say there's no harm. What is the harm in continuing to keep going? And I really appreciate the update, because I've had, what's going on with the sewer? But what's the harm in continuing the exploration?
There's no harm. I'm just pushing you guys too.
No, great. I love a push.
And so, no, but if the direction is do a little bit more of X, Y, and Z, that's what we'll do. We'll continue to provide that information and provide updates and kind of press forward still with that preliminary design and kind of see where this is put back, but getting feedback and kind of seeing what things that we could kind of do to move forward is something, that's what we're looking for.
Perfect.
Steve?
Yeah, I think you have to weigh in the environmental impacts of this along with everything else. Rationally, if you were starting from today, you would not be putting septics on the beach next to the ocean. You wouldn't put them there, right? To think that Malibu Beach Inn is sitting on the side of the ocean there, and they're telling me that stuff isn't polluting the ocean. You got to be dreaming, all right? And I do think that part of our mission as a city is to protect the environment, and I think that has to be weighed in this decision someplace. I do think we keep moving along the line because again, I'm not so sure the building houses is going to be cheaper right now. I mean, sit around and take a look at, I got a house across the street from me. They started building, I don't know, a year ago. There hasn't been anybody working at that house now for 2 months, 3 months. They can't get anybody to show up. All right? And I don't know how much longer that's going to go on. I don't know what these tariffs are going to do to the price of materials people are going to need to build their house. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's changing. But I think we continue looking at this thing. I think it's the right thing to do, assuming you can get it done for some value that isn't going to blow people out of the water, because I think it's a better solution than putting septics on the beach.
Ms. Bond.
And in speaking with Supervisor Horvath, she requires, and the county requires us to provide them a letter requesting, assistance in evaluating this project to begin with, and that we need to send a letter for them to even consider financing options or even LA County collaboration. Without that letter, none of that allows us to move forward, and it does not allow the county to consider collaborating with us or assisting us with this project.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I hear everybody else's comments on this. I agree with Steve. I think that the environment does have to play, and Halen also, that that is part of the consideration that we need to have on this. I would like to know, what kind of outreach? The people in this room are very involved, and I appreciate their involvement. I know you all have contact with other property owners, and I would like those homeowners to be connected so that we can have a more robust conversation of what they are looking at, and that they're informed that this is a possibility, because eventually there will have to be an assessment district and there will have to be a vote. Yes.
As part of the Community Development Department's outreach on a weekly basis, we talk to the beach captains, and I think that is a great mechanism to outreach to the rest of the beach community, and we can put that on the agenda for next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to have more feedback from the individual property owners. I think it's great that the captains are communicating with them, but I think we need to have an actual response from that wider swath of homeowners, that they're aware that this possibility, that the cost of this, and that they are just understand the process and what this could do. Yes.
And the rest of the community.
Well, yes, and the rest of the community. But I mean, ultimately, it is going to be the property owners that have to sign on the dotted line and that are going to get those bills, whatever they may end up being. I have every faith that our staff is going to do everything they can to try and drive these costs down and make it more economically beneficial if we do choose to go forward with this. So, yes, Bruce?
Are you finished?
No.
Then keep going.
Well, you just seem antsy, so go ahead.
No,
No, I want to hear.
All right. Well, actually, with respect to the other property owner, the rest of the residents, I wouldn't expect them to impose a sewer on the people on the beach. But what I'm more concerned about is that many of them would be opposed to this. I'd want to understand that, go in eyes wide open. There's only two downsides to exploring. One is it costs some more money and staff time. So I guess there's three. And as I said before, the concern of inertia just taking over, and I don't think that's going to happen. So to me, it's a no-brainer to continue to explore it, not cut it off prematurely. And it may not get cut off. I would hope, in fact, I would request that we would agree that whatever letter goes to the county would make crystal clear that we're not committed to going forward, that this is completely exploratory at this point.
but that we know we need to work, that we need their assistance even in exploring it before we can make a decision. And then the last thing I'd say is, I think there's been an unstated presumption that the cost is going to be prorated based on lot size. Maybe that's not the right way to do it. Maybe it needs to be based on the complexity of the property, the need for this. And I said that if you're on a dry beach, I do care about the environment too, but dry beach poses a far less significant danger than a wet beach. A non-beach, which there are, poses an even bigger danger, and is going to be more expensive to build your septic system. So maybe properties that are going to have a more expensive build have to share a larger proportionate share of the cost of a sewer if it's going to go forward, because otherwise this is just socialism. We're moving the cost from people that aren't going to benefit from it, upping their cost, and moving it down to other people who are going to get a bigger cost and bringing their cost down. And that's not what this should be all about.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
If we're protecting the environment, everybody benefits.
So, Rob, maybe you can educate us a little history lesson on the Civic Center wastewater treatment plant. It's my understanding that the costs that were assessed to every property owner was based upon their wastewater treatment allocation. Because I have an issue with, just because you've got a smaller lot and it may be a little bit more complicated, that you have a bigger benefit. And I think it's more of how much wastewater you're going to discharge should be your allocation calculation.
When you're creating an assessment district, you're looking at the benefits you're receiving. The wastewater flows that are going into that and how that's calculated is probably a factor on how, if a property is bigger or smaller or whatever that volume is, square footage, or if it's the number of bedrooms, that calculation and that evaluation is a factor in determining your benefits that you're receiving. Councilmember Silverstein did bring up it's interesting theory, and that's something that I kind of want to explore a little bit more from our professionals to see if that's even something that could be considered on the complexity of if a property does kind of see if it's more complicated, if their system is more, are they actually receiving a benefit? That's something that process of doing assessments will have to happen. We'll have to go through that exercise and look at every single detail and provide all that input.
Because it's a seawall issue also, because some people don't need a seawall, and yet you're saving other people the seawall, but the people that don't need it are paying their proportionate share of saving the seawall.
There'll need to be an engineer's report before the assessment district is put together that would base the assessments based on the benefit received. So that could be potentially a factor to consider, but we're a long way away from that.
Yeah, we are, but that's just something we can actually, it's to consider and look at too, but it's something that's just like Trevor mentioned, that it's the engineer report and that evaluation, and that those professionals that put those together will look at that too.
So the residents on the beach would need to understand what kind of formula is going to be used so that they could determine their own cost benefit analysis.
Right. So part of that process, doing assessments, there is outreach meetings. There's, we did for phase one, and probably going to do for phase two, the same thing. We'll have several meetings with the property owners, meeting with them and seeing and coming up with data and handouts and information that clearly explains everything. When and if there's an assessment district vote, that information gets mailed out to property owners. They can see everything and how everything's calculated. There will be a draft engineer's report that's presented to council. That's something that the community can actually review and see the methodology on how those benefits are calculated.
Steve?
Quick question.
Sorry, Doug, go ahead.
Does this have to go before a vote of the people that are affected, or is it something the city imposes on them?
It'll have to be voted.
66%? Trevor, this is 66%?
Oh, what's the standard for the approval?
It's this, if it's an assessment district, it is simple majority.
Yeah, just 50%.
50 plus 1.
Plus 1.
Okay.
Because this will be an assessment district. There's a community facilities district that we can do too. That's a little bit different. That's the 2/3 vote.
It's an absolute majority of the number
Microphone.
of parcels? Absolute majority of the number of parcels or a majority of those who vote?
It's the, it's 50% of the, correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, but it's the 50% of the benefits.
Yeah.
So each person is going to be, like one person, if they've got a big property, that has a lot of benefit, and that assessment is a certain amount.
And
they're going to have more than a little property.
But there'd have to be an affirmative vote on behalf of majority of the benefit as proportion.
Correct. Trevor?
Yeah, it's weighted based on the engineer's report and the assessment of what each of them would be paying. We had units that were assigned to each one for the phase 1 project that we put through. It'd be something similar to that.
Okay, I'm willing to make a motion to, I'm sorry.
I'm more than happy to let you.
I'll make a motion that we authorize a letter of support, requesting support. But I'd also like to condition that upon a real financial analysis coming back to us. I think this is very reflective of all the work you guys have done, but we're going to have to make a very large financial calculation, and we need to know the numbers that go behind it. I've said this before, the city owes right now roughly $100 million. Granted, we may not have to pay for the whole thing here, but that's really double all the debt that we have today. So, you know, this is a major expenditure financially for the city as well as the individuals, and we need to understand the numbers behind it. And I want to ask you one quick question after I made this motion. When you did the wastewater plant in the city, when it started, how much did you estimate it was going to be, and how much did it finish at?
I personally did not estimate it.
Good, but the person who did, how much did they say it was?
I'm trying to remember I don't remember the initial one, the estimate of what they came up with, but I do know the construction bids came in a lot higher than what they originally thought. I think the overall cost for phase 1 was around $65 million. And I don't remember the original estimate.
Be interesting to compare that against the 128 that we have, or 124, whatever it is. Yes.
I tend to think that the people behind the numbers of this estimate are substantially better than the ones that were done.
In 2030, we'll be able to know, won't we? All right. I made a motion to approve the letter.
Councilmember Stewart, can I get a clarification on what financial numbers or information that you're actually seeking so I can provide that?
What I'm thinking is, as we talked about, the financial, being able to have some better idea of what the financial allocation would be by property, and also being able to tell us what cost avoidance there is versus cost projected is. So if the cost avoidance for, say, Dean's house is $100,000 cost to put his in versus someone else's is at $1 million, it'd be nice if we could quantify that. And I'm thinking perhaps maybe by zones along the coast. The people that have a dry beach get one cost structure. The ones that say a wet beach, or I don't know, seawall required, not seawall required. I don't know. You're asking me something I haven't thought about.
Okay. So the motion's to approve the letter, but then you want financial analysis of how the costs are going to be broken down and how to be analyzed to come back at some point in the future?
Yes.
Okay.
We accept a friendly amendment on the letter must include express statement to the effect that we're not committed to this and that we're simply asking for this so that we can better explore its practicality.
I fully agree.
I'll second it with that.
Will that impact the letter you guys want to send?
Say again?
Will that impact the letter that we need to send? Will that statement from Bruce
Will it be
include that in
acceptable to the
letter?
county?
Will that impact the result we're trying to get from the other party?
I think that'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work? Okay.
I'll have a better idea tomorrow when I call.
And I would just also, this outreach to the beach people. I mean, I think we should figure out how to do that. And I don't know whether you need to include that in the motion. And Rob was right. I mean, I sat through almost every one of the meetings on the first phase of the septic system, sewer system. All right, when I forget who it was. Who was it? Jim Thorson, and I can't.
Bob Breaker.
Bob Broker. I mean, and you're right. I mean, there was a lot of conversation going on. They talked about different. I mean, those conversations got us to the right answer at the end. So I think we're probably going to have to do the same thing with these people on the beach, because there are a lot of unknowns, and if you haven't done this before, it can be intimidating. So I'm happy. Again, I'll take the motions that they made, and I'll just add the conversations are with the people on the beach, and let's keep moving forward and see where it takes us.
And then one other thing, I didn't hear Coastal Commission. Have you had conversations with Coastal Commission?
That was something that we were going to have following up with the Coastal Commission.
Perfect.
And just, Rob has done it. I mean, we got Madeline Glickfeld, we got
Mark Gold.
All right. I mean, so he's put together a team of people who have got contacts in some of these other places, which I think is going to help us down the line when we start trying to get this stuff done. So I got to, commend him for doing that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to echo Madam Glickfield and Mark Gold have been a tremendous help along the way. Some of their efforts too, especially Mark with the regional board, have been fun. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I know that within the upper state government, there is a desire to speed things along and actually get from idea to completion. It's something that's paramount to, like I said, the upper parts of the executive team. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, before you adjourn, there are, I know Councilmember Conrad has 3 names that she wants to adjourn in the name of, and I'll
Yes.
let her talk about those.
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in the honor and memory of Detective Joshua Kelly Eklund, Detective Victor Lemus, Detective William Osborne. These brave men served with honor, courage, and unwavering commitment to protect their community, and their tragic loss is so deeply felt. And their families, it's terrible what happened.
I would agree on that. I'm sorry, I didn't.
No,
mean
it's
to interrupt
okay. It was the detectives that were holding the hand grenade that went off.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and our hearts go out to all the LA County Sheriff's Department for the loss of those officers. There is one that's closer to home that I want to adjourn in, and it's not widely known, and I'm sorry about this, but we got notified when the meeting started that Tom Torres passed away. And I've known Tom for 20 years. He taught me a lot, and I'm sorry, I'm getting choked up right now. He was a great, fun man, and he leaves behind a great family, and he meant a lot to this community. He was integral in the creation of our municipal code and the around the Pacifico and La Costa overlay, and he's going to be sorely missed. And I just want to send our best to his family and hold him in our hearts. So thank you. Have a great night. Our meeting's adjourned.
All right.